The TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series brings real affordable endurance road racing to you on North America's most prestigious road courses. With live flag-to-flag coverage of America's best grassroots motorsports racing, AutoZone presents ChampCar.Live. Hello, everyone, and welcome to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. This weekend's race, it's an 8+7 at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna, Seca. I'm Paul Veltum, along with Bill Strong and Tiffany Alexander, bringing you full-length race coverage again this weekend. So let's take a look at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, courtesy of Google Earth, as we head out onto the front straightaway on this anti-clockwise racetrack. The pit's off to the left here as we head down that long front straightaway, climbing to the bridge, and then a descent as we go through turn one. Just a kink to the left, taking us down into the Andretti hairpin, a double apex left-hander. That leads us through turn three, with the setup for a rather fast turn four, trying to keep the car on the racetrack, easy to get off into the sand on the left there. Bit of a kink to the right as we head under the Mother's Bridge towards turn five. Then begins the climb uphill as we go under another bridge to the very fast turn six. Drivers trying to maintain their speed as they begin the climb up Rahal Straight. Through turn seven, that sets the car up then for the world-famous corkscrew at turn eight, with a 450-foot drop down to Rainy Curve known as turn nine. Then downhill again into turn 10, a very fast right-hander, continuing to drop now into turn 11, the slowest part of the racetrack, but also the most important corner as it leads us out onto the front straightaway. And that's a look at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, a distance of 2.238 miles, 11 turns, opened in 1957 with an 80-foot elevation change, and also home to the world-famous corkscrew, and that is what our teams will be facing this weekend. Yeah, welcome everybody. Welcome to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. And it's true, we're back. It is Laguna Seca for day two. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, and it's a 7-hour race this weekend. Well, today I should say, as we already had an 8-hour race yesterday with a fog delay, though, that took a bit of a chunk of our time out of the race. But nevertheless, take a look at these standings here. We've got Wheels America Racing taking the win yesterday officially, with Lone Star Racers, Basil Weenie finishing in second place, Petrolheads in third, and then Zoom Zoom Kaboom, and then a thoughtful celebration. So it was ABC 1, 2, 3. That's right. A class, B class, C class, your top three. And Bandits taking D class down there in ninth place overall. But good morning. Thank you. That was yesterday. Today is a whole nother day of racing in Champ Car. And we're excited. We've got a beautiful day of racing on tap. Bill Strong, how are you today?
I am doing good. The sun is shining in my eyes. I can't see nothing. But yesterday was interesting. I was standing on pit lane there, kind of helping out the guys on pit lane at the end of the race. And that's when one of the teams, our leaders, came in. They did some tire pressure changes and, things like that. We don't know if they were sandbagging or what. But that screwed them up, because when they came to pit out, we noticed that their brake lights weren't working.
Yeah. And
one of the brake lights weren't working. So we sent them back to the paddock to fix it, and that took away their lead. They had a 4 or 5 lap lead at one point, and that dwindled to a lap behind. So that hurt them. And
yeah. Lots of drama.
You need to, I mean, the light didn't go out. It just fell out of the socket. So they were able to get it back in there, but they had to go back to the paddock to do it, which just, they lost a whole lap doing that.
Yeah, it really snowballed their race, and they ended up finishing several seconds behind the leader But today is a new day.
And impound went pretty good. Our tech staff inspected these cars pretty thoroughly. They tore apart one of the Trans Ams, looked at ignition systems, carburation, some axles. There were some point changes made because unclaimed parts on some cars, but it wasn't anything that affected the race. And that's it. I mean, it was the tech guys did their job, and didn't get to use my new tool. Maybe we'll get to use that tonight, but it went well. So
yeah, that's great. It's been an interesting weekend. Things looked pretty well locked up for Lone Star Racing yesterday until the very end of the race there, and that whole debacle with the taillight issue.
That happens. I mean, you have, as an endurance building an endurance race car, you have to have, you have to think about that stuff. What happens if this and that happens? That's why we put multiple bulbs into our brake system, so that if something happens to one, and you've always got a backup in there.
It's always something, isn't it?
Yeah. It is. Well, wish we'd had a spare hubs in place.
Yeah, you can only go so far, right?
Yeah.
I mean, bulbs are one thing, switches, but then, oh well, you live and you learn.
So weather is absolutely beautiful here. Not a cloud in the sky.
It's gorgeous out there.
Up on the corkscrew, we could actually see the ocean. It was amazing. Yeah, you can see it off to the left there. Isn't that
Russia
out there?
Isn't that Russia?
Kinda, yeah. You could say that. You can see the water right over the top of the green part of the mountain there on the left, and that's the Pacific Ocean.
You repositioned this camera, Bill. Turn 9.
Huh?
You repositioned the turn 9 camera. That's
you
pretty
should
cool.
be able to see the cars there better today. Well, I fixed that late yesterday, and then I repositioned the turn 6 camera, so we should be able to see the cars better.
Turn 6. Here we go.
Having a clear sky and no fog actually helped a lot. So that's looking from turn 6 up to turn 7 and 8. So
yeah, that climb through Ray Hall Straight.
Yep. That's not turn 6. It's looking from turn 6. And then I repositioned turn 4 camera so that I think it's a more interesting shot. You should be able to see, the cars as they come by. Yesterday I had it mounted straight, over. You can see the flagger position there to the right of the tower, and that's just too far away. So
well, you did an exemplary job, Bill, as always.
Thank you.
So
it does need to be focused, though.
Another Emmy, I'm sure, is coming your way.
So I guess I normally carry that with me, but it got lost in the shuffle.
Yeah. Well, we've got a new award that's coming out. I got to show you guys this. The first time that I've shown this. Nobody's seen this except me, and it's the soon-to-be awarded. It's going to be awarded at the Barber Race this year. The Spirit of Doc Waldrop Award.
This is a big, funny.
and it's as funny as that is. Where do you see the back of it? Now, I wish.
Oh, that's funny.
I wish the little pad wasn't there and we had just butt cheeks, which would have been best. But
so he was pretty old, so those pads might have been nothing against those older people diapers, but that might have been it.
So this is a custom-made bobblehead award. The Spirit of Doc Waldrop Award is going to be awarded at Barber Motorsports Park. This is going to be during the awards ceremony on Sunday.
Keep that there. Let's show our CEO.
Okay. It's going to be awarded to someone special in the club who exemplifies
this is the Spirit of Doc Waldrop Award that Paulie had made. It's a bobblehead. That's nice. That's so funny.
I got to show him the back.
Here's the back.
Hang on, Dana. It's just too good, man.
I like a diaper. Oh, it's a thong. Oh my God.
If I could get him to do something about that, but I don't think I can.
I think that's awesome. Doesn't matter. I like that.
It's great. So So there you have it, folks. You saw it here first on ChampCar.Live. You're the first ones to see it. It's still it's actually en route. It hasn't arrived yet, but yeah, it's being shipped. But that'll be a lot of fun. Check that out, Barber Motorsports Park. We're going to be there the 11th and the 12th of December. Bob Varsha is going to be calling the race with us. If you don't know who Bob Varsha is, you probably don't watch much televised racing. The guy's a legend, and he's going to be joining us at Barber for the second time this year on the show. So we're very proud of that.
It's always pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Of course, you get these, I can't believe you can do that.
Yeah.
You know, we don't really follow traditional broadcasting rules, you know, and Bob actually found that really refreshing, he said.
Good.
But he was very, you know, very nice about it.
Yeah, he was.
I'm surprised he came back, but it's all right.
Yeah, obviously a lapse of sanity there. He's decided to come back and join us, and we're all about having him. It's going to be a lot of fun again. We had a great time with him the first time he was with us.
Yes.
So make sure you check out that race. But we're going to be at VIR. Champ Car will be for an 8+7 on the 4th and the 5th of December. I'm not planning on covering that race, but I don't know. You might get something from Mr. Strong here if he's so inclined when he gets there to send you some updates. And then we'll be at Sebring the 18th and the 19th of December, and we'll cover that race as well. And it's a 7+7, I guess, is what my calendar says. And that'll wrap up the year until February when we're back at Road Atlanta.
Tried resetting that camera a bit. The sun's right in our face.
Yeah, that's all right. I shouldn't be on that view. That's the worst one. Yeah, we'll let the sun come up, and then it won't be so
well,
so
it's looking
washed
through
out.
a window too. That's tinted and dirty and painted over. And
yeah. So Bandits Racing took D-Class yesterday. They did have some problems with the car. They were in the paddock for a while working on it, but they did end up finishing the race. And I want to thank everybody. Oh, I got some trivia for you, Bill. I was looking over our standings. What do you think is the race this year that got the most likes of all the races? And I'll give you a little bit of further information. 273 likes.
I want to say it was the one I wasn't at.
No, you were there.
Oh.
You were there. And I'll give you a hint. It was not Daytona.
The VIR 24?
No.
Oh.
It was Charlotte.
Oh.
And I think if you think you probably know why. And I think it's because that was the race where we had Virginia Tech watching the race.
Ah, yes.
And
yes.
that is a tight-knit group of people that will support you. 273 likes, 99.3%.
Only if their football team had that many likes.
Oh, that was good. That was really good. Yeah, sorry, Mike, about that. I was asking Bill before we went on there. I said, "Hey, man, who's the guy with Stay Focused again? I can't remember." He's like, "Is it Bernie?" I'm like, "Yeah, it's Bernie." He's like, and so I'm like, "Oh, wait a minute, it's not Bernie, it's Mike."
Oh, Mike. Yes, sorry. Yeah.
So I typed in, "Hey, thanks, Bernie," and I was like, "No, wait a minute, that's not right."
All right, so 822 is our lead car.
Awesome. We're rolling. Yes, I'm distracted.
Yeah, me too. I'm trying to pull up YouTube so I can spy.
Here we go. Basil Weenie looking for some redemption. You know, they definitely have the car. They had the pace. The fastest car on the track yesterday was the Hey Baby K-Pasa car. But Basil Weenie was right there with him in lap times.
We ate at Del Vecchio's on the pier or whatever it's called, out on the waterfront.
Yeah.
Absolutely great meal. Dana would not let me buy the red crab. Something about being $119. I said, "Man, if you're,
narrow-minded.
If you're gonna go big, man." And he just gave me that look, and it was like, I don't know if that look is go ahead and get it. So I waited for everybody to order and to see what they ordered before I ordered, but then the waitress came to me first, and I was like, "Go!" So I had to have the bread and water. So,
Well, we do have a camera in the Flying Hawaiians and two white guys because they're broadcasting from inside their car.
And they're starting to move out now. I think that camera's frozen.
Rolling. No, they're moving around. It looks like actually he's got the pace car in front of him.
No. Oh.
Yeah, man.
I'm sorry. I'm looking at the YouTube feed, which I paused.
Oh, that'll do it.
Yeah, I'm going to go home.
No, don't.
I give up.
You're all dejected.
Yes.
Thanks for joining us, everybody, here on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. That's right, day 2 at Laguna Seca. WeatherTech Raceway, Paul Veltum and Bill Strong calling the race for you again today. It should be an exciting one. It's a beautiful racetrack here on the Monterey Peninsula. Look at that. A little over 2 miles in length, 11 turns. Legendary racetrack out here in Monterey. Beautiful weather. It's going to be a great day for a motor race, as Doc would say. There's bandits rolling out.
And in the background, you hear the Flaggers radio every now and then. We also have the Champ Car radio here as well. Later on today, we might have a radio from Zoom Zoom Kaboom, which I forgot to get this morning from them. I told Scott we can't talk to you during green flag racing, and he got really dejected about that. Well, like no, we have rules. That's all I need. Cause an accident.
We do need to work with Scott to get him to come out of his shell.
Yeah, he's so quiet. It's it's like him and Huggins are the worst to interview. So how'd your race go? All right. So did you know you were in the lead? Yeah. What are you going to do after this? You going to Disneyland? Huh. That's Scott on the other hand is not exactly like that.
At least
you'll say, "Hey," and he'll come out with this 10-minute long version, which is awesome because it makes my job so easy.
Yeah, right. You just
him being ex-radio guy,
he takes it. Yeah.
We work at KNX in LA and a couple other places. And yeah, being a radio guy, he's he knows how to do the spiel, man.
So does Tim Winker.
Yes,
Not that we
Tim's
gave
actually
him.
pretty good too.
We had him at Road America with us. Not that we ever gave him an inch to speak, but he's good.
He would jump in on his own. Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Yeah,
he'd poke you. 30 cars leaving now. Alchemy. They had to wash their car a little earlier. A little dusty, so that might be why they're a little late
for the sponsors. Yeah,
I don't know, but
I don't know.
So that's a focused camera today. That was
good job, Bill.
Took me a while.
Yeah, it was at least 2 or 3 minutes. Down the hill they go.
Corkscrew, world famous corkscrew.
Look at that shot, Bill. Look at that turn 9 camera.
See?
It's beautiful. Beautiful thing. He's letting the pace car
here is done. Have a good day, Paul.
All right, see ya. He's letting the pace car get away. What's he thinking? Nah, it's Jackie up there. Most likely in the pace car this morning.
Yep, Jackie's in the pace car, doing a maximum of 35 miles an hour. Anything over 35 miles an hour requires a helmet. And we don't wear helmets. Safety.
Who needs it, right? It's a game for the living.
California and her laws. Can't even drink out of a freaking hose.
And zoom, zoom, kaboom.
Let's see if our I forgot to check. If our WRL car put his decals on. I had to play the DIC.
Well, you are the DIC.
Yeah, I had to play the DIC yesterday and told them if they don't get their decals on, we'll have to black flag them and bring them in. So let me see.
No, Mike, you're more than you're more than just a fan. You're a friend. I should have remembered that.
A friend with fan benefits.
I met Mike, talked to him for a little while when we were at Gingerman, I think it was, buddy.
Here comes Alaric from Flagtronics walking up here. It's my sunglasses.
Flagtronics.
Sorry,
I don't know
fun
that
of the tape across my glasses.
Yeah, I think his Flagtronics. No, that's his button. I don't think he has it in the car. Is everybody? Oh yeah, he does. It's right above the instrument cluster. I see it there. Showing full course caution, which in Champ Car means no passing, and follow the pace car if the pace car is out. Reduced speed. So Flagtronics is a relatively new system that's being rolled out, and it signals the drivers as to track conditions. So we can more quickly and effectively communicate with drivers if we're under a caution condition, if we're green, and of course if we're under red flag condition. It's even being detailed down to now giving the drivers corner yellowed information. So
yeah, sectors.
Pretty nice.
Yep. I wonder if I have time to run across track and get some coffee.
Go for it. Isn't there a bridge you can go over or something?
Nina said I could do it once.
Once. Bandits out here on track. Had some problems with the car yesterday. Not sure what the whole deal was. We saw some smoke coming up inside the car. I don't know if you heard anything, Bill.
No.
Yeah. But they've got it back on track today.
It's working.
It's working now.
Yeah. I completely forgot about that. I should have asked.
That's all right. It's in the past, Bill. It's in the past.
Yeah, I know. It's in the past.
We don't care about the past. We care about today. What's happening right now?
That was a boss I had at the University of Virginia. I'd catch him out on something and bring it up in a meeting, and he said, "Let's not think about the past, and let's look towards the future." Yeah. That was his statement every time. It's like, really?
It was yesterday, you jerk. Why dwell on the past?
Yeah, you're so wrong. It's like, why this?
It's so funny.
Probably they kept me employed there for so damn long.
Yeah. Probably kept you there for the entertainment value. Give you somebody to kick around.
That was a lot of paperwork.
Oh, yeah.
Jackie is in. Base car is in.
Yippee!
And they're already racing.
Well, let's just wait and see here.
There we go. Green flag.
What happens? No, Bill, don't do that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're ruining the show. All the suspense just went out the window. Here we go.
And our WRL car did put their sponsor package on. So, yay. Thank you, guys.
Good job, fellas. Flying Hawaiians taking the green flag here at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna, Seca, kicking off 7 hours of continuous endurance road racing under the banner of the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. Folks, we are on our way. The Willwood team also out there on the racetrack today, heading down into the Andretti hairpin for the first time under green. How about that? Basil Weenie Racing definitely looking for some redemption today in their 2008 Mazda MX-5 B-Class Miata. I believe they're carrying that stock 2.0 liter engine. Which is what puts them into B-Class. One of the guys on our feed corrected me yesterday on that. I did a little bit of reading on it this morning. That'd be the NC chassis, I believe.
Yeah. Yep.
Which was produced from 2005 to 2015.
And we talked to him last night about that, and off camera, and the owner's like, we're just gonna have to figure that out, take some stuff off the car. And I'm like, why? You had a 5-lap lead on these guys. You're only gonna get a lap. So why even think? The math is set up to where you're going to get those extra performance points, but those extra performance points take you
up to the front,
faster,
yeah,
or even reliable. So it's like, Why even do that?
Sure.
You know, you had to come in and test the air temperature and the pressure on your tires so you didn't get that big MOV. So you wouldn't need to do that. Just take the laps.
Sure.
And he's like, oh, never thought of it like that. Well, yeah, you don't have to start out at 500 points. You can start out with 501 or 510 or whatever. You know, you'll make up those laps. You know, these guys that have a 10-lap lead at some part of the race, it's like, you know, don't complain about it. That's why it's set up like that.
Well, Mike Allen says the NC was 06 to 15. Well, that's what I found on Wiki.
It was what?
He said it was 2000. He's saying it's 2006.
Yeah, something
but
like
I'm
that.
showing 2005 is what it says right here.
Yeah, so usually with the Japanese cars, they release them a year before overseas, you know, Japan, and then they
get around to sending it over here.
Yeah, it might be like a 2005 U.S. model, but it's really a 2006 type thing. Or they release it overseas and then they have a crash test.
Oh, no, here we go.
Little sideways.
Gathers it up.
Oh, save it. There you go. Good save. And he never lifted because he never lost a
By golly. We'll show you that in a preview here. Now, while that's rolling, Bill, I'm going to see if I can get the timing and scoring going here for us.
Okay.
Don't tell anybody, though. They'll expect it from me all the time.
I'll just sit here and talk quietly.
Okay.
Maybe. Wait for the cars to come down the hill. Here they come into turn 11. The 998, our car that finished second yesterday, has pulled out to a considerable lead. He's got maybe a 200-yard lead on everybody as the 47 Bandit Firebird is pushing their way up. And passing cars like crazy as they come through here. Riding on board Lone Star Racers, Basil Weenie Racing.
All right.
As they come around turn 11, as the Maserati in front is apex in those corners. So I thought that might have been like that green part out there at the exit of turn 11, that could have been AstroTurf, but it's actually just paint. So I wonder what that's like in the wet. But that gets a bit slippery. As Lone Star Racers, Basil Weenie takes an inside line on the Maserati, the V8 Maserati. I think it's a bi-turbo or twin turbo.
I can't imagine racing motorcycles out here. And I know that was a big deal out here, but I just can't imagine that.
It still is.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a fast track. I mean, it's, you know, a lot of places to do wheelies down these straightaways.
That looks like Colorado the Colorado team.
Yeah, the Colorado,
right there.
it is. Yep.
Boulder team on the right.
Temperature this morning at the bottom of the mountain was 39 degrees as my car let me know over and over again. The beeping that it was freezing. We got to the top of the hill here.
Freezing?
As 998 crosses the start-finish line at the top of the hill, and it was 50 degrees, but windy. So big temperature differential.
We got Hey Baby K Pasa leading over Bandits. Uncommon Friends is in third. Uncommon Friends was running a camera yesterday, but their camera's not active yet. I'll keep an eye on it, see if they start running it. And if they do, we'll bring them in.
Yay. I think we only had 5 calls yesterday for sound. 5 or 6 calls for sound, so that was good. Thank you guys for keeping your cars quiet and working on them.
And none of those calls were on the broadcast.
Say again?
None of the calls were because of the broadcast.
No.
They were all because of other cars, you know.
That sound.
Yeah, different kind of complaints altogether. I think we're pretty much below the radar on this show.
Yeah, for the most part.
So here's the Flying Hawaiians. They're currently in third place. And then we got the Bandits camera. Here's the Bandits guy going down through the, man, it just looks like rock and roll inside that Pontiac, doesn't it? Going down.
Throw that car around like it's a lightweight sports car. You know, this is a big American car.
Yeah, he's 3.5 seconds behind the leader, tossing that Pontiac around. Here we go down into 11. And I think he's been passed. I think Uncommon Friends got by him there. Let's see what it looks like. Because that looks like a Z up ahead. Yeah, he did. So Uncommon Friends has moved up into second place. And he's trying to hold his own out there with the Flying Hawaiians. Are going to be looking for him, but I don't even see them off in the distance. So they've got a pretty good jump on them.
Yes, they do.
These are the Flying Hawaiians and two white guys, Datsun Z, and the Uncommon Friends Datsun Z were a part of a special race. I would say it was special. It was a Champ Car race at Auto Club, and we had Jay Leno racing in the Uncommon Friends car and Adam Carolla racing in the Flying Hawaiians Z car. As another car comes whistling by.
So 28 got asked for a sound check, and they were 84.7, so they're good. They added more mufflers to it yesterday.
Good idea.
Like was announcing to our team to our staff is, hey, you know, remind these guys that stuff, those mufflers wear out. So what we have now may change later. Plus the wind direction can change. The atmospheric conditions can change, which seriously affects sound. So,
yeah, it's like my friend Kirk always says, nothing kills like overkill.
Yeah.
So
yes, exactly.
Go crazy, and then you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, it's like Uncommon Friends. They got hit with sound here a couple of years ago, and they ended up putting 5 mufflers on their car, putting sound deadening material near their intake, and it's actually doing pretty well for them.
Sweet. They zinged the motor a little bit on the upshift there for Zoom Zoom Kaboom in 11th place.
Don't like zinging the motors.
Yeah.
That's bad. Their valves don't do a good job when they're embedded into the piston.
Yeah, we had Scott on the show with us, the leader of that team, yesterday. Should have him again today and get a chance to talk to him. And he knows a lot about this racetrack and having trouble with that shifter, though.
He actually was an instructor here for some guy named Skippy Barber back in the day.
He's a pretty shy guy, though, so we gotta coax the information out of him. We're trying to get him to open up, come out of his shell. He's a good guy. Bandits, I'm just loving watching the in-car. Just having a blast out there with that thing. The way he throws that car down through the corkscrew.
I drove a Camaro a couple of weeks ago for Bliss Racing, and I'll tell you what, I had a lot of fun driving that car.
Yeah.
It would have been, I think it would have been absolutely awesome on a track like this.
So did you get a chance to, have you been under the hood of it? Did you see, I'm wondering if they're running the original steering gear setup instead of a rack.
Oh, these guys?
Yeah, like, you know.
I don't know.
And Bliss is probably the same.
Oh, Bliss is running the original steering gear, which you know, I had an issue going down the last corner. I went to turn the car, and it kept going straight.
Yeah.
And I freaked, and you tend to turn it more, and it's like, oh, I have to turn it a lot. Yeah, it was weird. It took me 2 or 3 laps to actually get it right. And every now and then I'd, muscle memory from my cars and with the rack and pinion, and it, it's not a rack and pinion steering. It takes a while to turn. But once you got used to it, it was good.
Look at how close this gets to contact right there in the instant replay for Bandits there. Fortunately, realized, gosh, that guy doesn't see me. I think I'm going to back out of this before we get into a tangle. And that's something that Randy Popes talked about in his video that he did with us, which is available over on the thread in the forum, so make sure you check that out. Good stuff. I talked to Randy. We did a nice video that we talked about what he calls the vortex of danger and how to keep yourself and your fellow racers out of trouble by the way that you handle passing.
8.3 spun after turn 2.
Oh, that's the RX-7 Club Fred Racing.
Oh, there's a cone on the track between turns 4 and 5. So somebody misplaced a cone, left it on the roof or something, and it fell off, or they might have hit it on track. I don't know. You pick one.
It's too bad Doc isn't here because he was the expert on
Doc was
cone
the
management
expert about where cones come from. Usually from the front of his car.
Yes, he would often refer to that amazing hang time.
Yes. That, and he could tell you every guardrail was at Barber. Or at least one.
We're so mean. Yeah.
I miss him. So turn 2 has a cone entrance, driver's right.
Catching the Pontiac, waiting for them as they come up here. I think I moved cameras a little quick, so there's Uncommon Friends coming through. And there's the Pontiac coming up the hill to the corkscrew.
Some of those guys cutting that corner a bit tight. I thought the faster line was taking it a little wider.
We're not professional race car drivers, but we play one on TV. Trying to make a pass. Heading into 11 is the Pontiac. Looks like he gets it alongside, and the Miata relents. Shouldn't show that view. You can't see anything.
And that's the white one would be the Willwood car.
Yeah, we got a camera in their car. Here they are. Negotiating the front straight. Hit the rev limiter there. Probably got a little distracted.
The car just cresting over the hill was the Trans Am of Bandits, our camera car.
Cool.
Making the turn there.
Into
the Miata just catches up so quickly to those guys under braking. It's like the Bandit has to slow down so much earlier.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's got a lot of weight there, and certainly not the brake performance to weight ratio that the Miata has, right? It's Willwood. Right. They know how to put brakes on cars, don't they?
Yep. Past sponsor of Champ Car. Probably going to get back involved with Champ Car again. The pandemic ending and other factors.
There's Uncommon Friends heading up the hill, beginning to stretch out their gap from the Pontiac with the Willwood team in tow.
So Uncommon Friends apologizing for their camera feed. It's failing on them. So that's all right.
Yeah. Nice of them
I'll
to say that.
I'll just jump on board, Bruce, and my handheld.
Thanks, Bill.
Down a bit.
Taking one for the team.
I'll take one for the team.
This is Bill Strong, ChampCar.Live.
2 Gs.
I never anticipated all the wind.
Yeah. Can we move this bar?
Why, Bill, you're sitting on a gas tank. Do you realize that?
Yeah.
Probably not a great idea. So, meanwhile, Lone Star Racers, who finished second yesterday, they're in 6th place right now and looking for the Flying Hawaiian Z. Just murdering those curbs, right? 7 hours of racing today, so we'll get the checkered flag at 4 o'clock today. That's the plan.
And then we get a couple weeks off, right?
Yeah.
What are you doing for Thanksgiving? Anything cool?
Oh, we'll be doing the usual feast here in Fort Wayne, Indiana with family. How about you, Bill? You going home?
Yeah, I'm going to my dad's up in Oroville, California. We're going to do Thanksgiving. They're all excited about it. My dad even ordered a ham. He was so excited.
Is
We're
your,
a ham.
is your wife coming to California?
No, she's got patience. She can't leave.
Oh, I see.
I offer. I said, you can just fly out. I've got the miles for it.
Yeah.
She's like, no, she's got patience.
Man, you haven't been home, and then it's going to be like a month and a half or something.
I hope I have a home when I get home. She hasn't changed the locks. I haven't been home in a while, but we have 3 races to go once Thanksgiving is over, and then we're done for the year. We start again in January, and first race will be February 3rd, somewhere around there, at Road Atlanta.
Yeah.
We announced yesterday we may have David Hobbs with us, along with I'm going to talk to our friend Bob Varsha, see if we can get those two back together with us in the studio. Can't promise you anything because Bob's a busy man.
Well, and our promises aren't worth much anyway, Bill. They already know that.
That's why they always want payment up front.
Is that why? I wondered about that.
Yeah. It has to be quick enough, so, or long enough in advance to actually clear the bank.
Back on board with the Bandits Pontiac there in 3rd place. They just turned a 146 to the leaders 145. Uncommon Friends leading this race now and looking to stretch their lead over the Hey Baby K Paso car, which was actually recorded as the fastest car yesterday, turning a 144 with some change. And Lone Star Racers was right there with him. A little trouble shifting there in the Pontiac, but gets it into gear. As he's pulling up, going uphill there, it's Ray Hall Straight, the back part of the racetrack. Climbing up to the highest point there at the corkscrew, the top of the corkscrew, turn 8. Plunges downhill through 8A. Gonna come around turn 9 here. Get our timing right. There we go. A very fast section of the racetrack.
He's banked, which makes it really fun.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't seem like it when you're in the car.
Especially when your coworker has a cup of coffee in their hands. It's really fun.
It's like, oh, you're going too fast. Not that we ever did that.
Oh, and Bruce says they took out one of the 5 mufflers they have on the car, and they've got a few more ponies today. So hoping the car is going to be a little bit quicker. So it's Uncommon Friends leading over Bandits. Then it's Hey Baby K Paso. A Thoughtful Celebration in 4th. I'm not going to go through the whole name. It'd take 5 minutes to get to the end of the name of that team. In 5th place, it's Lone Star Racers, Basil Weenie Racing. The Flying Hawaiians in 6th. Then it's Petrol Heads, Team Gussick Racing. We've got a couple EC cars there I'm skipping over. Drive Skills and Blown My Wad makes up your top 10. And Zoom Zoom is right there behind them. Let's see, we got Waiting for Data in 15th place, one of my favorite teams. CU Boulder in the number 720. That car did really well yesterday. Finished 6th there and currently shown in 19th. They brought a sister car they had some trouble with, the 719 car. And looks like they've already done 8 laps with that car. So I'm showing...
Hey, guess what?
25 cars took laps so far. What's up?
998 Wheels America Racing 2. Their hood is being reported ajar. That it's lifting up.
Which would be terrifying if it actually breaks loose. It breaks windshields and it scares drivers. And so they might get the meatball flag, which is a mechanical flag, meaning we're concerned about your car. Bring it in.
So they're saying it looks pretty secure. Don't worry about it. But if it starts flapping, they're going to review it again.
Sure. turn back the mic on that once it's not so noisy.
I'm trying to get eyes on it, see what I see. They're pretty far back in the, I think they're in the 20th or something like that.
We had a little bit of time in the car yesterday with Alchemy Autosport. We'll see what they can do today. These guys have been with us a long time. It used to be the was it the PI, Miata PI or something, Bill?
Miata PI, yep.
They're shown in 18.
I call them that all the time, and they get really upset. Dude, we haven't been called that in like 6 years. So Miata PI, what place are they in?
17th.
Don't tell me not to say something.
Seeing the Bandits from this view, that thing looks fun. Yeah, it really does look like a lot of fun, the Miata. The Bandits car. And they've been racing with us a few years.
Yeah, they've been racing with us for a while.
They had a real good race out at Utah. I think that was their first win.
And now we're getting a report from Turn 8 that the 998 hood is flapping. Yeah, it is.
Okay, that's the Wheels America car. So yesterday's winner looking like they're having some problems. And this is a good time to get in and fix it early in the race. I broke a couple hood pins at Daytona. Really fortunate that the hood didn't come up.
So they're going to go tell the team, hey, you might want to review your hood. Instead of black flag them, we'll let the team decide what they want to do.
Lone Star Racers crossing the start-finish line. The car's lap time's continuing to come down here as the track rubbers in and as the drivers get more and more into the groove to find out what their cars can do. On board with the Zoom Zoom Kaboom car. Thanks for joining us, everyone, on ChampCar.Live. Appreciate you. Thanks for hitting the like button too. You guys are the best out here in California. Thank you so much.
You know, you can also subscribe as well. Subscribing helps us get a better ranking within YouTube, and we won't spam you. We'll just let you. It will just let you know via email or a pop-up or something like that when we log on. And it's only we only do shows a couple times a month, and that's it.
Yeah. Yeah. And Chloe's chiming in rather on our YouTube feed, saying that her dad is one of the Uncommon Friends drivers, and he's in the car right now.
Too cool.
So go, Dad, go. Yeah, he's doing a fine job out there in the Datsun. Looks like the gap about 7.7 seconds to the Bandits car. A thoughtful celebration has found themselves in third place as the Hey Baby cars drop to fourth. 8.9 seconds the gap, now widening between Bandits and the leader. As that beautiful Datsun of Uncommon Friends has taken the lead of the race and beginning to pull away. As we go back on.
Datsun guy, aren't you?
I love them, yeah. Well, my dad raced Datsuns back in the 70s and 80s and worked for the local Datsun dealership. And that's what kind of started the whole Datsun thing for us. He was originally a Ford guy and had an early Mustang back when I was just an infant. So, fastback Mustang, which I still have a picture of somewhere. And then, but then it became all about Datsuns. I asked him about that. I said, well, why, you work for Datsun, I get it, but why Datsuns? He said, well, they had a performance magazine at the time for roadsters. So you could order directly from the factory, high performance parts. And when the 510 came out, the same thing, even better, even more parts. So because of parts availability and familiarization with the product, it seemed, the right thing to do. And this was around the time that John Morton and the Bree team were really making a hit, and the Bob Sharp racing team were making a big hit in Datsun. So he got swept up in all of that. euphoria and became a big Datsun guy and raced in SCCA quite a bit, a little bit of IMSA, and that's the environment I was exposed to, was a lot of these racetracks in the Midwest area, traveling from track to track. I think we were doing about 13 weekends out of the year, so it was a lot of racing. All right.
Dana's chastising the team that, hey, we're seeing the roof or the hood up, and you need to take care of that. And the team's like, oh yeah, it looks okay to us. But
yeah,
it's not. I was just kind of the same way with the Chryslers back in the mid '80s with Direct Connection and Mopar Performance. Is like they had all those readily available parts and pieces, and which was awesome. All right, I think we need to break for a commercial.
Yep, we're going to take a quick break, folks, but we'll be right back, so stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone, and it's the Uncommon Friends Racing Team leading here at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. We'll be right back.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Bring on the frozen tundra, the grinding gravel, the cratered concrete, the rain-soaked streets. Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Reliable performance in unreliable conditions. Designed to meet or exceed original equipment performance. That's why more auto technicians choose Duralast parts. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Oh, yeah. Well, it might be true that you can't swing a dead cat and not hit a Miata here in California, but today's race being led by the Uncommon Friends Racing Team in their 1978 Datsun Z. So that is the story right now from not Mazda Raceway. See, I did it again. It's now WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. If you don't know what WeatherTech is, if you're not familiar with it, they do provide, they manufacture and provide a variety of parts, but one of the things they're probably best well known for is these floor mats that they sell and manufacture, and they're pretty awesome. They're very durable, and especially if you work in an area where there's a lot of construction or a lot of water being tracked into your car, they're great for holding large amounts of mud and water and keeping them, contained there so it doesn't end up all over the rest of the interior of your car. But anyway, welcome back to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. We are at, getting a little crust up there, yeah, with the Pontiac. Lone Star Racers trying to get by. Here we go, down the front straightaway. It's a drag race. We'll see who gets the better. Oh, and the V8, the V8 of the Pontiac kicks in. All that horsepower, man. Braking down into turn one. Oh, he comes up alongside, waving.
He has to hit his brakes so much earlier.
Yeah.
Like, I would just keep his hands on the wheel instead of doing hand gestures. He might be a little quicker.
Well, here he's waving off. There might be a caution in that corner.
There was somebody, I saw dust in the background, so I don't know. Maybe he was waving there to say thank you for letting him by. I don't know. I don't see him in the mirror.
Yeah, it looks like he has cleared the Pontiac here. As our cameras are a little bit more in time with what's going on. Sometimes team-supplied cameras can be a little bit further behind in the buffering there. But welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. I'm Paul Veltum, and Bill Strong is calling the race for you as well. Uncommon Friends leading over Bandits. Then it's Lone Star Racers, Basil Weenie, A Thoughtful Celebration in fourth. Hey Baby, K Paso in fifth. Flying Hawaiians, Petrol Heads, Wheels America Racing down there in looks like 8th place, and Drive Skills in 10th. It's because we've got one EC car in the mix there. And if you're not familiar with Champ Car, you got to check it out. As Doc used to say, it's the most fun you can have with your clothes on. You can find out more information about Champ Car at ChampCar.org, the website. There's so much information out there. So many different ways you can get involved, not only as a racer, but you can also become a volunteer and get paid. Can't beat that. We got races all over the United States and even up into Canada. And the whole schedule is, as it is now, is shown on the Champ Car website. More to be added later. Got some exciting stuff coming up this year. Looks like we're going to be at a new racetrack called the Ozarks. And it's going to be really exciting.
International Raceway. And if you look it up, please be sure to add the international to it. There is an Ozark Raceway that's actually a quarter mile drag strip located in a completely different part of the state than Ozarks International Raceway is. Don't ask me how I know, because my CEO is sitting right next to us, who was in charge of the map at the moment, but at the time.
Whoops.
But yes, it's a couple of hours away and different part of the state. So, yeah, make sure you look it up correctly. I wasn't laughing in the back seat the whole time.
Yeah, we're not laughing with you. We're laughing at you.
Yes. Wait, no, it's the other way around. Isn't it?
No, we had it right the first time. Anyway. Yeah.
That was funny because Chelsea and I were sitting in the car. Dana's driving. He goes, "Huh? I didn't know they had a drag strip." And both of us quietly said, "They don't."
They don't. That's great.
As we're pulling up our phones trying to figure out where the hell we were.
Beep. Beep bop beep boop beep boop beep bop pop. Oh yeah, we're not in the right spot.
Oh, and he walks over. We're talking about our trip to the Ozarks.
Adventure.
Our adventure to the Ozarks. Yeah. Said,
Oh man,
he
that's
said,
terrible.
"Oh, I didn't know the track had a drag strip." And both Chelsea and I quietly said, "No, it doesn't."
Dang it.
You did. Yeah. That's why we repeated over. You know, you're supposed to repeat things 3 times so that people remember it, and that's one thing we did. It's Ozark International Raceway on all the announcements 3 times, so they know. Need some air conditioning in here. It's pretty hot. Yeah, the sun is just beating down on us in here. It's cold outside, but
So this will be an interesting pass here, trying to get by the Pontiac. Gets it done. Flying Hawaiians passing by the Formula, I think it's Formula 33 is the name of the team. Yeah, Formula 33. Oh, but that V8 kicks in, and they come by on the front straightaway through turn 1. Braking hard, going down into turn number 2. This could get sketchy. Keep your eyes open. Let's see. Does everybody give everybody room? It's looking like it. Maybe they saw the Randy Pobst video. Everybody giving everyone room through turn number 2. The Andretti hairpin as they head up into turn number 3 here. And under the bridge, which reminds me, by the way, I don't know if anybody's running the Maxxis tires this weekend, but they've got some contingency program going on there. I don't know exactly all the details.
Not really contingency. Members of Champ Car get a big discount on tires ordering directly through the Maxxis website. So if you go to your member page on the Champ Car website, and you will you just log in and look for discounts and print your ID card. You'll see the Maxxis tire discount code that you put into their website when you purchase them, and boom, you get a bunch of money off a set of tires.
Now, I know for a while they were offering something for
Yeah, they were doing that last year.
winning.
And then we went to a complete discount. We wanted to get tires on the cars and spread out the discount evenly between everybody. And a lot of teams have been taking advantage of it. And a lot of teams are finding out that, the internet says one thing about these tires. Maybe a couple of people might have had a bad experience with them, or just a different experience. And other teams are, like R Bank Racing, they actually won a couple of weeks ago on Maxxis tires in the dry, and said they were stickier, than they felt better than the RS3s or RS4s or whatever they were using.
Yeah.
So it's a pretty darn good tire for the money, and it's relatively inexpensive compared to some of these other tires. So for those on a budget that are looking for a fast tire, that's a good tire to look at. Your mileage may vary, and a lot of it depends on how your alignment is set on the car, tire pressures that you run, your car's weight, but that affects all tires. So just because you take a stupid fast tire off your car, or maybe not such a great tire, and put the Maxxis on, it may not perform the same or perform differently. So you need to actually test and dial it all in.
Well, speaking of teams that have really dialed things in, Zoom Zoom Kaboom, team that's been racing with us for quite a while, and big fans of Champ Car, out here trying to get it done again today. Didn't have a bad race of it yesterday, really. And Let's see where they're located right now. I know they were knocking on the door to the top 10. Looks like they finished 4th yesterday. And let's see where they are right now. They're scored in about 12th place with the EC cars that are up ahead. And Nathan chiming in saying, yeah, Premium Dudes had good success at Road America with the 2415 size Maxxis tires. So,
hey, hold on a second here. Good morning, Champ Car Race Central. How can I help you? Or how can I direct your call?
Would you like some coffee?
Yes, I would. That is Scott Mann. And
Yes, it is.
yes. So how's your race going so far, Scott?
Are we on the air?
Yes, we are.
Outstanding. I love being on the air because everything that comes out of our mouths is just hot air. That means we're going to warm up down here because it started off cold.
Yes, it did.
It's okay. We're solidly in mid-pack, which was how we started off yesterday. And we slowly but surely, once again, with attrition, which is one of my most favorite words, and with some careful driving, we managed to make it all the way up to 4th place, second in class. And we were very, very happy with that, considering our non-cheater, very, very basic car was driven all the way to its ragged edge and put away wet. That is for sure. So, but otherwise, we have our first and one of my favorite drivers. He's the oldest member. I can say that carefully because he's in the car and he can't kick my tushy right now. We have currently Mark in the car. He's a retired surgeon from Kaiser, and he is taking his dexterity and carefully manipulating the car around the track and doing a good job with it. And so second string will be Randy. Randy works for a very, very large company in the gas industry, and he will be in afterwards. And then third will be James. He set our best lap time yesterday and will likely do the same thing today. And then, of course, once the car is completely wrung out, there's no tires left, they throw it at me and say, okay, buddy, go see what you can do. And I do the best I can. And somehow, some way, I manage to keep the shiny side up. So there you go.
Cool. Thank you, Scott. And yes,
Absolutely.
if you come over black, that would be awesome.
Black coffee for you
Yes,
any
sir.
day. Thank you, Bill.
Hey, we'll talk to you later, man. Thank you for calling.
Yep.
Bye. I know I'd get some coffee somehow.
awesome.
Yeah, I left my coffee cup here, my coffee mug here, so I couldn't get the hotel coffee because by the time I get the little cups they give you, it's cold, and yeah, hate cold coffee.
Yeah, normally when I'm at the track, I'm Bill's gopher, but I'm not there this weekend, so unfortunately he's got to find someone else to do his bidding.
No, you know what happened? The worst part of this year is we're sitting up there with Bob Varsha and Doc Waldrop, Tiffany Alexander, and we're all sitting doing our show, and up come our staff with cups of coffee for everybody, you know, all the stars of the show, and Bill's sitting off to the side without a cup of coffee. I'm like,
Where's the love?
yeah, I wanted to meet Mr. Bob. That was actually pretty funny when that happened.
And Bill's like, see, this is the way it is for me, Bob.
Yep. Yep.
This is the kind of love that I get.
See, you have the tool belt, you get no respect.
Right. So zoom.
Yeah, I kind of figured Scott would do that with the. That's the way they've always played the game here. It's like just move up to the field slowly, just hold your positions, and don't use up the car until right before Scott's stint.
Yeah.
He did complain it had no tires in the car yesterday for his last stint. I think tires are overrated anyway.
You need something to complain about.
Yeah.
Nice.
There's a 74 pink first generation RX-7 coming down the front straightaway, and the blue yellow first generation RX-7 as well. They're both out there. They kind of had a hard day yesterday, but they're back up, running good lap times. One of them has a 13B in it. I saw a 13B written on the casing of that roundy round engine, and that never came in that chassis, right? 13B was like a second gen because they were 12A and 12B engines in those, weren't they?
I'm sorry, you've lost me. What car are you referring to?
The first gen RX-7.
Oh, I don't know about rotaries. Yeah, I'm not a rotary guy. Sorry.
Well, the internet might know.
Yeah.
But they have enough points in that car. They could pretty much put a freaking LS in that car and still have points to spare, I think.
Yeah, my buddy,
It's not
I think
tank,
Josh
it's a tank.
Casselaw would probably know from Wasting Money Racing. He's into all that rotary stuff. He's actually building one right now. He wants to put a rotary motor, I think, in a Miata, so that ought to be interesting. Oh, Mike Allen said yes, it did. So there you go, Bill.
All right, yeah.
Cha-ching,
So the 13B did
confirmed.
come in that? Okay, cool.
Brakes
'Cause
are
that was
really
like
overrated.
they're good a really good engine compared to the earlier models. I think more horsepower. I think they come with a lot of guys run 4-barrel carburetors on those things. Like 1.3 liters with a 4-barrel. They use a lot of fuel.
But you're right, Timothy. Brakes are overrated. I'll never forget the race where my dad ran at Grattan, blew a piston out of one of the calipers, and once it quit smoking, all the brake fluid's gone, then it doesn't smoke anymore. And he came in after the race. He said, it's surprising how fast you can go without brakes.
Yep. Trust those tires, man.
Excuse me.
Or the car beside you. Or in front of you.
Yeah, do the Max Pappas, man. You got the old guardrail there, the moving guardrail.
Oh, yeah. Did you do that here?
I think it was Road Atlanta that happened.
Wasn't there some sort of big pass here at Sebring?
Which
that it
Sebring? This is
ended up
not
winning a race because of the pass. It was a crazy pass.
You're talking about not Sebring, it's Laguna Seca. Yeah, there was an IndyCar race here. I had it in the highlights that I used to run at the beginning of the race, and yeah, there was a pass. Like they were going through the keyhole, and he just cut right through the sand and to get by. And it was the last lap, so they gave him the win with it. Yeah, and they didn't flag him in for
Penalize
it.
him.
Yeah. Exceeded track limits these days. That's what it would be deemed.
Yeah, one of my drivers tried to do that with my car, though we were mid-pack, so I don't know why it wasn't going for a win or anything.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I was racing in Mid-Ohio, that one of my teammates, we were actually right together. He was driving our old car, and he was in front of me, and we came down into one of the corners, and he just there was such a gaggle of cars. It was right at the start of the race. He just went right through the grass to get by them. It's like, oh, okay. That's one way to go about it.
I try not to do that. Big yellow car, you tend to be noticed by everybody.
Right. On board with Alchemy Autosport, one of the Miatas out here. You can't swing a dead cat and not hit a Miata.
There's a lot of them. I went live for the finish on my Facebook page, on my YouTube channel yesterday, and a bunch of folks that don't normally watch Champ Car were up there watching it, and they were commenting about it, the amount of Miatas out here. And I'm like, well, we had other cars starting too, but the Miata seems to be more reliable, I want to say. They're there at the end. Isn't there a saying that said there's more Miatas racing in a weekend than any other car in the world? Or
Oh, yeah, I think it's Mazdas or Miatas. Yeah, that I have heard that.
yeah, or winning. It might be winning, though it may be just racing.
There's a great a photo. It's like a time-lapse thing of, not really time-lapse, but it's like 2 or 3 pictures of a Miata when it's brand new in the showroom being looked at by people. And then the next picture is the owner of the Miata is this young girl, right? And then the final picture is like 15 years later, and it's Jay Leno with some other guy with helmets on in the Miata. It goes this progression of brand new, 2 years later, 15 years later. It's like,
yeah, that's pretty much it.
What are you doing? Uh,
LS sticking out of the hood. And yeah, it's like, like when the MR2s came out, it was always, the young people complained about the price, that it was just way too high out of their price point. And it was like old men buying them. And then next thing you know, it was like, they put it back in the 80s, the secretary crowd was buying them. And then it was, a little, the guys in their 30s buying them because they come down enough in price. And the next thing you know, it's like teenagers buying them. And then there's, stuck in a tree somewhere. Then they're back to being a car that the 30-year-olds and 20-year-olds are buying with hopped up parts on them. And now it's like the older guys are buying them, and they're being sold at huge numbers at auction, by collectors and stuff. So it's a crazy world out there.
I'm out on the web trying to find that picture progression with Leno in there, but I don't know. Somebody put it together. It was pretty funny. That's all right.
All right, so 83 yellow and blue spun off and came back on at turn 9, and he's back on track.
Yeah, that's the RX-7 again. So standings right now, as we're getting close to the 10 o'clock here, almost racing for an hour now. Lone Star Racers, Basil Weenie Racing now leads the race over Uncommon Friends in second place, and then it's Bandits in their 79 Pontiac Trans Am in third place. And oh wow, Lone Star Racers just cranked out a 1:43.6. That is the fastest lap time of the weekend, being produced there by that 2008 Miata. Then we've got a thoughtful celebration there in fourth place. In fifth, it's Hey Baby Que Pasa. Then it's Wheels America Racing, yesterday's winner, who had some hood issues this morning. The Flying Hawaiians and Two White Guys has dropped down to seventh place. Petrolheads is currently in eighth place. They finished third yesterday with that C-Class Mercedes. Drive Skills is behind them. And then finally, Team Gusset Racing. That, so get this right? Yeah, that rounds out the top 10 right there, the Team Gusset team.
Hey, I want to do a shout out to Clapped Out Racing.
Oh.
The 993 E36 BMW. Their teammate, Greg Horowitz.
Mm-hmm.
Happy birthday, boy. A sprite young 32 years old.
Oh, man. Yeah,
and happy birthday, Greg.
Gosh, I can't remember being 32.
Speaking of birthday boys, we have Scott Mann that just walked in. And he turns 62 later this month. He's a young guy. I think he's just barely over 50.
Yeah, but have you seen the girl that I'm with?
Yes. I'm not allowed to look. Remember, you told me stop looking at her like that.
I win.
We have some headphones over there if you want to sit down and talk, guys. I only have one set.
We got to go to commercial in 60 seconds. But
we have to do a commercial. So we'll come back and
Can
talk
we come back and talk to him?
60 seconds.
All right, let's do that. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back. You're watching ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone, and it's Lone Star Racers, your leader. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Triple tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It is the WeatherTech Raceway 7-hour race today at Laguna Seca. So I guess I didn't really say that right. It's WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. TireRack.com, Champ Car Endurance Series 7-hour race. You're watching ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone, as Willwood pulls back out of the pits. They came in for a short stop, and they're back out on track. Our leader, Lone Star Racers, Basil Weenie Racing. Really, they kind of lost the lead yesterday. They probably deserved the win, but it didn't work out for them. And today, they're back at it. Maybe today's their day. I don't know. But welcome back. I'm Paul Veltum. We've got Bill Strong, and Scott Mann is in the studio up there in the tower. We might hear from him in a minute. Or not. Whatever the case may be. Welcome, everyone. Great having you here on the show with us on this beautiful Sunday morning in Monterey, California, on the peninsula. Standings right now: Uncommon Friends in second place, Hey Baby K Paso in third in a B-class car. Then it's A Thoughtful Celebration, Bandits, Wheels America Racing, which is yesterday's winner, the Flying Hawaiians, Petrolheads, and Drive Skills rounding out the top 10. Got a shout out to my wife, Today is our wedding anniversary, 29 years, if you can believe it. I can't, but it's been a lot of fun. On board with Alchemy Autosport in one of the many Miatas that are out here this weekend. Alchemy shown in 17th place right now. We're just an hour into this 7-hour race today. Checkered flag should fly at 4 p.m. today. The gap 14.5 seconds from first to second place. And that's one of the tighter races, gaps that we have out there right now. Let's looking for some of the other gaps that we have. The difference 32. Let's see, 1.5 seconds the gap from fourth place to third place. 1.7 seconds the gap from Bandits up to fourth place. So still some really tight, less than a second gaps for Boulder, Colorado down there in 16th to Alchemy Autosport that we're on board with right now. So they're looking to get by here, Alchemy Autosport, for a move up into 16th place over the number 720 car of CU Boulder Racing Team, and that car did really well yesterday, finishing inside that top 10. It's pretty well clear sailing right now for Lone Star Racers as they're heading up the hill towards that very fast turn number 6 to take them up the back part of the racetrack here, climbing the hill, this part of the racetrack referred to as Rahal Strait, which will take them up to the world famous corkscrew. Turn number 8, plunging downhill 5.5 stories and 450 feet. Down to turn number 9 and around Rainy. Still descending into turn number 10. It flattens out right here back at the low part of the racetrack as they finish up a lap here heading through turn 11 to go back onto the front straightaway here at Laguna Seca. And the weather is incredible today. It's going to be in the 60s and partly cloudy. Just really couldn't ask for better weather. On board with the Bandits Racing Team. They were in second place earlier today, as Uncommon Friends was also leading the race earlier. Now a 20-second gap to the Miata, who leads the race. Bit of in-car noise there from the Bandits machine as they're working their way around the racetrack. We move up to the Flying Hawaiians and 2 white guys. One of the cars that was also up in that top 3 there for a little while now find themselves in 7th place as they climb the hill with all that blue sky up above. The Bandits down there in the picture-in-picture working their way around the track. Thanks for joining us, everyone, on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. I'm Paul Veltum, and we've got Bill Strong also calling the race for you.
Well, I'm doing something.
You're observing.
Well, I was, some of the tracks we go to after the race, we have pretty much all night. We can clean up and get our stuff packed up and sent out. But this track is, because it's owned by the state, Parks and Recs department or whatever, these guys do not get overtime. And when they say it closes at 6, guess what? Time it closes, guys.
6.
Not 6:01, not 6:02, but 6. So, yeah, that's why I'm not able to get all the interviews I wanted to get done, because, you know, once I'm done with the interviews and I go collect my cameras, and then I have to be super quick, because a lot of these guys will pack up their cars and forget I have a camera in it and take their camera home. So, and we're not going to be on the West Coast until early next year. So, you know.
If it gets left, I'm in trouble. I'm not going to see it for a while.
Yeah, I'm going to see it for a while. So, you know. Yeah, so I have limited time. So I try to get stuff done beforehand, and that's kind of what I was doing, getting some of the mess that I've created up here. If anybody's ever been in our studio, you know we have a lot of gear. And getting some of it sorted out and put in boxes like they should, so I can load them into the van. And not only do I have the camera stuff, but we also have the flagtronics that we have to pick up and put into my van so I can take to VIR.
Yeah. Well, just be reminded, Bill, that the checker is at 4 o'clock, not 5. So you've got 2 hours.
No, it's actually an hour after. So well, yesterday was 6, today would be 5. So at least it won't be dark. Yesterday was dark.
Right. Going back.
And of course, I left my flashlight in a coat.
Oh, it's always something, isn't it? Yeah.
So yeah, it's like I can't see.
It's always something.
It is. It is. I don't look for the excuses; they just find me. That tells you that shows you, gives you an idea of the elevation change coming off that hill.
Crazy, isn't it?
Yeah. I tried to straighten up the camera to give you a better idea. It's kind of hard in that position, but the cars are banked and they're coming off quick. See them come down at a big drop right there. And the initial, like Scott was telling us yesterday, the initial view when you come off that hill for the out laps, or maybe your first lap in the race car, is holy smokes as you come over the top. And then once you've gone through it a couple times, it's just another turn. And your focus is on basically positioning the car and getting it correct for these corners right here, which are super important because you have so much speed coming through here. And
we'll watch Flying Hawaiians do that.
Yeah, and you can make up a lot of time. And then totally screw it up in turn 11 like I was doing pretty much my whole stint. I had such a hard time with the first turn, corner 2, and which is the first hairpin. And that last turn right there, that was, I think, the most time I lost on the track, just trying to get it right and just failing every single time. This is one of those tracks, I think you need a lot of track time here to figure it out. You're not going to figure it out your first stint or even your first race weekend. It's going to be, you really have to learn the intricacies of the track before you can really start pushing the cars on. It's, you know, get those fast lap times.
Yeah, I mean, it's a technical racetrack, but it's also kind of cool that a lot of the turns are banked a little bit for you to give you a little bit more grip and speed to the corners.
But you know, a lot of these tracks, you don't really notice the banking because you just don't notice it. But if you tried to do the same things on a completely flat setup, there's no way you could do it. They're just, you know, that banking really does help you. I mean, there's banking there, as you can see.
Right.
And that's part of the new, you know, that inner loop is part of the new track made in what, 78, 80 or
87.
Like 89 maybe?
Yeah. In 87, they came out with that.
Yeah.
Extra little loop through the infield there.
Yeah, because it used to be you would make your left turn into turn 2 and just basically go up the hill and straight into turn 5. Which meant, man, you must have been carrying some incredible speeds going into 6. That's the Willwood Brakes Mazda Miata. So we watch him come down the hill right there, the blue and yellow and white car. Bill Wood, founder and owner of Willwood Brakes. I think he's retired now. Kind of. He's one of those guys that retires but still goes to the office a lot. You know?
Yeah.
And he showed up this weekend, and first thing I noticed was he's another one of those guys that turned into a hippie. He's got his long hair flowing. Said he wanted to bring back those late 60s, early 70s, his youth.
Cool.
It's funny because my dad did the same thing. It's like I go to my dad's this week. It's like, what the heck, Dad? He's got, this is a guy that always had a brush cut, crew cut type thing. And he's got his hair all puffy and long, I think it had to do with the COVID stuff.
I'm going to do what I want to do. And
yeah.
That's cool.
I don't know. It's just weird seeing your father with, my father with long hair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doc was doing some of that. Not really long hair, but he was
did. He
letting
went
the hair
through
grow out. And
shebang with the shoulder length, the bob. Yeah, bob.
It wasn't a bob, Bill.
I was waiting for him to color it too. I thought that would have been funny.
No,
he wouldn't do it.
No, he's not gonna. He wouldn't have done that.
I colored my hair once. I went to Europe and I was in England, and there was no sun over there, and I grew up with my hair being like this. What do they call that? Sun bleached blonde. Growing up in San Diego, living by the beach, and I went to Europe and my hair turned brown. It just looks so wrong. There's Doc in his long hair.
Yeah.
And it was so dark, and I was gonna leave. I was coming back to the States. I thought, I'm gonna try this sun-in stuff. Put it in my hair, and it turned it basically orange. That really sucked.
Well.
There's no pictures anywhere. I'm pretty certain my ex-wife doesn't have any pictures either.
It was worth a try.
Yeah.
Why not?
That car right on the edge as he's taking it around that corner. Those Z cars, they have kind of a long wheelbase, don't they?
Yeah, my dad said they're so much easier to drive than the 510. They're like just really easy to drive, like the sort of that E30 feel where, okay, you feel it starting to go, it's forgiving, you can just correct, and it's very compliant. I think that's what the engineers call it. I don't know. I'm not an engineer. I just play one on TV.
Less chance of spinning it and wrapping it around a pole somewhere.
Yeah, less twitchy like a Miata, or if it pivots on the front wheel, like, oh my gosh.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, do you keep the pedal down? So with the MR2 and 911s, mid-engine cars, you don't lift. If you start to lose the rear, you just give it more gas. Try to, power through. You power back. Do you have to do that with that car too, or is that one that you can lift to kind of bring the rear end back?
It depends on the situation. I think, like, I've noticed that in the wet, you want to lift because you want those tires to slow down and get grip again if the back cuts loose. So if you overspin the rear tires, so I think it depends more on the situation. But I was never really super skilled at that, hanging the back end out. And that's why I ended up against the tires there at Mid-Ohio. If I had stayed in it and was confident with that, I could have just powered up the hill with the tail kind of hanging out. I think I would have been all right. I
think I was most impressed with the speed of your hands. A guy your age being able to move your arms that fast. It's pretty impressive.
It's something that I surprised myself. I was watching a video of myself driving at Brainerd, and I was just watching, wasn't really realizing what was coming, but apparently as I was going in through one of the corners, I must have noticed the rear began to slip, and I reacted to that and caught it so quickly. I couldn't believe how fast. I think you do things and you're looking in retrospect, your reflex is like, wow, I didn't realize I could do that.
Yeah, and it's funny because in your mind, all this happens in kind of slow motion.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't happen as quick as you think it does. And you look at it on film, it's like, why is that sped up? It happened way slower. I had more time to react, and I had the time to think about, a lot of stuff during that recovery. But when you watch it in real time in video, and it's like, whoa, yeah, that was freaking quick.
It's amazing what the human mind can do.
I got into an incident at NCM, and the car wrapped around the front of the car, and I swear it was all in slow motion. I had time to think about repercussions. What if I do this? What if I do that? What if I hit the brakes here? What if I do this? And I'm going through all the possibilities as this guy's wrapping around me. It's like, what do? I don't want to hit him again and flip him over. And if I do that, this is going to happen. And I'm just going to stay on the gas because that's going to keep him from digging in. And everything seemed to work out right for me, not necessarily for him, but he didn't flip. And this whole thing is going on. And I watched the video, and the video is maybe 3/4 of a second long, the whole incident. And it's like, that was fascinating to me. It's like how much time I had to think about what was going on versus the reality of it.
Yeah.
And, and here I am trying to explain something to my wife, and it just takes me forever to explain it. It's like, yeah.
Right. All that experience just comes to the surface, and you're calculating all that stuff. It's amazing. It's amazing what the human mind can do. And we've had some guys racing. I think you interviewed somebody who was in his 80s racing with us. It's pretty amazing. As we go back on board with the leader here, Lone Star Racers Basil Weenie, now with a 33.8 second gap over Uncommon Friends. Thoughtful Celebration of Life in third. Hey Baby K Posa in fourth.
He has FPD for the race, doesn't he, with a 1:43.
Yeah, that is a crazy quick lap time there. 1:43.1. Phew.
And the majority of the top teams, their FTDs are in the 145 plus.
Yeah.
There's only a 144 from Wheels America.
It's crazy.
We should be coming up on pit stops. We do have a car on pit lane right now. Where'd my binocular go? Or my monocular.
The monocular. Oh yeah, we got a couple there actually. There's a red one.
Now we have a Miata doing a fuel stop. It's a white and black hood and a red one. They've got the hood up on that car. It looks like they're checking oil, and one guy's checking tire pressures. They've all got their helmets on, so they just fueled. And that's about it right now.
Back on board with slow and steady, as he described it. They're just going to look for attrition down there in 11th place. They're technically in 10th. I see one EC car up ahead.
Yeah.
So our cars are classed into A, B, C, D, and EC. And that's mainly based upon the size of the engine. So our A-class cars are Miatas. And then our B-class cars are usually a lot of swapped cars, or in this case, 2008 Miata. Turbochargers.
Turbo and larger inside will maybe up classes.
And then we have our exception class for cars that fall outside of our rule set. They don't qualify for podium position, but they are allowed to race with us. They'll be put into EC class.
Yeah, we had a gentleman yesterday. So 998 went off track. That's Wheels America. Their Miata off track and back on. Yeah, we had a team yesterday. A guy come up to me and say, "Hey, I love this. I have a car at home. I want to race it, and it's an AMG such and such. And what class would I be in?" And the automatic was any AMG automatically in EC. So, and it's because that car has so much potential to just dominate that we don't allow those to be classed. But you're welcome to run EC with an AMG.
Yeah, we're not welcoming the really, really fast machines like full tube frame chassis cars, purebred race cars, but it's a starter series, and we want to give everybody an opportunity to get out and race and have a good time with us.
And it's rare that these EC cars actually win overall. Well, they can't win overall in their series, but it's that they finish up top because they just they go through. They have so much power. Normally, they just go through so much fuel. They're having to make more fuel stops.
Right.
So that's and every time you stop means you're not putting down laps. And the guy with the most laps at the end of the race wins.
Right. Right. It's a different kind of racing. It's a timed event. It's not a lap event. So it's how many laps you can throw down in the course of that 7 hours, for instance, today. And our rule structure is pretty interesting. You've got each driver can only be in the car for a maximum of 2 hours, and then they need at least a 1 hour break. And when you put
So
fuel in the
how does that work
car,
if you're the owner of the car and you're driving? I mean, you have to get friends to come race the car with you?
yeah, or you have to take a break and then get back in the car later.
And we've had guys do that.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it's funny when the team just they do a stint or two and then they go to lunch and then they come back and then they finish the race.
Yeah, we've had 24 hours where the guys will go to like 11 o'clock, stop, and then just get a good night's sleep and then come back in the morning and all refreshed and, hair combed and hop in the car and not finish last.
Yeah, and we hate them. We truly hate them because we're working.
Yes. Yeah, especially you're up there with your hair disheveled and just you smell of 2 a.m. oil filter changes, just yeah. That's
I'm kidding.
I'm not. That's
I got it covered.
That's Scott.
Love you, brother. Okay, about 15 minutes.
So they'll be coming in about 15 minutes.
All right.
You shouldn't give me a radio,
You can't. Now we can listen in on them. Oh yeah.
Yeah. They'll give away all their secrets. No, we won't do that. We won't tell you they're coming in about 15 minutes.
Can you call their driver, Bill, and tell them we want to see another half a second?
Yeah, stay out.
We want to see another half a second on these lap times. Can you tighten it up a little?
Yeah. I don't know if he knows me, so I'm not going to say anything.
That's all the better.
Scott, man, come on, stop sandbagging.
And what you say is, this is Paul with ChampCar.Live.
Yes, Dana. You go, my name is not Dana Morrison. So that was one thing, everybody always remembers the last name that they heard in the conversation. And so I had a boss at the University of Virginia bookstore that would, I'd go and try and sell computers and, try to upgrade people or whatever. And and I would always end the conversation as, my name is not Jeff Bunce. And so the people would come in asking for Jeff Bunce all the time. And, he's like, man, I don't even remember dealing with these customers. It's like, yep, that would be me. Yeah, it's fun. I always like those customers that would come and really confused about what to buy, and I could really confuse them even more.
You're so helpful, Bill. You're very giving.
I know.
You're
fun.
very giving. Usually it's a hard time, but you're very giving.
Yes. So turn 2, 83, RX-7.
Oh my gosh! I heard a lot of tire lock up, but somehow he made it look like he meant that. All right.
So Scott's giving a little bit of coaching to their driver, letting them know, when their driver's clear of certain cars. And
yeah, this was the older driver.
It's always kind of helpful to, I always kind of like that. Let me know where I am on the track. Is there people around me? Because then I can concentrate on other stuff and to actually focus on where the guy is in my mirror. Is he there? And I end up screwing up,
But if you race for Ron and Visceral, he just tells you to shut up.
Yeah. So, yes. Yeah, the story there was, if you don't know it, some people may not have heard it, but I drove for Visceral Racing Porsche at the 24 hours of VIR. And I hadn't driven for a while, about a year, a little over a year. And I hop in the car and I go out and, okay, I got this. It's coming back slowly. And so the first yellow flag, I slow down and behind the pace car, and I start, I let the crew chief know, which is the owner of the car. I said, hey, oil pressures are good. Water temp is this. The RPM, everything's doing good, not exceeding this. And, the car feels really good. And he comes back with, I don't care, Bill, just drive. So it's like, okay, that makes it really easy for me.
You should have said, well, okay, Mr. Grumpy Pants.
Yeah, no, I want my seat. That's when they go, box. No, I'm not ready.
It's funny. All right.
I always hate it at the end of the, towards the end. Wait. Ooh, that's bandits. Fuel is coming out the passenger side of the car, and they haven't pitted, so we're going to find out why there's fuel coming out of that car.
How do they know it's fuel? They must, if they smell it, it's got to be pretty bad. So, well, we'll keep them in view, but we got to take a commercial break here, folks. So stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. Lone Star Racers, Basil Weenie Racing is your leader. We'll be right back.
I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
proud. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Welcome back, everyone, to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. It is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, and we're broadcasting live this race. It is the WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca 7-hour race this weekend. And we're on board with Zoom Kaboom, who's getting ready to do a pit stop. Looks like Pontiac Trans Am is coming into the pits with Bandits. I don't know if they're getting a talking to or... Driver trying saying, I don't think it's gas. I think a throw-out bearing's going out. And Ray's saying, yeah, I smell gas. So they're going to take a look at it and see if they can figure out what's going on. But he's saying, I don't think this throw-out bearing's going to last another hour. So this might be a short day for them, or they may have to spend some time in the paddock working on the car to finish this race again today. So we'll keep an eye on that. Our leader, it looks like pretty well clear sailing for that team, as they're it's kind of deja vu all over again for them, leading the race comfortably and stretching that lead over the field. We'll see if they can work things out today where they come away with the W. On board with the Flying Hawaiians here. Down in 6th place. Not too sure about the pass there. Under the bridge into turn number 4. Heading up the hill. That particular camera shot is one that they've provided, so I'm not sure that it's in sync with our cameras. Whoa, we got 2 off there into the dust. It's really easy to do coming out of turn 6. You're trying to really stay on the throttle and carry that speed up the hill. It's easy to overshoot that because, you know, the more you go through turn 6, the more you realize just how fast it really is, or can be. And you realize, gee, I don't really have to scrub off as much speed as I thought I did going into 6. You pick up some grip there as you're carving through the corner. It's banked in your favor. Down to turn 11 we go. A little bit of tire protest. Clipping the apexes of the corners there. Back on the power to begin another lap here at Laguna Seca. We got a car coming into the pits here. Looks like the Pontiac of the Formula 33 team, as we should see more and more cars coming into the pits here over the next 25 minutes or so as we're nearing that first 2-hour mark. And of course, because we have a 7-hour race today, the teams don't have to be concerned about stretching it the full 2 hours for their stints if they don't want to. We only had a handful of full course cautions yesterday as the track was doing a lot of hot pulls, and we again haven't seen any full course cautions yet as of this morning, and not expecting to see a whole lot of them. We have Seems like the cars that are out there right now that started this race have been pretty reliable. We don't see them breaking down as much on the racetrack. On board with Alchemy Autosport, heading up the hill here. Of course, Bell helmet is the official helmet of Champ Car now. So you can find out more information on Bell helmets on their website.
The TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series is North America's home to real competitive endurance road racing. This is real, wheel-to-wheel endurance road racing on America's bucket list tracks, including Sebring, Watkins Glen, Daytona, Road Atlanta, and WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna, Seca, just to name a few. Champ Car is a budget-minded endurance road racing series. Champ Car is for people like you who have always wanted to go road racing without all the hassles, huge rulebook, or obscene expense. All you need is a valid driver's license, some safety gear, and a race car, which you can rent from Arrive and Drive teams or build your own car. Champ Car is the simplest path in North America's largest endurance road racing series. While we often see racers from outside the world of motorsports, our series is a diverse mix of automotive enthusiasts, weekend warriors, and race series veterans. But at the drop of the green flag, they're all racers participating in the challenge and thrill of real wheel-to-wheel endurance road racing. To find out more information, visit the Champ Car website at ChampCar.org.
By the way, the Champ Car is involved in their the voting for the board of directors, the next 3 seats that will be that are up for grabs, and you can go out to our website on the main page here and just scroll down to where you can see join the conversation, which takes you into the Champ Car forum. There's biographies and a place to vote. So if you're a member, you want to get your votes in before the final hour of the last day of this month. The votes will be tallied the 1st of December and announced on the 15th. So make sure you check that out if you want to get your votes in. You only have, a few days left. The Bandits Racing Team exiting the pits. So the car started out so strong today, and they've got some big concerns about that throwout bearing. Which I would think with a car with that kind of gearing, they could probably find a way to do some less shifting and do a lot more 4th gear driving. But they might have that car in the paddock later again today here and have to have that transmission out to change that throwout bearing. There's a look at the corkscrew. So the standings right now, we've got Lone Star Racers leading over Uncommon Friends. A Thoughtful Celebration is in 3rd. Wheels America Racing is in 4th. That's the team that won the race yesterday. The Flying Hawaiians and 2 white guys in their Z are 5th. Then it's Blown My Wad in their BMW. Zoom Zoom Kaboom is behind them. Then it's Hey Baby K Pasa and Petrol Heads and Drive Skills. Looks like there was a change of position there. Colorado team, the CU Boulder Racing team, just passed Petrol Heads for 10th place. Petrol Heads dropping through the standings. Alchemy just passed them. So makes sense to believe that Petrol Heads is probably in the pits, or they might be stranded on the racetrack somewhere. But you can see we've got at least one BMW there in the pits, so I don't know if that's a Mercedes. I don't think so. It looks like a BMW grill.
There is a Mercedes in the pit lane, and it is
okay. We only have one
Mercedes in the race, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be the petrol head guys.
Yeah, he's got German tags, so you know it's foreign.
Yeah. Oh, there's Uncommon Friends coming in the pits.
Yep.
Of course, Bruce, the owner of that team, one of our board members, I think he's stepping down this year, isn't he?
Yep. Yeah.
So, as I said earlier, there's some seats available there. Want to get those votes in. There's the Pontiac.
Okay, Scott's having a hard time communicating with his driver. He's saying, have we lost communications over his radio? For the Zoom Zoom Kaboom guys. They're out there. And the Mercedes is leaving pit lane. The red Firebird is also leaving pit lane right now. The 133.
Through turn 6. Should be coming in here fairly soon. Can hear him talking. He's saying, I hear you. So, you know, the team might not be able to hear him, but he's able to hear the team.
Should I say something to him?
So maybe we could pass that information along. The driver can hear you.
Bill to Scott, he can hear you.
Leader of the race with the Pontiac just up ahead.
So they're bringing him in now.
And you can see those mufflers that they've added to the Pontiac to try and quiet it down.
And they've got the pipes exiting to the left. You know, it's not exactly what you put on your Cars and Coffee car.
Right.
But they exit to the left and up to get the sound going away from the sound tower, which is, I'll show you guys where that is. Where are we here? Oh, yeah. Once we get back around turn 4 and 5, or 5, I'll show you where that sound tower is. Oh, they're coming in. Lone Star Racers Basil Weenie coming in as well.
You know, it's really angling the sound towards the infield because it's a counterclockwise track, so you're trying to send the noise back across, you know, into the center area of the track. So it's not exiting the outside of the track, which is what they're concerned about, of course.
Let's see if I can get the camera focused over on the fuel stop for.
Oh, okay.
Oh, can't do it from here. Shoot. But I can do it from over here.
Bandits talking to their team. Maybe some concerns here. We know they were having some concerns about the mechanical, you know, with the car. And we noticed that their Flagtronics is now showing green, which they were concerned about earlier. If you look to the right, you'll see that little sound hut. It just looks, you know, there's a lot of sunlight there, but there it is right there. So the leader is in the pits, as Bill said.
And there they are doing a fuel stop. If you go to the turn 11 camera.
Oh, yeah, here we go. There we have our leader in the pits.
Oh, let me fix that.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's a burgundy Miata we're looking for.
There we go. As my kids say, I can't watch that. It's square.
You can see the Uncommon Friends Z right there off to the right, as they two are being serviced right now. Zoom Zoom has come in. They're going to do their driver change.
Yeah, Zoom Zoom is also in doing their driver change, as we see in here. Driver's out. New guy will be going in just a second.
They'll throw some fuel in it and send them back out.
With Champ Car, you can fuel with the driver in the car. Some teams choose not to, so others, no problems. Cooling his hand off there, relaxing it a bit. It's kind of nice having those open top cars. Makes it really easy to get out. Unlike some of those cars that have bars going all the way across, and us bigger guys, you know, it's a little harder to get out of some of these small cars. Some of us face plant as we get out too sometimes.
Yeah.
Basil Weenie still holding on to that. The 46 headed out pit lane. Uncommon Friends. That Lone Star Racers. Basil Weenie still with the fastest time of the day here at 1:43.124.
Cleaning up that windscreen. Willwood staying out on track here. They were in the pits earlier, much earlier.
I don't really see a lot of bugs out here driving along. I think most of that's oil or just, stuff from other cars in front of you.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You got a lot of time. I mean, if you're efficient putting your fuel in, you're going to have an extra minute or two.
Right.
And you just kind of go through the process, clean the windshield, check the tire pressures, and,
They won't let you out of pit lane until that 5 minutes is up.
Right.
So you plan it. You plan it so that you can get to pit lane with just a couple of seconds left on your clock.
Pit out.
Leave, to pit out. And they'll, by the time they've looked at it and kind of reviewed your gear, you should leave right at 0.
Yeah, that's something, that our race directors appreciate. They don't want you getting all stacked up down there, because then you end up with a train of cars, and some guys have no time left on their clock, and the guy up ahead has, a minute and a half, and so they're trying to pull around, and it just gets kind of congested. Some tracks, that's really a problem.
Yeah, looks like Lone Star Racers is done with their pit stop as well, as he goes real slow up to Jackie. Jackie checks their window net, grabs a hold of his belts just to make sure they're tight, checks his helmet, makes sure it has the proper stickers on his helmet and his wristband, and then looks at the clock again, and she'll go through that whole process and release him to go. And right now, there he goes. And
looks like he's in 4th place now as he comes out of the pits.
And Zoom Zoom Kaboom down in 14th place now after their pit stop. They're getting a review of their stuff as well. Andy is reviewing his wristband. He had about 5 seconds to go. Counts down. As we're standing on board, you'll see his fingers come out there in just a second. He'll go 3, 2, 1, go. We've had finishes at this at over the last few weeks that came down to milliseconds and thousandths of a second, and, 1 or 2 seconds. And how he, the guy said go, and he sat there putting it into first gear, and that was at least a second and a half right there. So, we always told our guys, when he says go, you stomp on it and go. You better, you better be ready to go, because that could be the difference between first and second. So, or even fifth and sixth. So just be ready.
Now, Bandits has pulled their car off the track, and they're in the paddock area. We know they had some concerns about the throwout bearings, so they may be.
They're back. Yep.
They might be looking. They're actually looking under the hood right now, so maybe some concerns there. As Zoom Zoom does go back out on the track and start getting into the groove here.
The Sweet Spot Racing EC cars in pit lane. They were waiting for Zoom Zoom to leave their pit lane. As soon as Zoom Zoom left, they pulled right in behind, and I guess they're pitted right in front of them. So, and then the other car would be the little RX-7, which would be Club Fred Racing and their 82 RX-7.
Good job, Bill. Man, Doc would be proud.
Number 83, am I right?
I think so. Let me see. Yeah.
11th place. They're actually doing pretty darn well with that little RX-7.
Yeah, way to go, guys. On board with the Basil Weeding team.
Driver Zoom Zoom is complaining that the gas pedal is bent.
Oh. Huh.
Because, yeah.
Bent.
That was a problem I had with the Camaro at AMP. So they're going to fix it for the next driver. But that was one of those things that was really hard for me to heel toe. It made it impossible, and I almost trying to kind of negotiate how to do it, and I ended up almost going off the track a couple of times. Just getting those revs not matched correctly.
Oh, right. Each car is a little different, you know. You got to get used to the feel of where the pedals are and get that rhythm down of the rev match. It takes time.
Yeah, and it was difficult, especially in a couple of those, especially turn one. And I think one time I over-revved it, not over-revved it, but you know, I had the revs just a bit too high, and I didn't have them high enough. And when I popped it down into gear, it caused the tires to spin and the car to do this weird turn, which also affected my lap time, which made it drop like 2 seconds. So whatever I did, I could never repeat, you know, to get that fast time. But Ray said it was an epic turn, but I think it was a total mistake, and I didn't tell Ray that. This is a
No,
guys.
Yeah, don't tell anybody.
Yeah, my fastest lap of the race in that car was a complete, honest mistake. It wasn't due to my skill.
That's an awesome story. It's great.
Yeah, I couldn't repeat it. I tried. VIR coming up here in a couple of weeks, or a week and a half, 2 weeks, and 2 weeks.
The 4th and the 5th.
Yep, that's a double weekend, 8 + 7 hours on the VIR North course. Mm-hmm. Always a great race. Sometimes it's rainy, sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's cold, sometimes it's hot. It's Virginia.
Or a Dr. Seuss book, depending on how you look at it.
Yes, correct.
Well,
it's a fun track. And then after that, we're at Barber, which I've never actually raced on Barber. I've never even been around it. Done a lot of broadcasting there, but that's about it. One of these days, I'm going to get to go around it.
Yeah, I hope you do. It's great. It's a lot like Mid-Ohio and CM. It's got all that elevation change and challenging corners.
There's some issues that concern me. That one turn that Doc lost the rear end of the car, and it's not just Doc. There's a lot of cars that lost the rear of the car there. It's like a crest, and the car gets light.
Yeah, but you'll be okay.
I think the hardest turns for me are the downhill. I think. I don't know why. I just controlling the brake lockup was always a hard one for me.
Mm-hmm.
But like amp. That turn one was always difficult. Even in the MR2s and the Seca I drove, it's controlling the lockup of the front. Or even the rear, because the rears get kind of light on you too, so all the braking goes to the front of the car. And none of those cars I was driving had ABS, so you had to modulate it yourself, and then getting that modulation right. But you're an expert at that kind of stuff, aren't you?
Yeah. You raced for 30 years, you learn a few things. Did you ever race at Mid-Ohio? I think you did.
I led that race.
Okay, so coming up turn 9, how you've got that, you're headed uphill and then you crest, the car gets light and you kind of counter steer out of it.
Yeah.
That crest that's at Barber, just think it's just like that. Just plan it like that. It's pretty much the same thing. You just want to kind of counter as you come up over it and you'll be totally okay. You just don't want to be too far out to the left as you come over because it turns a little to the right and you can run out of track.
Right.
That's really all there is to it.
Yeah, I just, I don't know. There's just some, when I'm doing it, I probably understand it, but afterwards, as I start reviewing in my head how I did it, it's like, oh, God, that I was doing that totally wrong. Or I could have done this a little better. And then, and you do that when you're driving home. I was always towing home either by myself or with my son or Troy.
Right.
So you have a lot of time to think about how bad did I really screw up?
Oh. Yeah.
Or, did I, we had a problem with the car or whatever. Did I, my checklist, I checked it off, but did I really do it? Yes, I did. I checked it off. So, you just have all those thoughts going through your head. How can I make it better for the next race? And
sure.
Driving, so you can't really write all this stuff down.
Right.
Yeah. But yeah, it's, that drive home, especially after an incident weekend, you have a lot of time to really think about it.
Right. We've got the feed now from Uncommon Friends. Thanks, Bruce, if that's you, for letting me know. Appreciate that.
So thoughtful celebration of life, guys. They moved up into second place. Flying Hawaiians in third, with all being led by Wheels America Racing's 2001 Mazda Miata. And the Lone Star Racer still with that 143, still being fastest lap of the event.
Uh-oh. We, through all of our, what do you call it when you're looking back on the past, we missed our commercial break. So we do need to take a break, and so stay with us. You're watching ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone, and we'll be right back.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Bring on the frozen tundra, the grinding gravel, the cratered concrete, the rain-soaked streets. Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Reliable performance in unreliable conditions. Designed to meet or exceed original equipment performance. That's why more auto technicians choose Duralast parts. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance, exclusively at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. And we are live here at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna, Seca. It is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series 7-hour race this beautiful Sunday in California. And we're on board with the Uncommon Friends and their 78 Datsun 280Z. And Bruce, if you're listening, one of our other viewers is asking what kind of steering wheel that you folks are using in that car. I wouldn't be surprised if it's some kind of a custom engineered steering wheel. I noticed they have shift lights actually in the steering wheel, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, you can buy the steering wheels that you can fit the aim dash into the steering wheel. Now, a couple of the folks on that team are, ex-Formula One designers and racers that have worked in all levels of sport. So they have fun with this car. And it is probably one of the prettiest builds in the series. It is an amazing car.
Yeah. Yeah, we've had this car on display at our SEMA booth. And
yeah, it's an unrealistic version of what a Champ car is, because most of us...
Oh.
You really want to take a ball peen hammer to your car? Well, it wasn't really a ball peen. It was a combination of guardrails, other cars, a Miata or two. And
Bruce is saying we run an aim.
Taking it on and off the trailer.
Whoops.
Yeah, whoops. Yeah.
That time it broke through the wooden ramp that you had. Yeah.
Oh, and the coolers that we have sitting up on tire racks in the trailer falling off and falling under the car. Yeah, those little dents. Yeah.
And Bruce is saying they don't make those steering wheels anymore. So thanks for your response, Bruce. Appreciate that. Pretty cool. Yeah, so I'll just go through the standings here real quick. Lone Star Racers has reclaimed the lead of this race after 68 laps. We got a Thoughtful Celebration of Life in second place, back about a minute and 45 seconds. Then it's yesterday's winner, Wheels America Racing, in third. Uncommon Friends Racing is in fourth, and Hey Baby Que Paso is in fifth. So let's see what we got here. 145, 153, 147, 155, 155, 152. So Lone Star Racers then just turned to 148. So turned some pretty significantly faster lap times than the guys in those top 10. The guys that are out there in the top 10 right now.
So, I don't know if you guys remember our recent event at Road America. We had a Bert Levy come out, and he author of the Last Open Road. Wrote that about 27 years ago. And I have the book at home. I started reading it. I remember reading most of it and just never really finished it. But he gave me the book on tape version, but it's on a thumb drive. So I was able to stick that in the minivan's entertainment center, the USB plug into it, and it started playing magically. And I listened to that book all the way across the United States. What an amazing story! It was actually fun to listen to him to the audio version of that book, mainly because he had a lot of people that are famous race car drivers, David Hobbs, Tommy Kendall, and other folks that actually played parts in that book. And it was really neat in listening to it. Now, the part of Tommy Kendall played a very young person. And at one point in Tommy's life, yes, he was young, but when he recorded this, Tommy's my age. And, I just kept picturing Tommy in this, doing this part in my head, and it just didn't match. But, if you don't know, but very good book. And I recommend reading that book, The Last Open Road by B.S. Levy, and really good. And I did get given a part just for, the, what do you call that? The waivers or whatever. Yes, I was given it free of charge. And I'm gonna send that to you, Paul, so you can listen to it as well.
Oh, well, thank you.
Because I know you have a hard time.
I don't do well with spelling. I'm okay with reading.
There we go. And but yeah, it was a really good story. To me, it kind of ended too soon because I was like, I wanted more.
Wow, cool.
But it was a good book. Whoa, come on, camera. Swing back. I'm going to keep it right there. Big megaphone right in the camera.
Uncommon Friends. Looked like the back end got a little loose on him there as he was coming through turn 10, but gathered it up. Cornelius Ryan, A Bridge Too Far, Part 1 audiobook.
What's that about? Let me go over to YouTube. So they're running the AIM Evo 4 data acquisition system, and we have an AIM GT350 steering wheel. Unfortunately, they don't make them anymore. Yeah, that whole system actually fits right in the steering wheel.
Oh no, flying Hawaiians! Oh my gosh!
Is he back on track? He is back on track. But yeah, taking those shortcuts is not actually the preferred line. There's a lot of great what do you call them? drains out there, and those drains can rip off suspensions and do some really crazy stuff. So it's not a good line.
Whoa, now he's off in the sand here too.
So to me, that's, hey, dude, you need to either pull it back or bring the car in so we can look at it. You may have some issues. Not necessarily with the car, but you. And, you know, you're overdriving the car.
Right. This was the view we were watching here moments ago from inside the Income and Friends, and then we flipped over to the Flying Hawaiians as he was coming up to turn 8. So here's the setup, turn in, and the back end starts to come around. He really came down on the short side of that turn where you really, probably slammed down pretty hard on it. So that's yikes.
Hey, Paul, we're joined by our esteemed colleague.
Oh.
Dana Morrison is his name. It says it's on his shirt.
Yes, you know you're
He
somebody
says,
with your name was on your shirt.
yeah, he says he's kind of important with I got to turn his mic on here, I guess. Yeah, he says he's a little important with this company. Something about being a CHIO.
Yes, exactly. It's a new terminology.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dana Morrison, CEO.
Well, that is a really unflattering camera angle you have for me, too, Bill.
ChampCar.
Thank you.
Well, you know, it's what I do.
Hopefully that's not going out to anybody.
I have to. Paulie, you heard that, right?
Oh.
Yeah. He said he wants his mug.
I feel like I need an avatar.
Yeah.
We're still working on your statue there, Dana.
Is that what it is? Okay, good.
Well, there was something that you wanted. What was the life size?
Yeah, the life size
gloriously
statue. Yes.
reaching up to the future like Mao Zedong, you know?
Yeah. The Champ Car World Headquarters. So Dana, how you doing, buddy?
Doing good.
And,
happy to be back out in California again. You can tell it's almost to the end of the year when we still have like 4 races to go.
Yeah. Yes. It's like, wow. Yeah. It seems like we should be like winding down, but we're just winding up. Actually, we have a couple of races with like 100 cars coming up.
Yep. Yeah, and it's interesting too because people are, legitimately asking about questions about next year, and yeah, I mean we're excited about next year. We've got a lot of races coming up, and we're working on the schedule. And at the same time, like I just said, we still have 4 races to go, counting this one to the end of the year. So still got busy chores ahead of us between now and then. It's interesting how the year kind of goes in surges and cycles. We have a couple of months where I won't say we're not busy, but it kind of pulses, There's a time of the year when you start doing contracting and whatnot for the tracks, which is much earlier than you would think. Then there's other tracks that don't do contracting until much later in the year than you would think.
Right.
So, trying to put together everything from tracks and contracts to ordering little things you wouldn't think about, like armbands and, event stickers and whatnot. It takes a while to get the artwork done for those, and obviously confirming dates. You got to confirm all these details before you can order stickers. And, it's amazing how many things that you got to get ready for the next year 6-7 months in advance.
Yeah.
And sometimes the things you need are not within your control. So you're constantly going, hey, can I get that yet? Can I get that yet? Yeah. And then of course there's the staff, like, well, that's weird. It points the other way. But there's this guy who's constantly, Dana, can I have that? Is this ready yet?
Yeah,
no, Bill, it's just not.
It puts me on constant ignore. Yeah.
I had a moment the other day. I actually blocked you. That was fun. I enjoyed that.
I bet it was. It's all right. Only the internet was melting down. It's all right. I made command decisions. We'll see how that works in a week or so.
Right.
So
you heard it here, folks.
Yeah.
Plausible deniability. You heard it here.
So we have our numbers this year have been pretty good. Even out west, we have we looked at how everything was last year. Of course, we had the pandemic happening, and our numbers all over the place, depending on where we were at. But as the United States is opening up, it's gotten a lot better.
It has, and that's a good primer point. So thanks for throwing those topics out to me. Obviously, in any business, you want to compare your performance this year to last year. When comparing anything to 2020 is fraught with problems at best. But it's still a data point, there's numbers, there's participation, so you can look at that. One of the interesting things about 2020 is, like any other business, it allowed us, you could say forced us, I would say allowed us the opportunity to take a fresh look at the way we do some things and why. and change a few things. And some of those changes have ended up being really good. The people have liked them, the staff has liked them, and in some cases the tracks like them, and it's allowed us to improve the way we do business. And the tech things and some of the online registration stuff, some of it were things that we've been talking about doing for a while, and in other cases they were things we had to do to reduce personal contact and spacing and that kind of stuff, and it's wound up being better. And we've rolled out a lot of stuff this year, and just off the top of my head, we rolled out the electronic tech form, a little buggy at first, but it's been well received, and it's allowed the registrations process to speed up dramatically. What else? There was something else we rolled out this year. The Flightronix system. The Flightronix system, we're running that out here in California. And again, that was another thing that we've been talking about and refining, and finally just said, let's execute. Let's bring it to the track and try it and use it and run it. And we've refined it a little bit, and it's been well received to the point where the tracks are calling and saying, hey, can we look at that thing again?
Yep.
So there's just been several things we've rolled out this year like that, either this year or as a stay-on function from last year, that have just really made the customer experience a lot better. And ultimately, that's what it's all about. So, joking again, but our great leap forward.
Yeah, it was. And I think we may have been doing things kind of, you do things a certain way all the time, and it's kind of normal, but because of the change in our situation with how we dealt with tracks, we were able to kind of look at streamlining some aspects of our series, the operation side of it.
Right.
So that's helped us out a lot. I was able to yell at people for stickers and stuff, and things like that. That's always fun. So I'm getting the look. No, so we.
Too bad the look doesn't communicate well by radio.
No, we we went back to Canada this year. I think we're possibly may have 3, events in Canada next
He's
year,
talking about 4.
Yeah.
He's talking about adding, and I won't steal his thunder, but he's talking about adding some tracks. So, and probably better thing to say there is that for those of you that don't know the whole background story, it just has to do with the not-for-profit, all that kind of stuff. Yep. So the Champ Car events in Canada are contracted out to a Carl and his group. But from the bigger picture, we're committed to Canada. In the same way that we're committed to the entire country, we're committed to supporting Canada. Ultimately, we would like the Canadian area to be completely self-sustaining, but in the short term, we're committed to the Champ Car presence in Canada and to expanding the Champ Car presence in Canada and doing whatever we need to do to support Carl and his people up there to make that happen.
Yeah. And out west, we're looking at more tracks as well. I know we're not completely done with our schedule.
It's all about the contract. It's all about inking the contract. We've been in contact with many of the tracks. In some cases, we just can't confirm the date yet. In other cases, we've been given a couple of date windows, and we're just waiting to find out which one of those date windows actually opens up. We have a visit scheduled to another track. I just visited with a different track out here just this weekend. So it's just a question of finalizing the dates and inking the paper. And the last thing we want to do is put out a date and end up changing it one way or the other. So, the best of 2 iffy decisions, we've chosen to hold off on any publication until we can be absolutely certain that the dates are locked in, rather than put out, I'd love to put out what we're thinking about, but if people make plans and then the plans change, I've chosen to just say until we're absolutely sure that we have a date locked in, we're just going to kind of sit numb on it. But we are working very closely with these tracks, and we are close to putting ink to paper on a few more deals. So keep an eye on our website, keep an eye on our feeds and whatnot, and as soon as we get confirmed information, we will put it up.
And I know that in the past, many moons ago, we did have cancellations and stuff. And one of the things that you put in place was that we do not cancel unless the government says we have to cancel.
Yeah, unless it's something that is beyond my control. I mean, if the track says, hey, change of plans, where track surface came up and we have to do repairs, there's something beyond our control. But if we commit to a date, we will run the race. So, for those of you that may have experienced some old time days going back into the count of decades, even where a track was on paper, a track was on the schedule, and it was canceled at the last minute, that will not happen as long as I'm running the company. If we confirm a date, we will run the event. Obviously, I would like to have a lot of cars at the event, but come out there with one or two of your friends. If we put it out there that we're going to run the race, we will run the event. I give you my word on that, provided that, as Bill said, if the government tells me I can't, or I don't know, the track falls off a cliff. I don't know. If it's something beyond my control, then it's beyond my control. But ChampCar will not cancel an event at the last minute just because we changed our mind. Those days are long behind us.
Hey, what if one of our members wants to go to Track XYZ, but we don't go there? What do they do to try and sway you to go out there?
Well, what they do now is badger me on the forum relentlessly. So I read that stuff. For those of you that populate the forum, I do read that stuff. I do pay attention. There's usually a couple different things going on. Either it's a track that we just simply cannot get an event at. For example, not that we don't go there, but like Daytona, I get a lot of people that are like, "Hey, how come we don't go to Daytona in February?" Well, because there's some other organizations with really, really big names that go there. So we take the dates we've got, and that's it. In other cases, it's a scheduling thing where, I'd like to go to a track, and it's the only date available is a date that I've already got my entire staff at Watkins Glen or someplace, and I just don't have the staffing to do it. And quite honestly, in some cases, the track that's being suggested or recommended competes in a business environment with a track that I already have booked. I can't be my own competition. I can't run two races down the street from each other 2 weeks apart. But if we can fit it in, we will certainly try. I like going to new tracks. I like opening up new areas. One of the things I've worked really hard on this year, and I'm going to continue to work on, it was to increase my number of staff and employees. And just to put a little frame of reference out there, we used to have the staff members in specific jobs, and that was great. They did well in it, but it restricted our ability to work multiple events because somebody was either timing or tech or registration or whatever. So what I've tried to do recently is make the staff more generalists so they can fill multiple roles, and that's allowed me a little bit of a flexibility. Like this year, we ran 2 races in a row out here, our East Coast and West Coast on the same weekend. We have another weekend like that set up next year already. So by getting the staff more generalists, I can run more events. And then obviously if I can bring some more staff members in, and I think we've brought 3 new staff members in just in general roles this year. So if you've got an interest in coming out and working with ChampCar, we do have kind of a ladder hierarchy process, and it starts with coming out and volunteering on pit lane, just working with the staff, working the race, kind of seeing what we're about behind the scenes, seeing how we interact with the customers, how we unfold the event. And I will tell you, that's where I started. I started with ChampCar back in 2010, and when my team was not running an event, I would volunteer and go work an event. One of the events I worked was at New Orleans, the very first race we ran there. I was deployed out there to New Orleans, and I had a day off, and I went and worked an event. So I just worked with ChampCar, and I just kept working whenever they needed me. And eventually Chisholm came to me and said, "Hey, how'd you like a job, regularly running timing?" So I started running timing and scoring, and little by little, and here I am. So that is the way to start. If you're interested in working with ChampCar, if you're interested in working some events with us, come on out, work pit lane. We'll pay you, we'll feed you, we'll take care of you, and then just see how you like it and see how things fit in, and then kind of see from there which of the roles you're more interested in working toward, whether you want to do tech or registration, timing. They all have different times of the weekend where they get busier and less busier. But yeah, just come out and give it a shot and let us know, and we'll start working together.
Yeah, we have a board of directors election going on now. Do you have any news on that?
Yeah, there's an election going on now.
Okay, perfect.
Anything else you'd like to know, Bill? Wait, we should talk to the guy who puts the information out. Hey, Bill,
yeah,
there's an election going on, right?
Yeah, I think yeah.
So I will say this. It is a member-owned club. That's what makes us unique from all the other endurance-based budget organizations like ours. We are a member-owned club. If you are a member of ChampCar, you have a voice in ChampCar. So the candidates for the board put the information out about what they think is important to them and where their priorities are. It's out there on the forum. It's on the various websites. So reach out, educate yourself, get involved, and cast your ballot.
Yeah. All right. So we're going to have to break here to do our required sponsor break. And
even I get usurped by commercials.
Yes. Yes. Well, thank you, Dana Morrison, CEO of Champ Car, for joining us here. And now go about and do your job.
Thanks,
No,
Bill.
I'm kidding.
Thanks, Paulie.
Welcome.
Thanks, Dana.
Thanks,
and,
everybody.
Back to you,
Bye.
Paul.
All right. Quick break for commercial, folks, and we'll be right back. So stay with us. We're at Laguna Seca this weekend, the WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, for a 7-hour race here in the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. Lone Star Racers, Basil Weenie Racing is your leader, and we will be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Triple tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
And welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, and we're Back here live, we've got Lone Star Racers leading over Wheels America Racing, then A Thoughtful Celebration, Hey Baby, Que Paso, and Uncommon Friends in 5th place. All right, so here we go.
That's Randy in the car right there. And Zoom Zoom Kaboom. Or as he likes to be called, Mr. Randy. Yeah. Scott's talking about how he taught this guy everything he knows as he goes off-roading. No, I'm kidding. You want to have a seat, Scott? All right. We can't twist his arm. We have Scott Mann up here from Zoom Zoom Kaboom. He loves to talk. And yes, it is a conflict of my interests. And yeah, Scott, you there? Can you hear?
I don't know. Can I hear?
Yes, you can hear.
What was that?
Yep, exactly.
Well, the apple pie and the coffee delivery has just commenced just a moment ago, courtesy of my better half, Trista Foley. That was my birthday gift, was the apple pie, and I'm sharing it with everybody because, of course, it's something we like to do.
Hey, so Scott, you own a company in Vegas, a couple of companies, and one of them is the.
It's not what you think. The girls have nothing to do with us.
You know.
As soon as you say Vegas, then that's what happens.
Well, the conversion company.
It's called Renegade Hybrids. And renegadehybrids.com, for those people who go, oh, that's an interesting name. I think I'll check that out, in which there's exactly -1 person doing that right now. But it's actually quite interesting. We're a company that does the V8 conversions to Porsches. Now we have 50 people looking because they all want to see what the heck that's all about. And we do the LS engines. We like to LS the world, even though, oh, hey, guess what? We have a local yellow momentarily on start finish, and it just disappeared. Yeah. So something's happening.
Well, what happened was a car spun down there, and what they will do is run the at turn 2, and they'll put the flag at 1, so at least they not waving, but just standing.
Yeah, because it's blind up over the crest.
Yep.
Exactly. So we do the V8 conversions to Porsches, and yes, anything from way back in the 914, 944, 928, early 911 era, all the way up through Caymans, the first generation Cayman, Boxsters, things like that, through 2008, 2009, right around in there, and it's pretty fantastic. And so if anybody wants to check that out, Renegade Hybrids. Also, wait, I want to give a plug to another company that has just really taken off of mine. It's called Stacklight Trailers.
Oh my God.
Isn't that the coolest thing?
Ultimate Trailers. I first saw that at Sonoma a couple of years ago.
Yes.
We actually walked around it and gave it was a surprise. It's a small footprint trailer.
Yeah.
But the cars stack almost on top of each other.
That's correct.
It's the wickedest looking trailer.
It's super lightweight, and there's no hydraulics, there's no electrics, there's no nothing on it, and you can use it as a single car trailer 99% of the time, and on occasion, if you need to, if you want to bring like a side-by-side or a golf cart or something like that or whatever, you have the option of being able to actually put a backpack on it, or what's that?
Right here.
Yeah, there it is. Stacklight. Yay. And I'm actually thinking, hey, thank you very much for bringing that up. That's great. I'm actually thinking about becoming a sponsor once the company, well, let's put it this way, once my opening expenses actually begin to cover themselves, because we've only been around for a couple of years, and we have the next lot of trailers being built right now. We're putting them together, but we're thinking about becoming a sponsor to Champ Car, because you guys are the type of organization where there's serious enough racers where, bringing a backup car, bringing a golf car, bringing a side-by-side, all that sort of stuff to a racetrack, but not necessarily having the big toter home or anything like that. And then being able to tow that behind an F-150 or a Ram 1500 or, one of the Tundras or something like that or whatever. That's the biggest reason why I invented that trailer, was because I've got a Tundra. I can't tow a big stacker behind it. I'm not going to own a 1-ton dually or something like that for 99% of the stuff that I want. But there you go. Hey, look at that guy.
What's cool, though, is that, a lot of people in their HOA or whatever can't run or can't put a big trailer and hide it in their backyard.
Especially here in California.
Yeah.
And you know what people are doing is they're buying this trailer and then they're renting the pickup truck from U-Haul.
Oh, yeah.
And it's brilliant because then they've got the trailer that takes a footprint of essentially one spot in a storage unit or something like that, or they can park it alongside their house or whatever the case may be, as opposed to a double long 3-axle, giant. And when they can rent a pickup truck from U-Haul, which is only going to be, 1-ton class, or I'm sorry, half-ton class, little 2-wheel drive type job or something like that, it'll tow behind this.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I mean, it's pretty cool because my problem, I'd love to take both the Opal and the MR2 to a race. I could do it with this. I can't do that with my existing trailer.
Watch this. I'm not a big guy.
No,
I'm actually, and so I'm just going to reach over and just whip this right off and set it on the ground. Now, normally you're going to want help. There's no question. It's actually what's
He
being
does
said
right
right
wear
now.
the tight T-shirts.
All right, and I'll just flip it up and pull it off, and this is how you take the backpack off. It's just this easy. Dun,
Yeah.
dun, dun, dun. Okay, there we go.
That's pretty cool.
×2.
And you just roll your car on top of that, and then so once you get that off, as Paulie makes it go forward. Oh,
That's cool.
Sweet.
Paulie, you're awesome.
And then
here's the ramps.
Thanks, man.
Drive the first car up. Paulie, you're just great. The only sucky thing, though, is you don't have the absolutely lovely, slightly accented brilliance of Tiffany. I miss her so much. But on the other hand, you still have rolling commentary, which we might be able to do later, right?
We don't say rolling in the tower.
Yeah, right. Understood.
Yeah, they get really sensitive about that kind of stuff. We don't know why.
That red, you're on, your car's on fire out there doing fast laps. You never say stuff like that.
Yep. So, Paulie, with your permission, I'll run the last stint, and I don't think we're going to be necessarily in contention. And even if we are, I can give you a little bit of rolling commentary in a lap or two, which would be kind of fun. We've already got a radio up here for Bill and stuff like that. It would be a lot of fun because having a nice little tour around Laguna Seca at speed with a little bit of traffic and stuff might be cool.
Yeah.
Now, so is that the top part of that trailer? Can you stack tires on there?
Yes, you can. And I didn't show it in this video, which kind of sucks a little bit. But once the 2 ramps are up there and the car is up there, I purposely made those 2 bars parallel, as you can see, so that what you can do is you then can stack a whole boatload of tires up there. The other thing is if you have a side-by-side and you have a lot of ground clearance, you can actually drive it right up there and use that as the front tire catch. So you drive over the front of the ramps and you drop in there.
Right.
So those are load-bearing beams that are across there. And so, you just drive it up. And it feels a little weird to drive it up there, but it's not that bad. You get someone to guide. Yep, that's kind of what I'm saying right now, and away you go. And there's the tie down part. Now I did change the ramp design. That particular trailer was one of the prototypes. The ramp design now uses a little bit better footprint underneath, but regardless, it's actually slightly lighter too, which is nice. But there you go. There is the Stacklight trailer with the backpack. Please check it out, www.stacklighttrailers.com, as it indicates. Yes, that's a Ferrari 458 Challenge car, and that is the original Lightning McQueen, the real Lightning McQueen. It was owned by an executive from Pixar, and the gentleman that now owns it, his brother was our first driver today in Zoom Zoom Kaboom, Mark Soroyan.
Okay.
And so there's quite a bit of heritage there. And actually, the gentleman that owns the green Lotus that's on the back is the driver that was also, that's Mark Soroyan, the first driver. So the 2 brothers allowed me to use their steeds so that I could demonstrate the Stacklight trailer.
So Scott, somebody's asking if you have trailer brakes too on your trailers.
Oh, of course. Yeah, both axles are 5,000-pound axles with the 10-ply tires, so it's all load rated with trailer brakes, both axles. They are electric, not surge. I can't stand surge brakes. That's something of yesteryear. Yeah, that's exactly right. And so electric brakes, and then you use your brake controller, which is factory. So, Paulie, outstanding. Thank you. If anybody else had any questions, I mean, we should be back to the race, but this is great.
It's all right. We have 7 hours to fill of, Paulie and I just chatting. So.
Yeah, it looks like the Flying Hawaiians have pulled in, and we've got the Bandits still working on their Pontiac.
Yeah, those guys, it's a bunch of old gentlemen that have the greatest attitude. They're so nice. Their neighbors to us are right next door. We do just about anything to help them out, and they were exactly the same way when they first. I got to tell you, when they first showed up here the other night in the middle of the fog, I looked in their trailer and they're climbing all over the car. They had the valve covers off, part of the intake apart, stuff like that. And I'm looking going, uh-oh, these guys are going to be the guys that are going to work on a car the entire weekend just to do one lap. And no, they're not only legitimate racers and incredibly nice guys of age, of maturity, but damn, their car is fast.
Yeah. Yep.
It's pretty cool.
So it looks like the 280Z is actually behind the wall back into the paddock as they work on it. We do have 2 cars on pit lane. The pink RX-7 has its left rear tire up in the air, left rear of the car, while they work on that left rear tire area. And we have the number 40 Miata sitting on pit lane doing a driver change and a fuel stop right now.
Yeah. And I believe, if I'm correct, I believe that's their backup car. I went down there and talked to them for a few minutes. They are just moving right along in a backup car. Right. So that's pretty fantastic. Great guys down there, just outstanding.
Oh, that's a Super Miata, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a Super Miata. It's running E85. They said they had to be really, really careful with fuel economy, and so they weren't actually giving it full beans.
So what is a Super Miata?
It's E85. Okay, so first of all, Super Miata has its own class, its own racing series, and it's kind of gone through some growing pains. I don't actually know what the current status of Super Miata is, but the bottom line is they have 140 horsepower, approximately E85 classed cars.
And
with
E85 is the fuel that they're supposed to use.
That is correct. Yeah,
okay.
Forgive me for saying that.
That's
and
right.
so the advantage with the E85 is you actually can make more horsepower. The compression can be greater. Your timing can be just completely whacked out to the weeds. It's great. It's crazy. But the other big thing is you're actually chewing up massive amounts of fuel. It's considerably less efficient, but you make more power. So they've got tons and tons of the corn oil, if you will, down there, and they're rolling the corn, making the popcorn, and
that's a time attack car. That's not the same. They don't have the big wing on it that car had on it. That car was set up for time attack that Paulie has up on the screen, but they have a lot more.
Yeah, there you go. That's the website.
Yeah, they have a lot more preparation than some of the other cars do. I don't know if they're being classed or not, but I'm pretty certain that those. Yeah, I don't know if they're being classed. I'd have to look, but. Yeah, cool. So now you work on the Porsches and the those type of swaps during the day. And why did you choose a Miata?
Well, I've been a pro coach and a pro driver and a blah-de-blah, all that sort of stuff. And I'm sorry, the most amount of bugs that you can accumulate in your teeth is with a Miata, because it is the single most reliable platform on the planet for putting down laps. I mean, sure, there's definitely other cars that are much faster, but it is so difficult to find much of anything else that's more reliable than a 1.6 or 1.8 liter stock Miata on coilovers and a few other miscellaneous things like sway bars and things like that. And to teach people. I mean, that's one of the most important things to me would be, let's get an opportunity to be able to get some people out there that wouldn't normally be out there. So just an update. Yeah. Looks like we see a waving flag.
Yeah, over by the Sunbelt sign right after turn 10. There's a car pointing the incorrect way. Looks like driver's right.
Yeah, tell me what that car is.
It's a Miata, but it doesn't have a roof.
Uh-oh. Well, looks like that might be a camera car, possibly, because one of the camera cars had a roof. Or didn't have a roof, so
yeah, but
no, that's the Miata. That's
there it is, right there. Yeah, the Willwood car,
running,
and they're so good. So it's not that one. So it's not going to be a camera car.
No. Yeah, this is a Miata of some sort.
So the flag has now been doused in 10. It is rolling slowly.
No, he's still sitting there. The
is
car,
it really?
Yeah, right below the Sunbelt, the green sign right there, next to the 69 on the hill.
Okay.
See the Sunbelt? So he's sitting at the base of that, driver's right.
Okay.
So,
well, the silver 280Z looks like he's coming in right now.
Way out there.
He's probably taking advantage of a potential for a full course yellow.
Yeah, his car is actually pointed the incorrect way.
Yeah.
He's pointed towards the barrier. It looked like, Bill.
Way
up against the barrier on the right.
Yeah.
So
they're saying he's pretty far off.
Yeah, he's not really in a danger spot. He's somehow he got.
The flag's still waving up there. So.
Yeah. Well, that's good. They want to keep us safe. So.
All right, sounds like they.
Yeah, they're looking over the 280Z, the silver one. It looks like it's a pretty slow process. I don't see much expediency there. What's the name of that team again?
That's Uncommon Friends.
They're such great guys.
Yep.
So we've raced with them.
Full course yellow. Full course yellow.
There you go. I'm going to report to my driver. Full course yellow, full course yellow.
Yeah, so as we come around 10 here, if you glance to the right, you might get a little bit of a look at a car that's parked up against the barrier there.
He's too far back.
Let's see him now.
The car hasn't turned enough so you can see him.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah, he's way back out there.
So when you come down out of 9, you're just hauling the mail, and as you get compression in 10, which is one of the most grippiest spot on the entire track, if it upsets the car ever so slightly because you take that apex maybe a tiny bit early, or if you lift a little bit because you've maybe managed to get a little bit unsettled going in, and all of a sudden it grips, boy, does it want to hook you. And so 10 can be your friend, but 10 can also bite you. And so looping it all the way around to the right and over to the right-hand side, you can tell by the skid marks right there that there's lots and lots of people that end up over on that side. There was not too long ago, I think it was 2017 or 2018, there's a video out there of the MX-5 series, the NDMX-5 series, of a guy that was racing there and ended up flipping the car, flipped it so many times and had so much speed hauling the mail that he ended up crossing track at 11 and ended up in the dirt over beyond 11. So yeah, that is a very, very high speed, very fast spot. So it looks like the emergency workers have made it on station. They position the vehicle just aft of where it's located so that they act as a barrier and they can exit safely. Looks like they're checking with the driver right now to make sure that they're okay.
Yeah, on board here with the leader of the race, who is just following behind the pace car. Of course, they've got the field under control by deploying that pace car. Lone Star Racers, Basil Weenie Racing leading over Wheels America Racing. Then it's a thoughtful celebration. Hey, baby, que paso. We got Petrol Heads, Blowing My Wad, Uncommon Friends, Zoom Zoom Kaboom. And we've got a couple more teams here in the top 10. Drive Skills, Waiting for Data, Formula 33. So roughly that's your top 10. We got some EC cars up there. Those will get pulled out for the final standings at the conclusion
Is that a team
of the race.
waiting for data?
Well, I don't know. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. We don't know. That was
funny if someone shows up as data from Star Trek.
Well,
that was
so
Doc and I always wanted to do.
That was Doc's favorite name, Waiting for Data.
Yeah, Doc and I always wanted to put a team together called Waiting for Data, just to screw with the timing and scoring guys.
Phenomenal.
It won't go away. I keep refreshing it. Yeah.
So it says Waiting for Data ...
Yeah. So one of the things that people do in amateur racing, when they see a full course yellow, they grab the brakes, their face comes flying off, and then they sit there and they just creep around the track, and it's like no. With an exception of the area in and around the accident incident, whatever the case may be, you need to continue to keep moving. And it's great because during the drivers' meeting, Dana did a really, really good job yesterday to make sure that people realize, hey, move along, get on up there, let's close it up. There's two reasons why. Obviously, because you can make up time. And it's like, if you're competitive, make that time up. Not meaning speeding around the track and blowing records and stuff like that, but get on up there. But the other big thing is then once the entire field is controlled behind the pace car, then there's a large gap of at least a mile or two that the corner workers, if need be, can extract the car, can move, people out of the way, remove debris, anything like that. And so controlling the field all together, and here we go, we're watching a lot of the cars coming up behind, coming through 9 and 10, trying to get up to where the field is all going to be controlled is really a brilliant thing that people are doing. So good job, Dana, for bringing that up in the drivers' meeting.
Yeah, Dana's he's learned a lot over the years, and he tries. Yeah, well, it's what I find cool is that Dana's a racer. Dana's been out here with us, when we were racing, and he knows the kind of issues that we have on track, and he's got that experience. Not that Chiswick didn't, but I think Dana has a lot more racing experience than what Chiswick had. So
yeah,
that's kind of cool.
So who's driving the pace car?
Jackie Sides.
Oh, Jackie is.
Yeah, Jackie,
fantastic.
Yeah. Flew out here from Atlanta. She's a teacher out there, and she comes out and does our driving on the weekends.
So she's used to controlling the lemmings behind her, right?
Yes, pretty much the lemmings.
All right.
I think Scott's being called.
Trista's going to handle it. She handles everything better than I do anyway. Yeah, right. Exactly. All right. So, Paulie, how are things back in the control room?
Well, it's been kind of a dreary day out here in Fort Wayne, Indiana, but it's so nice there at Laguna Seca. It's just so beautiful.
It's actually quite toasty out, and so. But I got to tell you, one of the hardest things to do was when we first arrived here on Friday night. We were not permitted to come on campus until such time as the previous client, which had a private going on, basically had tossed us the keys, so to speak. And so it was pitch dark, and the fog came in like the movie. It just was incredible. It was so bad that I used to work here years ago, know my way around this track with my eyes closed, and my eyes were so closed that night that I could get lost very easily. So it was terrible. And then yesterday, obviously, we had a delayed start because of the fog, but today, wow, Mother Nature has definitely shined upon us. There's no question.
So is that kind of a common thing around here, or was it just kind of a strange anomaly?
No, when I worked for Skip Barber, one of my most favorite things to do was to wish upon the 3-day racer school that we did here, 2 days of beautiful weather and 1 day of absolute crap, meaning wet surface, changing conditions, and everything like that. And if in a perfect world, it was a great first day, a really bad second day, and then a really fabulous third day. And that actually oftentimes it happened. It's weird. It's like the ground would heat up one day and it would burn it off or whatever. And then the next day, the moisture would come sucking in because of the warmth and the condensation and stuff like that. Then it would kind of become temperate or whatever, blow it out. I don't know much about atmospheric conditions, but basically get it to the point in which it would kind of burn it off, get it out of the way, and then we'd have another nice day again. So we had this on-off type of condition oftentimes, and it was pretty sensational. So uncommon friends behind the wall. That sucks.
So we're always trying to encourage teams to come out and race with us. Some of them may never have raced at Laguna Seca, would like to come out. Maybe it's a bit of a drive for them. As an instructor, someone who's very familiar with the racetrack, what's been your experience with drivers coming here that have never driven at Laguna Seca before? What are those challenge spots that maybe they need to be working on in iRacing or maybe watching on YouTube?
They look at the corkscrew and think that the corkscrew is going to be absolutely all that and milk and chocolate chip cookies. And when they get to it and they go up and down the corkscrew a couple times, they realize it's benign. I said that yesterday, but honestly, that's one of the biggest things is it's all about the corkscrew. Sure. Up on the hillside directly across from Control, we see a great big huge Hollywood-esque sign that says corkscrew. They advertise it. Everybody talks about it. Some of the most famous passes have occurred there. It's nothing to a racer. And so it's almost a bit of disappointment. And then they start realizing, holy smoke, where the features of this track really are turn 2, as well as turn 11. And basically turn 9 coming down the hill. So there's the track map. So actually, Bill, if you wouldn't mind, give me a second. My number one priority is to my driver in the car. He needs a little bit of assistance. Can I pass it back to you?
Yes.
And then I'll come back and I'll give you a little bit more. Or maybe later on when I'm in the car, I can talk a little bit about it too. That would be fine too.
You take care of your team.
Hey, Paulie, sorry about leaving you hanging, but I got to run. Bye.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to break for commercial anyway, guys. So as we're under caution here, we're going to take a quick break for commercial and be back in just a couple minutes. That was Scott Mann with the Zoom Zoom Kaboom team. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea. Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it. You see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors. Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Stress tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back everyone to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Broadcasting live here. It is the 7-hour race for the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna, Seca. And we're on board live with the Zoom Kaboom team. And it looks like we are back to green racing. Zoom in 8th spot, but Lone Star Racers showing about an 18-second gap over Wheels America Racing, the team that won this race yesterday. But they just turned to 154 to Lone Star Racers 146. So they're definitely showing the pace, and actually a little bit quicker than yesterday where they were so dominant to begin with. So yeah, they are crushing it out there. So that's the story there. For Uncommon Friends, looks like they've got, is that a driver going? Oh yeah, he's helmeted and everything. So we got a driver going in the car. So it looks like they're considering sending that car back out. For the Flying Hawaiians, nobody in the car. We got guys underneath the hood of the car. Looks like the owner to the right there, as they're looking at that Datsun. The Bandits Pontiac, they've got something covering our camera, probably very top secret-y that they don't want us to know about. They're not turning laps. So cars right now that we've got cameras in that are turning laps, we've got the Wilwood Racing team in their Miata. And I'm not sure if they're working on some things or testing some things out. They're back in 25th right now. And, of course, we've got Zoom Kaboom. We've also got the Alchemy Autosport team, who's currently in the pits, but they are scored in 18th place unofficially. And then, of course, the leader of the race, the Basil Weenie team. So 96 laps completed so far. 3 hours and 52 minutes remaining in the race unofficially, as we look to complete the first and only race of November 2021.
Aye, it's a great day for a motor race.
That it is. It's a beautiful day for a motor race. We weren't here last year, I think, because due to COVID, but we're back again this year. Well, that looked like a push start if I've ever seen one. So he's headed down pit road. And he'll roll up here and show his wristband. Jackie's going to reach in and check those restraints and the net. Sends him on his way after checking the clock. Flagtronics on the dash showing everything green. If we're going to pinwheel on that, yeah, every day is a good day. And we might lose the Lone Star Racers camera. We'll go back to that if that comes back up. Looks like they're rolling down through the corkscrew just now. We should catch them coming through turn number 9 here. I might have missed them. Gonna refresh that camera. There we go. That one. Get this sorted out here. What I want to do is just get that camera more current. It's not one of our cameras. All right. It's true. It's true, Timothy, absolutely. Yeah, I'm reminded of the conversations I've had with Doc as the Uncommon Friends racing car was rolling out. How miserable it was at AMP when they were racing. There are some times when you don't even want to be out there. It's just zero fun. Not even sure where he is. It looks like he's bailing out. Like maybe he started around the track and now they're working their way back through the paddock to get back instead of staying out for a full lap. Or he's just taking it on like a little recon. See if it's running right. No, I think actually he went off track and he's trying to get back on. Well, he is just crawling around the racetrack. This is kind of scary. Man, there's a lot of hopping going on. Whew, man, that car is not running right. I don't know if you guys can't hear this or not, but he's either pedaling it around the track or it's got some kind of major malfunction. I don't know if this is even is. It doesn't even look like he's on the same racetrack. So I don't know if maybe this is an older video or something. So we'll just leave that video for now. I'll come back to it because this was a supplied. That was a supplied feed. So it could be that was just a recording from another event where they were driving. Yeah. That's what it looks like. All right, we'll move on. We'll move on. We know the Bandits team. We're looking at some issues with the throwout bearing, and now it looks like the camera's been taken out of the car, and we're talking to the team. So Bill's not really talking for the show. I think he's just chatting with them.
Huh? What?
Oh, you're here. I thought that was you holding the camera down there in the garage with the Bandits guys.
No, I sent you a message on Slack.
Oh, well, that would require me to pay attention. Okay, cool.
Any questions on the internet? Nah, they're just chit-chatting.
Yeah, it looks like they pulled their camera out of the Bandits Pontiac.
Yeah, it had some issues. I think they might have been fuel related. Don't know. But they just loaded the car up.
Oh, okay.
Yep, they're cleaning up their paddock space and pit space.
Gotcha.
So Scott was having the Zoom Zoom Kaboom was having problems with their accelerator pedal. The driver got in at the last stint, or this stint when he got in, he was complaining about the pedal being bent. And I think when he was trying to heel toe, it kind of bent more, and it was putting undue pressure in the middle of his foot. So Scott and him were discussing ways to fix it under that yellow, but they I think the driver ended up doing something to where he got it in a more favorable position. But I think what they're going to do is when they get back for the next fuel stop, they're going to try and do a quick fix and bend it back into place. So that's always, you know, when you're expecting the pieces and parts to be where they have always been, your muscle memory, where your muscle memory is, and something gets moved, it really messes up your timing and how you do stuff in the car. So Scott just telling Randy that he's doing what good. You know, I guess that lap was a pretty good lap. And let me see what he did there. Let me go up.
We turned to 151.7, which is nearly the fastest lap time of the day for the car.
Yep. So they're gonna start getting their people ready.
Gonna do another driver change here.
Yep. So it's nice to let your driver know that, hey, you know, you've got X amount of time. We're gonna start getting our stuff ready. So that way everybody's prepared for maybe that yellow that comes out, and maybe you can dive in and take advantage of the yellow flag, or or don't dive in too quick because our guys aren't. You know,
yeah,
nothing worse than sitting there while, you know, your team is still suiting up. And we see that a lot. Some teams don't really care, but some teams, man, that racecraft is everything. And racing just isn't about going fast on the track with endurance racing. It's also how fast can you do your driver changes? How fast can you fuel? Folks say, well, you have 5 minutes to do all this stuff. Plenty of time. Well, it is, but, you know, you cannot work on the car while you have that fuel cap off. So the faster you can get that fuel into the car and filled up and the fuel cap back on, the faster you can look over your car to make certain the wheels are still on, the lug nuts are still tight. You have oil in the car, you have water in the car. You know, if you have a problem, you have time to fix it. You know, so there's a lot of issues that you have to work through during a pit stop. And you can get your driver in. Let's say you get your driver in and your pedal is kind of bent around. You have time to change that.
Right.
If you can get those fuel stops and, you know, done quickly. And if you're sitting there waiting for the timer to count down to your 5 minutes or over so you can go down to the end, or, you know, 4 minutes and 30 seconds left, you know, when you send your driver down, depending on where you are in pit lane, you know, the more time you have to fix those problems. And if you don't and you're just sitting there, that's good, because that means you didn't have any issues.
Sure.
Lone Star Racers really cranking out the laps there. A slow lap that time of a 147. But it looks like a lot of folks have slowed down there, 153s. I'm wondering if there's an incident. I haven't heard anything on the radio, but maybe it's the temperature's changed. It has gotten hotter, so that could be affecting the grip on the track.
These 4 guys are racing pretty good. Zoom, zoom, trying to find their way by this pack of cars of 3 up ahead. They come down through 5, head up to 6 here towards the top of the hill. And they'll head, you see them using all their racetrack at the exit there as they head up the hill towards the corkscrew. Down the hill they go towards turn number 10 again.
Yeah, Tim Elliott says, they stay suited at all times during their stall. And I always have I was always suited. Once I put my suit on in the morning, it stays on because you never know. You never know.
Right. The kind of the Robin Bank way of doing things. There's always a man on deck ready to get in the car at any moment, completely suited. And
we've had it where a driver went out for a lap or 2, and all of a sudden he just did not feel well. So we had to get him out of the car, and he came in, and we have people ready, and boom, we put the next driver in. Or, we always had that hard rule: somebody has to be suited and ready to go at a moment's notice.
Right. It makes sense. But then my wife says I take it too seriously. How do you have any fun? You take it too seriously. It's like, she's probably right.
Yeah, but that's to me, that's the fun of it. I mean, this is sort of playing race car driver on the weekend for us, but it was, I grew up with racing, just as you did, watching it on ABC's Wide World of Sports, and you watched your heroes do this stuff, and now you're doing it, and I'm going to take this seriously. And once you realize that you're going, for us, once I realized that, we're doing some pretty heavy speeds here, and the safety aspect of this is really heavy duty, and, we take every precaution we can to keep everybody safe, and we're trying to do fast pit stops, and we want that win. I mean, we race to win. We want to win this race. Of course, we didn't, but we just kept plugging away.
Yeah, Will Wood out there. Oh, we got a car sliding off the track at turn 6. Pretty easy to do, but looks like the Focus maybe gets it back on track pretty quickly.
999 silver. That was, I think, a Ford Focus. They're pretty good off-road vehicles, but he got right back on.
Yeah.
And they're going to do oil. So I guess they're going to do an oil change, window wash.
Well, that time by Wheels America matched that really stout 146 lap time of Lone Star Racers. The gap is 28 seconds. And that time by, Wheels America now turns a 147. And so does a Thoughtful Celebration at 147. So the lap time's dropping in the top 4. Maybe there was something going on the racetrack and it's changed. We got a 146, a 147, and 2 148s across the top 4.
So Tim says it's interesting to their driver lost focus.
Yeah,
it's interesting to the conversation at the gas station when you're picking up gas wearing a suit. Well, after I had the first stint on Sunday at AMP, so it was just much easier for me and it was cold. It was much easier for me just to dress in the hotel room in my suit and get to the track. I'm ready to go, and everything's dry and clean when I'm wearing it, and of course afterwards I've still got my suit. I didn't bring any spare clothes, so I had to wear my basic racing suit to the restaurant, which is always a good thing to do. The little kids staring at you and people looking at you weird, like, why is he wearing pajamas? Because they kind of look like pajamas. It's a Willwood car on the right going up the hill.
Yeah, we're heading up the hill here.
Hard on the brakes. Make that left turn. Kind of turn in early and aim. You don't even see where you're going. You just go by muscle memory, and you kind of, there's some trees that are off to the distance that you kind of aim for, and kind of do that at Road Atlanta too. You don't necessarily look at markings on the track. You look at things in the distance, like a tall tree that you want in a certain position on the in the window, and then when you get there, you're there. That blind section, boom. Or you're not. And you always come over the radio and say, oops.
What was that? What? Oops, what?
What do you mean, oops? Come back?
Yeah. You don't say anything. Right? Yeah. Just drive them crazy.
Or, I'm okay.
Yeah. I'm okay.
That's always a good one. I'm okay. What do you mean you're okay? Where's my car?
Right.
Yeah, one of the scariest moments was Mike Helm, my fast driver. His father was driving for us at Nelson Ledges, and it was a practice day, and somebody tried to pass us on the outer left, was it? Yeah, he tried to pass us on the left of the kink, and cut back in and kind of climbed up the side of my car and went flipping and sliding and doing all kinds of crazy stuff on the fastest section of Nelson Ledges. And I saw body parts flying through the air, and some of them were red. Now, my car's original color was red before we painted it yellow. And all I see is red, and I see the flash of yellow, which is my car, going between some tire barriers and people standing there watching this incident happening. And all I could think about was what happened to my car. It's, I see body parts flying everywhere, and not knowing that it was a BMW that had done this, and that was basically the body parts of the BMW. But you have that freak out moment. Is everybody okay? Okay, he's talking, he's good. How about my car? So we did have a lot to.
So when you're saying body parts, I can't help but find myself confused. Are we talking about
car body parts, not arms and limbs and stuff, but fenders and trunk lids?
Because you said, all I saw was body parts, and I was really concerned about my car. Yeah. And I'm like, well, okay, I'm a little confused here.
Your arm.
Yeah, I see those guys. I dressed at the hotel too. If I'm gonna, open, I'll just put the suit on ahead of time. And a lot of times the hotel where I'm dressing at, there's a lot of us racers are there, and we're going down to eat breakfast in the morning. Half of us are suited up anyway.
Yeah. I found it, because normally I would just dress in my trailer or in the pit space, but it was actually nice because I was able to properly put on the underwear, the flame-proof underwear, and tuck it in where it needs to be tucked in, and kind of review how it looked in the mirror, and then put my suit on and make sure everything was secured, and that's it was I could do it without the pressure of being at the track. Sometimes you got you have all kinds of people around you. You're standing there in your underwear trying to get dressed. You don't want to upset anybody because of the way you're not dressed, and so you're trying to hurry, and you may not tuck things in correctly, and it just made it was more relaxed setting, and I found that a little better.
Right.
Without getting too personal. too descriptive. There's a fat man in his underwear standing in the pit. Yeah. My wife is always in fear that somebody's going to get a picture of me in the pit lane. It's like, nobody cares.
Right. All right, we're gonna break for commercial and be back here in a couple minutes. So you're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Stay with everyone. We'll be right back.
You know, I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have like 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, and we're following along here on this 7-hour race. And we're at 3.5 hours left, roughly. What's up?
So funny story here. So Tim Elliott says, if you're a corner worker, never say body parts are all over the track. As soon as we went to commercial, I walked over to Dana and they said, Bill, please don't talk about body parts in red and stuff like that.
Right.
The difference, don't say body parts, say body panels and stuff like that. It's like, oh yeah. Paulie kind of brought that up too. So yeah, sorry about that, folks.
That's funny.
Yeah, so we're joined here with Alaric Sanders. He's getting headsets put on right now. Alaric, you're our Flagtronics representative here at ChampCar. And, dude, welcome aboard.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
And so Flagtronics, tell us a little, what is it?
Yeah, so Flagtronics, it enables the flag to come inside the car. In endurance racing, specifically with grassroots motorsports, you have a huge variation of experience level, and a lot of people they're trained to look at the flag stands, and they're very aware of track conditions at all times. But we're also out there with some people that are new to the sport, and having something in their face inside the car certainly helps them understand what's happening around the tracks. Keeps them safer, keeps everyone else around them safer. So, yeah.
It's a pretty cool system. You put it on your dashboard and you can see a unit here. That's not actual size. It's actually a little tiny thing. It's maybe an inch and a quarter, inch and a half wide.
It's about an inch tall, and it's about a 3-inch wide total. It's a small device that put it inside the car. It's not too big. It's not going to block any sort of sight out of the car. But it'll light up and it'll get your attention when anything changes.
Yep. And we put that on the dashboard. Has a GPS unit, goes on your roof or the dash, somewhere where it has a clear view of the sky. So we can tell where you are on track. Let's say if you break down somewhere, nighttime racing, especially, we found that such a useful feature is that our system up here in the tower, we can tell where you're at.
Yes.
And we can, I think a small alarm goes off or something if somebody sits too long outside of a certain sector.
Yep. Yeah, we have a monitoring system where if anyone is slow on track, it'll pop up with a little bubble, say, hey, there's a problem here. So, we work well with the race directors here, and we're able to tell them exactly where the cars are and where to put their track staff.
Right. Now that's going to be a mandatory item for all teams to use. Not necessarily this year, but we're talking about mid-year next year. Sorry, I'm just watching a guy take some gear out. Hopefully he doesn't. Yep. So we have it's going to be required next year, about midway or so, depending on development. We have, we have a lot of features that we're putting into the system that we still have to test and work through.
Yes.
And that's one of the cool things about Flagtronics is this is not new. We've been working on this 3 years now.
3-4 years.
Yeah, 4. Yeah, it's been a long time, but it's one of the. I've been friends with James Ballinger, your boss, for many years now, and one thing he does is there's a whole process of development, and you guys have followed that since day one, and because of that, you're able to work through some small issues or maybe even a big issue and get something fixed really quickly, sometimes even during the race.
Yep. We are very much on the fly engineers. We all of us team members on the Flagtronics team. We come from endurance racing. I have a team, Clapped Out Racing. He had a team for many years that ran many races in the series. So we're very familiar with making changes live so that everything works. It's not true just here with Flagtronics, but also with all these teams out here today.
Now, they're
That's what I needed. As long as you can hear the volume's good, you're on the mirror, the mirror's good on this side, keep it running.
Oops, I'm turning down the radio and it's the wrong radio. So, there we go. That was Zoom Kaboom. They're doing a driver change and fuel stop right now. They had some communications issues, and they're releasing their driver right now. So yeah, with the Flagtronics unit, we can see it on the Zoom Kaboom's dashboard right in the middle there.
You can see on the far right there, it was counting a bit. and there's a built-in pit timer feature. When you enter pit road, we have a feature where it will start from 0 and start counting up however long you're in the pit. So that way the driver knows if they took fuel that they need to see 5 minutes before they're exiting the tent there.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, you can see it right there, right in the middle. It just turned green.
Yep, now it's flashing green at them. They've exited the pit lane, and it's telling them that, hey, the track condition is now green. You can go.
Yep. Driver tightening his belts down. A lot of times you'll tighten them in pit lane, and what happens is you get out, when you start moving and bouncing around in the car, your belts, maybe you might not have been sitting totally down into the seat, so you make sure they're tight. And if you can't breathe, they're about tight enough. Sometimes you want to go a little further, but yeah, it's you saw him tightening his belts there. Basil Weenie has theirs right on the dash right there. Lets the driver know what's going on. Now, are these available now to buy?
Yes,
Flagtronics
yes,
units?
they are available to buy on our website. You know, I'm bringing a bunch of units to each event. You can purchase them here from registration. You can also purchase them online. The kits are $150, and then we add in a harness variation that other people with a digital dash, they can tie into CAN bus.
So wait, so if I have an AIM dash,
yes,
I can actually tie the whole system into that?
Yes.
And what's it tell me?
So it can give you the flagging info just like the FT200 device standalone does. So I think James Ballinger, he put up a video about it back in August showing that feature. He had a AIM MXG dash that he had, and when the condition changed on the FT200 unit, you could see it change on that digital dash. So yeah, that's another cool bonus feature that we have.
Cool. And all right, so $150. Is that price going to go up at all?
So in the near term, no. You know, we secured a large quantity of FT200 units prior to the whole semiconductor shortage fiasco. So short term, no. Long term, there will be a bump up.
Okay. Yes. So probably good to buy it now.
Buy now before it goes up.
Yeah. So now, in a year or so, any changes that, you know, we'll have to buy another unit if you make any updates to the unit?
No, I mean, these units are designed to be very flexible, you know, firmware-wise and also hardware-wise. If we went with a different GPS, just plug that in.
Hi, this is James with Flagtronics.
And then it'll be working with it. There's also some other projects we have coming up. You know, some people say, oh, the display is too small, I might like it bigger. You know, we have that in the works. You know, we have a bigger screen, you know, might be touch screen as well, that they can mess with. Yeah, so there's the video that was posted on our site, so you can see that one of those 3 units, they're tied into the
James
the
and his stick.
Yeah, he's got his little pointer.
That's pretty cool, man. The more info you can give your driver about warnings, the better.
Mm-hmm.
Because they don't actually ever look at warnings and you know, lights, you know, oil pressure low. Not looking. So you can do. So I race here. If I hardly ever race here at this track, but I'm out VIR on the East Coast tracks or whatever. When I come out here, it auto updates the tracks, or how does that work?
There is an auto update feature. So yeah, we are able to send out information to active units that are in the area, and then we can update their track maps and their selections, etc.
Cool. So the process, when I get to the track on Friday and I'm setting my car up and such, should I do anything or what, or just turn it on and
just turn it on and let the magic work?
Okay, cool. And how long to do a firmware update or the track map update? How long would I normally keep it on?
So so the firmware update and the track map update are different. So any firmware updates, we're going to try to, you know, release those very seldom. You know, there's going to be a lot of new features with a firmware update. You have to manually connect that to a computer and use our device manager software, which is available in our downloads on our website. But yeah, you would connect it, and then there's a downloads option where you can update the firmware, and it'll walk you through the steps step by step on that device manager software. You can also mess with your track maps on there. You can mess with your light curves on there. If for some reason you think one setting's too dim and you think another setting's too bright, you can play around with that. You can edit it, and you know, everyone's eyes are a bit different. So
right.
Yeah.
Cool. And what else? Any other news with Flagtronics?
Sure. So at all corner stations, we also have these light panels that we bring with us. So in addition to the in-car electronic flagging, we also have corner station electronic flagging. That's all on the same system. Yeah, you can see it on the website there at VIR. It came very handy, especially at night. You know, you can't really see the flags at night. And VIR, it's not a lit track. So having things light up inside the car, having flag stands light up. This is, you know, a way to bring more effective communications between the race control staff and the drivers out there.
And the flaggers seem to like it. We have a car way off out there. He's got back onto that RX-7, but the flaggers seem to really like it too.
Yes.
From the feedback I've heard.
Yeah, we've had very positive feedback at this event and many others here.
What do they know?
I know.
I'm kidding.
Now, you guys are also installing these at tracks as well. Some tracks have requested them, and
yes,
and some actively looking at them, which is pretty cool.
Yep, it seems to be gaining traction. You know, myself, James, and Morgan, we're a small crew of engineers, and we're very much into making the system to be the best it can be. There's a few things on the marketing end that we lack thereof. So it's very much been a system of a word of mouth so far. You know, a lot of people talking, saying, "Hey, this is working pretty good. Let me see if I can contact these guys, try it out." And you know, we've had a lot of people, you know, reach out to us and you know, ask for quotes and stuff. So I mean, it's been good. It's been good.
Cool.
That's
Where
awesome.
are you at next?
Where am I at next?
Yeah, where are you going next?
Let's see. I am going to PRI next. That'll be
that's right. It's
Indianapolis.
coming up. Yeah.
Yep. So that'll be the second weekend in December. I won't be at VIR, so I think that's 2 or 3 weekends out from now.
Are we not doing it there?
We will be doing it there.
Oh, Morgan's there.
Morgan or James.
Yeah.
You know, yeah. They'll be there.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
And I know we're gonna be at Barber. We'll have it there, and at Sebring. So pretty much the next 3 races we will have it there as well.
Yep.
I know this is the first time we've had Flagtronics out here in the West. It was kind of cool with you know, you guys have enough experience with all the communication side of the units to actually look at a map and kind of figure out where everything needed to go. We came out here with maybe a bit more equipment than we needed, which you had actually already had it planned out, and it worked perfect.
It did. It worked pretty good.
The nice part about that is that Flagtronics is going to be setting it up. You know, they pretty much planned out where we need to do it. We have staff here that know how to set up the equipment, and they're being trained on it actually. And so when we start going to races next year, Champ Car is going to be taking over some of this.
Completely autonomous. You know, they'll be able to handle it fully. So. Yeah, you won't have to drag me out here and have to listen to you.
I don't know, man. You're fun. It's fun hanging out with you and your wife, and we thank you guys for coming out and doing this for us. And I know a lot of our racers actually like the system. There was some, you know, I don't really want this, but ultimately it's done really well and kind of done way beyond our expectations for a system. So
yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, Paul, you want to give us an update on what's going on after we just talked to Alaric Sanders from Flagtronics?
Yeah, it looks like we've had a change of lead because we've got Lone Star Racers. They've come into the pits for a pit stop. Looks like they're making a driver change, so I can't quite see them from my vantage point, but it looks like a standard pit stop for the Lone Star Racers Basil Weenie Racing team. So we've got a lead change with Wheels America Racing back in the lead of this race. This is the team that won the race yesterday. Let's see a thoughtful celebration in second. Lone Star in third. Hey Baby Queso, or K-Pasa rather, in fourth. I keep seeing Queso. And then I'm not sure who's in seventh, so we'll say eighth is Petrolheads, Blown My Wad, Zoom Zoom Kaboom. It looks like the top 10. There's a couple EC cars in there. But not much changing right now. Just going through the standard pit stops. You know, we kind of had this situation yesterday as well with the cars beginning to kind of gap out one another, and due mainly probably just, you know, with the difference in speed, performance, and the number of cars that are actually on the racetrack. So not a whole lot changing out there as we're watching this race wind down. We'll go on board with Will Wood here. One thing distinctive between today and yesterday that I'm seeing is that the teams, we're not seeing a lot of cautions. We're not seeing a lot of cars stranded on the racetrack. We're seeing a lot of that's combed out, and we're seeing just a lot of green flag racing, which is what everybody paid to come do. Yesterday's race started a little bit delayed due to fog, but not today. It's just been a beautiful day of racing at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna, Seca. So we've got 121 laps turned so far, just over 3 hours remaining in the race today. And we started out with the Uncommon Friends leading the race over the Lone Star team. Hey Baby was right up there with Wheels America. And a Thoughtful Celebration, all the top 5 this very early on. And looks like the same team's kind of hanging out up there. You know, if you're just joining us, we did see problems with both of the Datsuns, Uncommon Friends and the Flying Hawaiians. Right now the Flying Hawaiians still have their car in the paddock area, and I don't see anybody working around it, so I don't know what the story is there with that team. And
yeah, the Will Wood car coming down pit lane right now. I think they're doing a driver change in fuel. Guys ready to jump over the wall. Do a quick turn there.
Looks like CU Boulder, the 719 car, about 48 laps turned today. And the 720 car that did much better yesterday, they've got 81 laps turned. We're working lap 122. So obviously having some issues with both of those cars today is the Colorado team.
So the 133 just came in. They did a real quick stop, did something to the car around the driver, and then he went right back out.
The Firebird. That's Formula 33. Yeah, I like the blue flag option too, Frank. I wonder, you know, if we could get a button inside the car so we could signal that schmo that's up ahead to let me
wired
by.
Into the seat, and it zaps him.
Hey, let me by. Now I want to signal to the guys ahead to let me by. You know, hell,
Yeah,
they're blue flagging me. Oh man.
Blue flag means I must be doing good.
It must mean you're in the way.
I know when we race the Opal, I know those flaggers got really tired of waving that blue flag. That's the a faster car is coming up behind you flag.
Yeah, there's a race happening and you're not in it.
Yeah, Dana kept talking to me about that during the race. Or the best part of that was my driver's in the car and everybody dipped into pit lane and our car's still out there. We could go 4 hours on fuel, so our driver's still out there right behind the pace car, and the pace car's saying, "Can you tell that red car to hurry up to catch me?" And radioed to my driver, and he's like, "Dude, I got this thing floored." Couldn't keep up with the pace car in the pace conditions. But hey, you know what? We had fun. Of course, everybody hates us, but you know, we had fun.
Oh no, not everybody hates you. Are the Datsuns motor swap cars? I don't think so, Frank. I think they're running those old inline sixes. Those Datsuns are pretty quick. across the board. Z cars are always good performers. But it's a vintage car. So the parts are hard to come by.
I think, yeah, they're running the 2.8s, and then I'm pretty certain that Bruce's car is running fuel injection, while the I always want to call them the Time Bandit, because I always said Time Bandit on the side.
Yeah. Flying Hawaiians.
That car is running carburetors.
Yeah, the 280s were fuel injected.
I'll tell you what, he is a master with the carbs, man. We were at Sonoma one year, and he goes out in the car, and he comes back in, and he starts pulling out emulsion tubes, sticking new ones in, and he could tell what it needed just by the way it sucked in the air.
Ooh, little tire lock up there in front of Alchemy. Through the Andretti hairpin. Yeah, the carbs sound so good on a Z car. There aren't too many cars, in my opinion, that sound better. I absolutely love the sound of a Z car going around a racetrack, especially with those carburetors, those Webers. Man, that's a beautiful sound. It was nice to have Dana come on the show and talk for a little bit. Got to hear from him. Oh. A little tire protest there. Even the mirror's moving around a little bit. You like the Flagtronics? Yeah. I haven't raced with them yet, so I don't know. But I think it's a positive thing.
I have raced with it a couple of times, and I really, really like it. The first time I used it was at the VIR double back in December of 19. And, or maybe it was 18. It was one of the first races we brought it out. And the flaggers didn't have control of the units at the time. And I saw it turn. I was coming into NASCAR, and I saw it turn red. So I slowed down and pulled over to the side and stopped. And I'm looking at the flagger. He's looking at me like, "Why are you stopping?" And then I see him watching me as he reaches down and pulls up the red flag. So I actually got the call a little bit before he knew about it. And that was a little concern to me, but it worked. And I think a lot of it too was that we've learned how to use it in conjunction with the flaggers too. It was just getting our processes down right. And then I used it at the last race, and I'll tell you what, that was spot on. Everything that happened needed to happen. It showed it. There's a couple of little things that kind of bugged me, and I think it bugged some other drivers. They've made some changes to the programming since, and maybe not had it flash for so long after the change in flag. And so we've got good outcomes for that, good feedback from that over yesterday's race. So we'll find out some more over the weekend from today's race and see what the guys think. So, but yeah, it's a pretty cool system. You do have to put it right in front of you because as a driver, you're focused on not necessarily the dash or the, you're looking at the road and the cars around you. So putting it right in front of you, was a big difference for me. I had on my MR2, I actually had it over on the left, and I really needed to put it right in the middle of the dash. I think the second day we put it over on the right, considering it was more right turns at that, the track we were running on. So, but ultimately it should have been in the middle of the dash,
Yeah.
In my car, your car may be different. So.
All right. Well, we've reached the 1 o'clock hour, so we'll take a break for commercial and be back in a few minutes, so stay with us, everyone. You're watching ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Wheels America Racing is your leader. We'll be right back.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Bring on the frozen tundra, the grinding gravel, the cratered concrete, the rain-soaked streets. Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Reliable performance in unreliable conditions. Designed to meet or exceed original equipment performance. That's why more auto technicians choose Duralast parts. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-usa.com. ChampCar-Fire.com.
Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Paul Veltum here with Bill Strong calling the race for you. Wheels of America Racing leading over Lone Star Racers in a thoughtful celebration in third place, with about less than 3 hours remaining in the race now. 7 hours of continuous endurance road racing here in the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. And you too can be a part of the racing action. Find out more information on the ChampCar.org website.
It's really, we make it such an easy way to get in, or an easy path to get into racing here at Champ Car.
Yeah.
You don't need 57,000 hours of training.
Yeah.
You know, drawings on whiteboards about how to take a corner and things like that. It's, you have a driver's license, you can go racing. Get some friends together if you want to build a car, or you can find an arrive and drive team, which is, I think, the best way to do it, to learn about Champ Car, is to hang out with one or come race with one. You can buy a seat. You know, some teams, a couple $100 all the way up to a few $1,000, depending on the type of weekend you want. You know, some teams will throw you some tools and say, hey, change this or fix that. And some teams are like, hey, the masseuse is right over there, and there's the catered food, and you know, you have all kinds of different experiences. Some good, some good. Most of them are good, actually. But yeah, you can come racing with us, and all you need your gear, and which is you can rent at like racesuitrentals.com.
Yep.
You can rent your helmet, Hans device, racing suit, underwear, socks, shoes, the whole bit, gloves. Or if you already have your in-date gear, you can bring that as well.
I got a message from Bruce with the Uncommon Friends team. He said, oh, my phone went dark. Here we go. They broke a front lower A-arm. He said, it's all about prep. I have to start taking everything off and inspect and replace every race using 50-year-old parts, and that can have disadvantages.
Yep. It's tough. I mean, that's something, you know, once you start breaking a few things, you're like, oh my goodness. And that's, Troy taught me a lot about that. It's like you have the useful life of a part, and you don't want that part to fail during a race, so which means you have to replace what look like perfectly good parts on a car, because you know halfway through the next race that hub is going to break or snap or do something crazy, ruining your race weekend, or you know, even worse, hurting your driver or your car.
Yeah, so I'm sending Bruce a message back saying, so I'm over 50, so what does that mean?
Oh, funny.
Well, half the battle's keeping yourself amused.
Right. So what's the progression? So we're looking at Champ Car as your entry into this fun thing called endurance racing, and once you get the hang of it and you think you're ready to move up, there's World Racing League. That's always a good place to head to for your next step up in the ladder of racing. I know that they've had some teams that have come into their series that the guys may need a little more seat time and prep to safely navigate the faster cars that run in WRL. And they've sent them down to us, and we're doing the same. If we have teams that okay, you've pretty much, you know, you're doing really well here, and they want to get faster and better equipped cars, they're petitioning us for that kind of stuff. It's like, dude, there's a series called WRL, and that's always the next place to go. And you've raced in WRL, right, Paul?
Yeah, I actually won a race in WRL.
Yeah, we were in second place in a WRL race, and then we ended up breaking. But yeah, I've done a couple of races with them as well, and it's a fun little place to go. But there's always, we're not the only game out there, and it's always good to get your break here, and we'll teach you how to do all this stuff and get you some experience and move up the ladder. Not saying you're going to get discovered by you're not going to be the next Mario Andretti most likely, but or whoever the hot racer is nowadays. Who is it? Who is the hot racer nowadays?
I can't remember the kid's name.
What's his name? Drives the IMSA Corvette.
Oh, Jordan?
Yeah, aren't they brothers? Or
yeah.
is it just one?
Oh, we overshot 11. Easy to do.
Yep.
And I heard the tire lock up, and it's like, oh no.
Let's hear what he says on the radio. Did he say anything?
He's not saying anything right now.
Probably not. You don't report your mistakes.
Like, I'm concentrating right now. We can talk about it later.
Yeah.
It wasn't anything that really happened. I just overshot the corner.
That's why you don't say oops or sorry or I'm all right.
The track's getting greasy.
Yeah.
Locusts.
Yeah. And when you get out of the car, you say, it might be a little loose now, and it might want to do a little more understeer down that right.
Yeah.
Left-hand turns. Right to right.
I remember one event I was racing at Road America, and I noticed the car started to it seemed like the car was getting looser as I was going. It's like, well, either the track's getting greasy or the tires are starting to go away, which would be kind of unusual. I was like, well, this is kind of odd. So came into the pit stop, and I was with one of those teams that's like kind of like what you talked about, where you got the full pit crew and the transporter and all the fancy stuff. So they check everything when you come in for a pit stop. And they said, yeah, you had like 38 pounds of air pressure in the left rear. So, which you can bet I didn't leave with that much air pressure. So I've been scrubbing air pressure. Oh, okay. Well, maybe Daddy needs to ease off just a little.
Right. Charles Coleman asked us, does a Champ Car fit WRL rules easily? I don't know, because I don't actually race in WRL right now, and I haven't looked at their rules, but their power to weight ratio setups. But,
we have several cars that run in both, though.
Yeah, and we do have cars that run in both series. So I would just take a look at their website and see what converts over. I mean, it's a lot faster, and it's a lot more money to be at the top, but just like with us, it's the more money you spend, the faster you're going to get. So
yeah, that's what you want to.
I mean, a lot of it is driver too. You really have the more we've discovered over the years that the more seat time you get, the faster you get as a driver. It's that was a huge. One of the reasons we got fast. Not that we were a fast team, but we got better. We have a fast driver that was really good, and as we got more seat time in the car, we got closer to him. How's that? Is that better?
Right.
And became a more consistent team.
But we have a lot of pro drivers that race with us, a lot of guys that, like myself, that used to race in other series and finish racing in Champ Car because you get all the great seat time.
Yeah.
So it's not just new drivers in Champ Car. Most of them have a lot of experience. If you go walk up and down the pits and you ask them, how long you been racing? 20 years, 15 years, In my case, over 30.
Even too, we have guys that have never been on a racetrack. They're usually the wide-eyed ones. They're, oh my God, I'm here, and they get out of the car and you can see they've only done an hour and a half in the car, and they look like they're spent. It's just totally. But they're like, oh my God, that was awesome.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff.
That interview with Adam Carolla when he got out of the car.
Oh, God,
he'd been in the car for, I don't know what it was.
20 minutes.
20 minutes. It's like, I'm going to go home, take a nap.
Yeah. Yeah, caught the team off guard. They got their...
he just came in. I'm tired.
Yeah, they just came in. Leonard had already come in because, he kind of spun the car out, but he came in and he's like, I'm done. And the team's like, what are you doing? It's an endurance race. He says, I'm done.
It's so funny.
I've done my job.
So, well, a little different, but it's all right. It's all good.
Yeah, we've had those drivers where we said, all right, come in, man, time to come in. And they're like, no. And you're like, is he kidding? Or it's time to come in, man. I'm not ready to come in.
Yeah.
I'm having way too much fun out here.
No, just think Champ Car is great. Fast enough for us. Getting laps in the Fox body is fine. Not going to win. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. I mean, I think it's fun to see teams that don't take it as seriously as I do, because they're having a lot of fun. No matter what, they're having a good time.
Well, as there's some people that talk about how our, we have guys that show up here with, okay, I look at it like this. This is our Indy 500. I will never, ever be at the level to where I can race like that. So this is my Indy 500, my Daytona 500, my Le Mans. This is the pinnacle of what I can do in racing.
Uh-huh.
And I'm going to have fun with it. I'm going to take it as seriously as I can, because this is it. I mean, and I'm having fun doing it.
Yeah.
Who knew 20 years ago, even 20 years ago, that I would ever be involved at this level of a sport that I absolutely love? I used to watch it on TV all the time.
Right.
I did some autocrossing. I did a couple of track days. I did a couple of road races that I just could not afford to do, but I did them. And I remember, I think it was like 2008, I got a Mark 1 MR2, and I was going to set it up for ITA, and then they ended up changing the MR2 Mark 1 over to ITB. So I was going to fix it up for this. And of course I'm going through the rule book, and it's so restrictive. You can only do this. You can only do that. You can only use these wheels and this tire. And I couldn't run wings. I love wings. I think a wing makes a race car look like a race car. And I couldn't do any of that stuff. And then my buddy went to a 24 Hours of Lemons race and said, dude, we need to try this. And that kind of got me started in that. And of course, Champ Car came out of that 24 Hours of Lemons series, and, for the more serious racer. And that's what I was. And we ended up doing like 15 or 17 or something like that. Or I ended up doing about 15 or 17 Lemons races, and came over to Champ Car, the first race they did the first 24 hour at VIR, and absolutely loved it. I mean, this is what I wanted to do. The seriousness of it. You didn't have all the floats out there, and it was just serious racing. And that's it. It's stuck. And I've been doing it ever since 2009. Loved it. Or was it 2010? I think it was 2010, sorry, for our first race at VIR. Absolutely love it. Try to do as much racing as I could. My old position at the University of Virginia allowed me to, I had so much tenure there that seemed like I had more leave than I worked. So I was able to take a lot of time off and do my job and go racing. And then Mike Chiswick gave me the opportunity to move into the company, and I retired and took it.
A moment of disillusionment. Poof,
yeah,
you were in.
Much. As I say, I spent. I have worked harder at this job than I think any other job ever. It's been fun, but oh my God, it's a lot of work. It is a lot of work. And as Dana says, we're all kind of trained to do all kinds of different things. And I think the best training I ever had was, the keeping Dana on his toes. Seeing how much I can frustrate him, things like that. It doesn't take much, he says.
Nah, he's great. He's a great boss. Don't tell him I said that, though.
Yes, Paulie. He's an okay boss. I agree with that.
Thanks, Bill. Get me thrown under the bus.
Oh, you said he's a great boss. Okay. Yeah. He said no raises.
No raises.
He's an okay boss.
So that means we were in line for raises. So that's
Well, he says that, so who knows?
that's not saying he's not saying he won't do it sometime in the future.
Oh yeah. Wow,
so in other words, there's a possibility.
Possibility, yes. We'll think about it. Like as a parent, you say, "Yeah, we'll think about it."
No, it's like the girl that you want to date, and you're asking her out, and she says, "Not a chance," and he says, "So there's a possibility."
Yes. Yeah. Or like my kids, whenever you said, "Well, think about it," my kids would tell me point blank, "That means no." It's like, oh yeah, but
Oh, jeez.
So what did your better half think of you going racing, Paul? I mean, she knew about your past, right? When you were younger racing, was she supportive?
I was already racing when I met her. Yeah, today is our 29th wedding anniversary.
Oh, congratulations, man!
Thanks. Yeah, she thought it was cool, and I explained it to her very early in the relationship what was what was going on, and this is something that at the time was important to me. So I was going to continue to do it at the amateur level. I never had really any belief that I would go to a pro, but I didn't completely rule that out. At the time, I was still pretty young. I was only 24. I was pretty heavily. I was doing drag racing and road racing. I was doing both, and so I was just kind of having a good time. But yeah, I think she was digging it. And then we had kids, and I took some time off to focus on that. And then as the kids got a little bit older, started approaching their teen years, I felt like, okay, I can start looking at racing again. I had originally been racing open wheel Formula Vs, and then I went from that into vintage racing in a Roadster, a Datsun, and then by that time iRacing was out, and I was really learning. I was really beginning to tighten up my craft a lot with that. It really helped me gain confidence because I could push much harder and not worry about hurting anything, and really get a feel for what I could do. And I had gotten to the point on iRacing where I was becoming pretty darn good at it. I had the world lap record at Laguna at Lime Rock for about 3 or 4 months until they changed the Miata model. Then they wiped all the records out and kind of had to start all over with a different build. So I got to the point where I was pretty good at it, and then I started vintage racing and did that for a little while. Had a lot of fun with that. And then Champ Car came along, and I started racing in Champ Car while I still had the vintage car. And ran into some financial problems, had to sell the car, and that wiped out all my financial issues. So Champ Car was here, and I started racing Miatas, and then I thought, gosh, they should really broadcast this stuff. It'd be cool. Somebody needs to do that. And so my dad and the guy I was racing with said, well, yeah, you should do it. It's like, oh, man, I didn't want to do it. I thought somebody else would do it. But I thought there were so many cool stories out there to be told that were going on in the background that nobody knew about. And then if they knew, maybe, it'd be interesting. And I approached the series about it. First, I approached the WRL, and they said, nah, we've had somebody that tried that, and it didn't work, but good luck. And I thought, well, that's not really the kind of response I'm looking for. I need somebody that's got some vision and has will really be there to help me grow into it, not just, hey, good luck. And when I approached Mike Chiswick about it and Andrea, they were all about it. So they got excited. First they said, nah, we've had somebody try that, didn't really work. And I said, well, I think it'll work. I think we can do it. And they said, okay, really? Well, cool, let's do it. And it just kind of took off. And then fast forward 8 years, 5 years later, here we are, and having a lot of fun racing for the series. Eventually, they ended up hiring me, and so then Doc came along because he was really the star of the show, and but Bill, you and I just had a lot of fun developing this thing, and it's turned into be a crowd pleaser. People seem to really like it. I don't know why.
Yeah, that's funny.
But
It's like,
yeah.
really, they want to watch us? Why?
But we've had
Or
so
listen,
much fun.
there's a
with
lot
it.
of guys just listen to us. But
thanks, Charles.
But yeah, my wife, she thought this was going to be, this racing stuff would be like 1, 2, 3 races, and I'd be done. You know, I'd get out of my system. And it's turned into, you know,
she thought it'd be a temporary thing.
I think I've done like almost 100 races now. I think it's probably closer to 90 races, and I've worked almost 300.
I was going to say it would have to be.
It's insane.
Yeah. Well, I know Mike celebrated, what was it, his 100th?
That was his 100th event that he actually, the race that he
had ran, and that was like a couple of years back.
We had like 4 event directors, and so it was all split up. But yeah, he was there at the beginning. So yeah,
some cool history.
It's pretty insane.
Some cool history in the club, and it's just, you know, you guys that are just getting into it, you know, you're kind of at the beginning, really. I mean, it's only been around a short period of time compared to the sport itself. You know, I started racing. These tracks were around. I always figured they've been around long before I got here. They're going to be here long after I'm gone, and you guys are kind of, you know, in an interesting era, because we're seeing not too distant future electric cars. We're seeing probably the elimination of the manual transmission. We've been doing the same, banging around these tracks in the same types of cars for 50, 60 years, and that's about to change. You know, it's really interesting.
Charles Coleman says, thanks for the background. I couldn't do it. It would be a lot of dead air. Let me tell you, in the early days of this, Paul, we had a lot of dead air. It's like, what do we talk about? We have a lot of smoke.
Whoa. What is this?
A lot of smoke. The BMW looks like, oh wait, what is that?
Okay, we got a car that did peel. This was coming up 6, but that's a little bit of dust. This is not dust. Turn 9.
That's oil. I don't know where that is. I think the car actually just came into pit lane. It's a Miata.
Wow, that was a serious fogging of blue smoke.
Yeah, they've got the hood up on it. They're looking underneath. I can't tell the number on it. Sorry, guys.
Is it the blue and yellow one there, Bill? Is that what you're looking at?
No.
Oh, okay. It's a different
one. It's a Miata.
Gotcha.
Hold on. Yeah, it's the car that they're pushing, that car behind the wall. I don't know what number it was.
Well, it's good that it's off the track, and it doesn't seem to have affected the track any, so that's really good news, because a lot of times when we see all that smoke go up, we're concerned about oil being laid down on the track. Doesn't look like it was a factor.
Do we see anything on the... we don't have the definition to really tell if the track has been affected by any oil down or anything like that.
Right, but if they're not, you know, yellowing everything and, oh my gosh, you guys, we got to clean the track up. It should be all right. The zoom camera just went down. All the other cameras are up and running. So it's only 1:30, but we're already seeing some shadow getting cast across the track there in the corkscrew.
Yeah, it's really weird because we're pretty far north, so the sun sets a little earlier. And
well, we got a yellow there on the Flagtronics here on Alchemy. I'm showing green over on... Oh, so they've yellowed that section.
I think it's more of a safety issue.
Okay.
Looks like the flagger has a...
Yeah, because he's definitely green now.
So they're actually... Oh, because they had safety out on there taking a look. That's why.
Gotcha. Makes sense.
Oh, it was the number 28 car? Oh, that was a 28 car.
Oh, that's Hey Baby. Oh, because they're shown in 4th place. That's Hey
that was
Baby.
a 4th place car.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, that blew up big time. We did have some oil down on pit in, so they are over there cleaning that up right now. Looks like they're emptying about a bag of oil dry to get that cleaned up. And but the track, the safety guy said the pit in area looked okay.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, if you look at him going around the track here, I don't know if you guys have spent any time in iRacing doing this or not, but you'll notice that at the apex of the corners, there's a yellow, what I call a pill. And if you hit that, this is just inboard from the corner. So beyond the rumble strips, there's a yellow bump. And if you hit those, in iRacing they paint them red. It would damage the suspension. It was that dramatic. And
are those the apex points?
Well, I guess you could look at it that way, and you can see guys have been driving up on them because there's a lot of black marks on the track side of it. But you don't want to slam into it. I mean, it's really bad.
Right.
I don't know of any other track that has those pills. But I've often thought, man, on a motorcycle it'd be deadly.
I have seen them at other tracks where they have those.
Yikes! Yeah, I haven't, but fortunately I don't have to worry about it.
Maybe it's not that pill part, but it's the marks. The marks on the track, and I think Road America had it too. I think. Remember right?
You see how Lone Star goes through the corkscrew. I kind of avoided saying this because I've never raced there before, but in iRacing he does the same thing that I learned is not to square up turn 8 and actually just slice diagonally, eat the curbing on the left and slice diagonally down the hill and through, so you're like big time straddling the entry in kind of an early apex position, so you're not squaring it up, because when you square it, you just kind of really like bang, drop down hard into that, and you get a turn. It's just like you feel like you're kind of you're leaving some on the table that you don't need to.
Right. Well,
but that's just iRacing. I don't know what it's really like.
Time for break.
Oh yeah. All right, so we'll break for commercial and be back in a few. So stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone and Lone Star Razors. Basil Weenie Racing is retaking the lead. We'll be right back.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Bring on the frozen tundra, the grinding gravel, the cratered concrete, the rain-soaked streets. Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Reliable performance in unreliable conditions. Designed to meet or exceed original equipment performance. That's why more auto technicians choose Duralast parts. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Do your worst, we'll be at our best. I don't know, I've always thought that was a bad idea to say to somebody, do your worst. Go ahead, tear up your car. I don't think so. I don't think I want to tempt it that way. But anyway, it's AutoZone's pretty awesome company. I buy most of my hardware from them. You can get tools for those special projects. Instead of having to go buy the tools, you can rent them and they give you your deposit back, so it doesn't end up costing you anything. So, and they've got some really expensive stuff too that you would have to shell out several $100s to get just to do a ball joint on, a Hummer or some larger truck like that. You can buy that kit, or rent the kit rather, from AutoZone, and then just give it back to them in 90 days. You get your deposit back. It's a pretty good deal. So check them out, AutoZone.com. They got all the information there.
Hey, they saved my my week. We had a battery issue on the media van, the Champ Car media van. And they were able to give me a new sell me a new battery at a discount using my member code. And then found out that the weak battery had caused an issue with the starter relay, and they were able to get me a replacement relay fairly quick, and got me on the road in time to get here just in time. We have the car number 83 Mazda RX-7, heavily smoking on pit lane, so Fire Marshal Bill was taking a look at it and making sure there's a hold on.
Yeah, that was the car that was smoking so bad.
Yeah, it's smoking because it's basically flooded.
Okay, so it's black
fuel
smoke.
system. Yeah, so they don't they mix oil in with those with the gasoline on those?
On a Miata?
No, RX-7.
RX-7, yeah. I think some of them are that way, Bill.
Yeah, I think they use an oil mix in those, don't they?
Yeah, it's weird.
Oh, Dana's like, I don't know.
Yes, they do.
He just shrugs his shoulders. I don't know.
What am I, an engineer? Leave me alone.
Yeah, well, I thought he was a Mazda guy. Oh, Miata.
That's right. He used to race Miata.
Yeah.
He's a roadster guy.
You remember when basically it was the RX-7 and RX-3s, and that was it for Mazda. And then they were all rotaries. And then when they went to the Miata went to the inline 4, and I remember all the guys saying, that's not a Mazda. But they've sold more Miatas than any other model, haven't they?
Probably. Man, they're everywhere. It's a great car.
I haven't raced one yet.
Oh.
I kind of like to. But
yeah,
most of those guys have those skinny boy seats in it. And so any big guys out there that need a...
Yeah, you got to find one of those.
Yeah, anybody need some help driving one of these races, let me know.
Yeah.
Preferably slow driver so I can look like a star. Right, Paul?
Wouldn't hurt.
Yeah, they premix. Yeah, I thought they had some sort of premix in them.
So Lone Star's retaking the lead of this race, folks. It's deja vu all over again. Wheels America Racing in second place. This is almost like a copycat of where we were yesterday at this time, with just a few hours left on the clock. 2 hours and 17 minutes. So the question is, what will Lone Star do this time?
Up in the tower, we have some VP Racing hand sanitizer.
Oh.
You could run a car off this stuff, man.
Yeah, Mike is pointing out they've got that drop floor option, which I did a drop floor on a Miata before they had the drop floor option. I hand made it. Much rather have a kit.
I'm not a tall guy. I'm only 5'11". It's the width part that's my issue.
Yeah,
I'm sure 5'11". I'm not square.
You're not square. Just needs to be. What do you want? Like an 18-inch seat?
A 17.
17.
I'm not that big, but yeah,
I'm sure they
could. Or 16.
Somebody out there's got to be running that. That shouldn't be too hard to come up with.
I ordered a 16 for the Opal. I have the Kirky. It's the same. Wait, I got yellow somewhere.
Yeah. I love the Kirky. And not everybody loves those Kirkys, but I love that.
8.3 went off and back on. Yeah, I just need I bought a 16 for the Opal GT, and I fit.
When are you going to race that thing, man?
When I get it done, man. I have to wire it now. For some reason, I collected more parts, which means I need to install those parts. But I need to wire it. That's the important part. The other parts can go on later. I'm slowly getting a collection of really wide, what are they, 245, 40, 17, or 15s for it. So I've got two, and I'm just waiting for RVA Graphics and Wraps, who've kindly donated me their used tires and wheels that have scratches and defects in them. That will work fine for me to install on it. Yeah. So I'm slowly getting a collection, so I should have enough to race here one of these days. They just need to race more. It's like, so get their used crap. So, but I thank them for that. But yeah, I need to wire the car up. Once I get it wired up, it's going to be a lot easier. And I need to install a drop floor in it. My son wants to race, so he's 6'5". With his helmet on, he's just too close to the top of the roll bar, the main roll hoop.
Yeah.
So I want to get him below that. So.
Right. So in your spare time, you're going to do this.
Yeah. My break. My winter break of all, I think it's Christmas Day.
Right.
Well, the wiring's not that hard. It's a carbureted car, so it's just wiring, a plus and a minus for the ignition system. For the, it doesn't use points; it uses electronic ignition. And a starter. wire the starter in. What else do I need? Ignition, starter,
Flagtronics,
well, that's accessories.
tail
so, yeah.
lights.
And and lights. So I do have lights all the way around. Even in a daytime race, I'm always gonna have lights on it because you never know.
Right.
So.
Because you preach that all the time, and it'd be really embarrassing if you got caught.
Oh yeah,
on that.
yeah. Bill's not prepared. Yeah. It sucks.
Because you'd never hear the end of it.
Nope.
We'd make sure of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to find time to do all that stuff.
Yeah, you have all these plans.
Anyway.
And then it's like, oh, it's only going to take an hour. And my wife just laughs. You know, she knows. 3 days later, I'm still struggling.
Yeah. Well, but you got to do it right, too.
To do that swap, hon. It's okay. I got this. I read it on the internet. YouTube says it's no problem. You know, like those home improvement shows where they completely revamp a house in 45 minutes?
Yeah. It's amazing, isn't it?
Yes.
Nothing to it.
Oh, it's easy. It won't take you long to do this.
Nothing to it.
6 weeks and $200,000 later, the kitchen is done.
Mike Roberts says, yeah, New Hampshire has some of those bumpers that will take out a suspension, but they're not in iRacing. So are you saying that the New Hampshire racetrack, I'm not familiar with that track at all.
I am. I love it.
Is it in iRacing?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, New Hampshire Motor Speedway. It's a fun track, man.
Oh.
I've done a bunch of Lemons races there.
Where's it located?
New
Hampshire?
New Hampshire Motor Speedway, it's
in New Hampshire.
Well, yeah. Look at the name of the town. Not far from it. Stop it, Paul.
That's like Pittsburgh International, where it's like 40 miles from Pittsburgh.
Why do you even call it Pittsburgh?
Road Atlanta, AMP, they're all forever away. Anyway.
Yeah, Virginia International Raceway. Why am I in North Carolina? That's the only way to get there.
So funny.
Lone Star Racers, Basil Weenie Racing, and their 08 Mazda MX-5, which is like a Miata.
Yeah, it's back in their hands again. This is where they were yesterday, and it's there again. It's terrible. I hate saying this phrase. It's a terrible phrase, but it's their race to lose. I mean, it kind of is, but you still got to fight for it. It's not a gift. I mean, you can screw this up on any corner. You can end your day.
Frank asked if I'm painting the Opal yellow, and yes, I am. I have my Wagner power sprayer all cleaned up, ready to shoot. A gallon of safety yellow from Rust-Oleum that I purchased at Lowe's, you know, your local race car shop, and race supply shop. And I will set there, and I may mask it off. I may not. And just spray away and paint the top black. It's going to be a match to my MR2 with the black roof and the yellow body. So that's it. We would have done it originally yellow, but my son was like, no, cannot be yellow. Troy really focused in on Ian not painting it yellow. They wanted to do it green, and I said, no way.
You should do a rap on it. I'm surprised you didn't get talked into that.
No. Well, that was mentioned a few times.
I'll
but
bet.
No, I don't have. It takes me 3 minutes to paint a car yellow, and that's probably including wiping it down. Yeah, I don't care. As long as it looks good at 100 miles an hour.
50 feet.
50 feet.
Whatever it
hit
is.
100 miles an hour. Okay, we'll say 90 miles an hour. 50 feet. Well, it may not even hit 90, so it's like...
It's a paid track, yeah. Yeah, I don't know why they do that. They make you pay for some of these obscure... You know, I can understand paying for Laguna Seca. All right, they got to make their money, I guess.
Well, that's it. I mean, you tease guys with some free tracks, and not tease them, but you get them going, and it's like, oh, I want to do this one. So you
say, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you pay for it, and that's how businesses stay in business.
I know. Oh, tire lockup for Mr. Gabriel there, going into, I think that was the Andretti hairpin. But he'll be out of the car pretty soon, and it'll be the next guy's problem.
Yeah. Good when pitted.
Yeah.
Work when pitted.
One of the guys I used to race for, it was predictable. He would be one of the last guys to get in the car, and it's every time he would go out, within the first 3 or 4 laps he'd call in complaining about a vibration or something.
We don't call it complaining, we call it giving it updates. Hey, the wheels seem a little
so
square,
predictable.
the brakes are spongy, there's just not enough oomph coming out of the corner. What did you guys do to my car?
So he did come in one time. I think it was Gingerman. He'd gone out and he came back in within like 1 lap. His eyes were as big as saucers. He said, "There's something seriously wrong with one of the tires." The guy had flat spotted it pretty bad. The guy, okay, it's true. Somebody had flat spotted it, and so we switched it off. But yeah, it was terrifying for him. It was so bad. And it's funny how one driver's like, I noticed it, but I found I could drive through it.
Well, that happened to me here. We sent a driver out. We brought used tires, and we were ready to have fun, but this was a very expensive race for us. So I didn't have the money to buy all new tires, so we brought used ones out, and everything seemed good up until one of my drivers got in, and he's complaining about the lack of roundness in one of the tires. And I remember I said, dude, just drive through it, just go fast, it'll go away. And he comes back across the radio maybe a lap later and says, "That's all right, I fixed it, coming in." I'm like, "What, fixed it? What do you mean fixed it, coming in?" And I see him stop at pit end, takes off, and the tire's not spinning. You can see where it's completely flat.
Yeah.
And he pulled it in. We put a new tire on it real quick, and I look at it, and it's like, holy cow. You could fit your fist through this hole that he put in the tire. Yeah, that was fun.
Ay.
The worst part is I got to take it home. I brought my open trailer that weekend, so it was like you got to put them on the trailer. And every time I went out to the car or looked in the mirror, there was that hole in that tire.
We had a new driver in the car with us at one of the tracks, and we noticed. I was kind of like, man, let's take a look at this as it comes through the carousel or through the bus stop here again, and we're watching. It's like when she turns one way, it looks fine, but when she turns another way, there's like some smoke coming off the car. I'm like, huh, that's odd. Did I see that right? He comes by again. Yeah, that's really strange. And so race is done. She comes in. Here, she'd had contact on track, side-to-side contact. It pushed the fender into the tire, and it was rubbing on it. And it had this nice groove cut into the sidewall. Like, oh my gosh, this is amazing that it didn't just blow out.
Yeah, we had one tire. It was funny. You get low on tires towards the end of the year, and you're just putting on stuff that kind of is still round. And we had one tire with a huge chunk out of it, and it lasted the longest time. To this day, it still may be in my yard somewhere with air in it. Yeah, that was we've had some tires that are just and then you have others that you just look at them wrong and they're sitting on the rim.
Yeah.
Turn this off.
Ooh, that focus is really moving slow there in front of Alchemy as they come on by.
I'm watching cars here. The number 8 EC car is in for pit into putting a new driver in. Looks like they're also changing out their camera stuff. Kind of pulling out a fender too, maybe.
One of my pet peeves on tires is when the crew will bring tires spare tires up into the pit, but they never air them properly. They're not ready. So they're not really thinking about that. It's like, oh, it's a spare tire in case we need it. It's like, well,
got a story about that.
Is the air pressure right? Like, it should be, you should have like a couple extra pounds in there than you need. And then when it's time to put it on the car, you set it properly, and that's when you send them. You don't just like have no idea where the air is.
Well, we moved tires around on some wheels, and we put new tires on the good wheels, and we had some backup wheels that we put tires on. And I remember we had a flat, and Troy came in, put another tire, we grabbed another tire from there, put it on, completely forgetting that I told the guy at the tire shop, just pump it up to like 60 or something like that. We'll bring it down to the track, because he had to seat the bead, and he's like, how much? I said, just take it up to 60 or whatever, 50 PSI, and we'll take it down to the track. And, we'll do it under controlled, a cool tire, we'll bring it down. And completely forgot. So he goes out there. It may have been like 50 PSI. So when it got heat into it, that thing was probably 60, 70, 80 PSI. He's like, dude, this thing handles like
a rock.
Oh my God, it would not turn. And it was bad. And then it was like, I don't know what's wrong with the car. And it was like halfway through the stint, it remembered, air pressure. Who checked the air pressure? Nobody had checked the air pressures in the tires. It's just like, oh yeah, duh.
It's like a quarter of an inch of the tread is actually riding on the pavement.
A lot of it because we always try to outdo each other, especially in times on our lap times on track. So, and he's a damn good driver, Troy. But he thought I was trying to keep him from getting faster than me.
Oh, okay.
It worked. It worked, but he ended up getting me later. But yeah,
it wasn't intentional, but it worked.
Not happy.
It all worked out in your advantage either way.
Yes, it did.
It's so funny.
No, we took those things up to 80. I think we had one tire up to like 80 PSI one time to seat it. And it took a long time for it to pop. We're sitting there hammering it and just...
All right, looks like we got an emergency vehicle moving down pit road. It's a rollback. And someone's asking what kind of car is in third. Thoughtful celebration. That's a 91 Miata. So that's a first-gen Miata in third place. Lots of Miatas out here this weekend. But good old petrol heads in that Mercedes are right in the thick of it, baby. Fourth place.
Coming up on coming up on 2 o'clock. What time's this race close? 4 o'clock.
Yeah. Just a couple hours left. There goes the EV.
Scott should be getting in the car soon. Should we bug him?
Yeah.
What place is he in?
Ask him how much ask him if you can get a good discount on his trailers, and how much could you do, and would you accept trade-in, and just a bunch of stupid questions.
Well, he looks like he's listening.
We're really good at that.
Yeah.
We're fantastic at offering stupid questions.
So, if you mention Scott's name, if you mention Paul Veltum's name, you get 20% off. Just kidding. Oh, he's waving his hands. I can see him yelling, "No, don't, no."
Yeah. And we'll hand out his email address for all kinds of stupid things. If you have questions.
Personal cell phone number, do you want it?
Yeah. He'd love that. He loves talking to people. Give him a call.
It was funny because it was like, the first time I met him was at Sonoma. Remember that? I was in the media room, and he was in there, and I said, "Hey Scott, how's the race going?" And I put the microphone up, and he grabbed it. I hate that when guys just grab it from me. It's like, okay, whatever. And he took it and just started talking, and I just stood there. Holy cow, this guy's good. I think 10 minutes. We had time for a break. Just didn't have to do anything for 10 minutes. We just talked.
Yeah,
it was awesome.
Yeah, if you think he talks fast when he's calm and in the booth, wait till you get him after he gets out of the race car.
Oh my God, yes. Yes. Yesterday he was pretty. He was, it was maybe 5 minutes after he got out of the car, but he was really relaxed. So Scott's a good guy. Him him and Tristan actually let me stay at their house during SEMA, which was really nice. Saved me a lot of money, and we had fun. They even let me drive Tristan's Miata to their shop and get an Uber. It saved me a ton of money in Ubers, and I actually got to drive a Miata on the street. I'd never driven a Miata on the street except for a test drive in 1990 in England. I test drove a brand spanking new off the lot Miata MX-5, or they didn't call it Miata, they called it MX-5. And that was actually fun. It was an automatic, and I actually enjoyed driving that automatic. It was quick, surprised me, the acceleration from that little Miata.
All right, well, we're going to take a quick break, and whether you're a Miata fan or driver or not, there's a lot of options out there for you. We appreciate you guys racing with us, and our sponsors are there to support you in all of your racing endeavors. So stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Lone Star Racers, Basil Weenie Racing is your leader. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance, exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Triple tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Well, it's always something, isn't it? Oh, jeez. Our leader's been black flagged. That's right. Lone Star Racers black flag for passing under caution. They are in the penalty box. Probably going to be a 3-minute stay. Wheels America has overtaken them once again for the lead of this race, with a thoughtful celebration now passing them as well as they are in the pits, waiting to be released. This with less than 2 hours left on the clock. Wow.
That's tough.
That is really, really bad. We're back at Laguna Seca, folks, and it's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series race this weekend. A 7-hour endurance race, and our leader who lost the race in the late stages of the race yesterday has it seems like karma's biting them again. I don't know, what they've done is just they passed under caution apparently, and that's cost them this delay. I don't know if they're going to be able to recover from that. 3 minutes out here is about a lap and a half.
I mean, that's tough, and they're actually gonna fuel this. We hear they ask permission. Can they fuel after they serve their penalty? And yeah, we have no issues with that.
Right. So they're gonna take advantage of. They're gonna make their last pit stop to try to minimize the damage.
Right.
That's too bad. But fortune turns good for Wheels America Racing, though. This is a team that won the race yesterday. They would have had an MOV of being down a lap from the start of the race. Another very fast Miata, and a thoughtful celebration has cranked up the lap times, just turned in a 1:47. Another very fast car out here this weekend. The gap is 46 seconds between the two of those, as the opportunity to win this race now opens up for that team again. Thoughtful celebration finished 5th yesterday, with Lone Star salvaging a 2nd place after problems with the brake light after pitting towards the end of the race. We're not sure if they really needed to pit or not. And Petrolheads finished 3rd. Zoom Zoom finished 4th. So this is an opportunity for a thoughtful celebration, to make that final pit stop, put the fastest dude in that they have, send them out there and say, sick them.
You have one goal.
You have one job.
One job, buddy.
Just go make it happen.
Isn't Robin Bank like that, though?
Yeah.
You have one job, and that's to make that car fast and do exactly what I tell you to do.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard him call guys up on the radio and just say, you have to give me absolutely everything you have. I love it. It's so entertaining. It's great.
Unless you do this all the time, to me, that's a little intimidating, because I kind of know what my limits are. I know I can do a really fast lap, but I can't do it consistently over multiple laps. And that's what that's what some team managers want.
I think it's the, it depends on your personality, how you're wired up. Some people some people perform really well under a lot of pressure. They need that motivation, and some people will actually, it pushes them too far, and then they start making mistakes because they're trying too hard.
I give up. Yeah, and that's me. I usually, so you can, if you go back through history here in Champ Car, you'll see me put down a really fast lap, And then my next 3 laps are just all over the place.
Okay. I know
Some of
Doc
them are
was like, well, you know, it's interesting you say that because I remember Doc saying time and time again, he could never use those predictive lap timers because it would screw him up. He would have too much, trouble. And he would be off the racetrack and all this kind of stuff. Do you like the predictive lap timers, or do you want to just not be looking at that?
I absolutely love them. That changed my racing in probably the biggest way of anything in racing. I had never run one before, and I saw that Troy had some little fancy box in his car, the AIM Solo, and it was one of the Troy's like, dude, you need to get one. I'm like, man, that's a lot of money. I really don't want to spend that kind of money.
Yeah.
I did a 24-hour with him, and I go out, and the guys were telling me what I needed to hit. I'm like, I don't know why Kevin is 15 seconds a lap faster than me. I mean, it's a big number, and I'm like, what the? I know I'm quicker than this.
Yeah.
And it talked me through how the predictive lap timer worked, and then how I just needed to relax, focus on the track, but take a look at those numbers as I go through and figure out where I'm going slow, where I'm slowing down, where I'm braking too early, braking too late, or whatever. And sure enough, I got back down to about 7. I cut about half the time down. I'm about 7 seconds a lap slower than Kevin, which at the time was about right. And it was like, wow, this is huge. So I actually bought my own the next race.
Yeah.
And that changed us all. I mean, we were able to download the data. One of my drivers is great with data. He was able to overlay it into the AIM track stuff. Actually use the software and tell us where we were fast, where we weren't, where we sucked, where we were braking way too early. And it helped us in a huge way. Now, did we get hugely faster? No, but we were more consistent. And if we could sit there and put off 1 minute 45 second laps over and over and over without overdriving the car or overdriving us, that's a win for us. So
yeah, I absolutely loved it too. I learned how to use it in iRacing before I ever started using it in real racing.
Right.
And so when I saw it, I had so much experience with it, and I knew it was so good for me to stay on the attack every corner. Don't relax and start getting too comfortable. Stay after it. And so I always won it, and it's always helped me. So I'm a big fan of it too. But like Doc said, it's not for everybody.
2 weeks ago, Bliss Racing, or 3 weeks ago at AMP, they don't use anything like that. I put mine. I have a roll bar mount in that I can move it from car to car. So I put it in, and he went out and used it. And he came back in at one point, and he says, it's not really helping me. I'm like, well, do this. Pick a time. Let's say 1:45. And you just try and hit a 1:45 every lap. And he said, once you get 3 or 4 of those down, try 1:44. Just try and just be predictable every lap and be consistent. And he comes back in later on. He says, dude, I did that. That was awesome. And, that's never thought about doing that. And it made me feel better, more comfortable in the car instead of just going out there and throwing the car around and hoping for the best.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah. I mean, it's got to be a great training aid, you would think. So
it helped us out. So we got, like I said, we got more predictable, less craziness out there, and we knew where we were in the lap, and it's fun.
Yeah.
And I thank Troy for that, because I would have never done it unless I actually got to use it. So Wheels America still out front.
Yeah, they got about a 45-second gap over a Thoughtful Celebration. Both the cars turning pretty similar lap times there. They just turned in a 1:47, our leader. Let's see how the Thoughtful Celebration Miata comes in. But that's about the lap times they've been turning. Their last lap was a 1:46.9. And so if they turn a similar lap time here, I don't know where they're at on their pit stops, but we know everybody's probably going to have to take an extra pit stop here. One pit stop before the end of the race.
I think they're coming down the front straight. Is this them? No, that's the Willwood car. And I think they're right behind the Willwood car. What car number are they?
214.
And there they are, red and black.
So they've passed the start-finish line. They turn in a 1:47.0. Wow, that is some consistency. I mean, it's really very consistent lap times. So 45 seconds roughly the gap. yeah, they could use a full course caution, kind of kind of stack up the field a little bit. Yeah, those predictive timers, they can do some really cool things. When I was en route to my Champ Car win, one of my Champ Car, I have actually two, but I think it was the first Champ Car win. I had Nathan in the ears saying, "Okay, hit this target. These are the numbers we need to be at." And then as the race progressed, he said, "Okay, you don't have to stay at that. You can actually back it down a couple seconds." So he was measuring how our competition was doing against me, and so I could see what my risk level needed to be out there, because I was pushing pretty hard. So that was another way it worked really well, is you could say, here's your target, this is where you need to be. And then, because I can't see what's going on, 30 seconds behind me, I have no idea, but he can. So that's another way that those things work pretty good with someone who's working in the pits, is paying attention and doing a good job. They can really help you.
Now there's you don't need a AIM Solo. I don't think they make that anymore. I think it's a Solo 2 or 3 now. They have some newer ones as the 185 Maserati leaves pit lane. But there's predictive lap timers that you can put on your phone that actually take information from like Race Hero and places it on the monitor, so it does live. I don't know who makes it, but I know there's apps out there where it shows you what place you're in and how far away you're from the next guy, and who's behind you and how far away they are from you. So I know Candelaria's in-car video system does that as well.
Yeah, we were using something that I brought to the track that I had put together from an app online and an old Android phone and a GPS booster thing or something or other. I had some kind of get-up that I put together, and so that's what we used that weekend.
Was it like Bob's lap timer or something like that?
Well, there is a Harry's lap timer.
Harry's lap timer, yeah.
But I don't remember if that's what I was using or something else. I had been talking to Nathan, and I think one of the guys we were racing with had used something, and I had got some of the information from him. I just bought the hardware, and we kind of put it together and used it.
There's tons of stuff out there, but anything to help you be predictable and stay on point is always a good thing.
Yeah, sure. Timothy says he uses Racecron on a old tablet. That might have been it. Frank says the Harry's lap timer works. That's the first one that I ever looked at. But I think I've used the AIM too a couple times. I really like that whole setup. Just me. Like I said, Doc didn't like that stuff.
I may have used Harry's lap timer at one point. Again, I either couldn't get it to work consistently where we were at, or my smartphones weren't good enough. Because at one point I was using, that's what it was. I don't think they had an Apple setup, and I had an old Motorola phone I was trying to make it work on. It just wasn't fast enough.
Yeah.
This was back in the old days of like 2014.
Yeah.
The archaic, back in the Apple.
That was the early time, trying to put that stuff
or
together.
Whatever it was called. Yeah. I now use, I've gone back to real telephones, the Android, so.
Toys.
Not the toys. He says not far from Apple headquarters.
Yeah.
Looking around, make sure I'm not going to get attacked here. But yeah, good race going on here at Laguna, or WeatherTech Laguna Seca, or WeatherTech Raceway at Laguna Seca.
Mm-hmm.
I'm never any good at those introductions. That's where you and Tiffany are really good at that.
Yeah, I've actually been goofing up. I've been calling this place Mazda Raceway a couple times. So.
Oh my God! Did you see what I did with?
Catch it on the way out.
Road Atlanta with the schedule. I wrote on Mazda.
You almost called it WeatherTech, and so
I did call it WeatherTech.
I questioned you. I said, "You sure?
Raceway.
Did they buy that one too?" And he's like, "Oh no. I screwed it up."
Because I remember looking at it, going, "I don't know if that's right," and then I got distracted. I came back and finished putting the schedule together, and somebody said that. Yeah, remember, we're doing like 50 different things at once, and sometimes the attention to detail gets kind of missed.
Yeah.
I know you planned for a whole month at AMP next year. I'm sorry. I think you can delete that month-long hotel room. Yeah, I think I had it down for like 3 weeks long. AMP.
Oh yeah, the one race, yeah.
Trying to see if Scott's in the car yet. Oh, they're getting dressed up over there.
So Lone Star made their change, and they put their driver in. He just turned a 154. He's in third place. He's back 4 laps from the leader. And it's pretty much sunk. I mean, that caution, they were just too close together. You know, the top 3 were right there, and that really did them in right there. I can't imagine they'd be able to recover from that even with their best lap times, lap after lap. So right now your standings, with about an hour and 40 minutes remaining, working one lap 168. It's a thoughtful celebration leading over Wheels America Racing, so there's been another lead change. And we've got Lone Star Racers, Basil Weenie. And I'm thinking this lead change is probably because of pit stops. It might change again here and see Wheels America leading. Third place, as I said, Lone Star Racers, they've made their final pit stop. Then we've got an EC car. So if we pull them out, in fourth place is Petrol Heads, then Blown My Wad, Zoom Zoom Kaboom, Drive Skills Mazda, Miata. They're shown in both 9th and 10th place, like it's a multi-car team. Then it's the Team Gussick Racing and Formula 33, the Pontiac Firebird, which they're in position to take D-Class today, as we don't expect to see the other Pontiac back out because of they've trailered.
Hey, we've got something going around turn 4, I think it is.
Okay.
We are sending safety out right now. So safety's going out on the front straightaway, or on the pit out. So if you're listening, let your drivers know there's something going on over at turn 4 area. It might be a loose part or something. Don't know.
Guys, thanks for all the likes on our channel. I appreciate that. Man, you guys out west are the best. We appreciate you.
Well, you said that last week about the guys on the east. Make up your mind, man.
You're revealing all of my strategy here.
Jeez.
It would be fun to know how many of you guys watching the show right now are actually at the track. Like, are you watching this from home? So anybody that's watching this from the racetrack today, give us a thumbs up or something in the messages.
The other thing, let us know if this is the first time you've watched Champ Car. If you've never watched this before, or you're the occasional viewer, let us know.
Yeah, definitely. If you have questions,
what you like, what you don't like, unless it's me
or me. If you got questions, let us know.
You know, I know we're boring as heck over 7 hours, but
we're actually really entertaining people once you get to know us.
Yeah. Wow.
Safety just passed. Yeah, right.
I'm just.
You're Mr. Personality.
As my wife says, I'm boring as hell.
No, you're not. Safety just went by turn 4, a rollback.
Yep.
Kevin says, I wish I was there. Yeah, especially if you're watching this and you're trying to learn about Champ Car, ask us questions. We would love to answer whatever questions you may have. We'll point you in the right direction.
Right.
37 watching, 23 likes. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, it does help. Those likes do help out a little bit, Frank. So I appreciate you guys. I'm showing 29 likes on my end with 31 watchers. That's pretty good percentages. We had 273 likes at one of our races this year. It was Charlotte Motor Speedway with a 99.3% like percentage. So there was only a few people that gave us the old thumbs down, which is amazing in and of itself. Yeah, I think you're right, Frank. A full course caution is really what these guys back in second place are kind of hoping for. Unfortunately, we've had like one today and like maybe 2 or 3 at the most yesterday. They just don't come up very often. The Laguna Seca track is doing a fantastic job of doing hot pulls, and there aren't even that many cars out there to do hot pulls on, so
we would rather do hot pulls than to pull everybody in because it affects the race. I mean, hot pulls work if they can do it safely and with no issues, no issues with safety with the workers, then we'll do that. But it's it's always up to the workers too, if they feel comfortable out there with these guys driving by them with a local yellow.
Yeah, thanks Dylan for the like. I appreciate it, and all the other guys who took the time to do that, appreciate it.
And I know this is hugely more entertaining than that. Is it at NASC? What? I don't know the name of the thing.
It's a bunch of letters.
Yeah, a bunch of letters. Bunch of country music. Really big and heavy cars. They all look alike. What else?
Well, they slide lead weights into them to weight them down.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
And they have the big one. I don't know what that means. Sounds kind of dirty.
Yeah. Man, this track looks like a blast.
It is. Oh, you haven't raced on it.
Yeah.
Maybe one of these weekends that we race here, maybe we need to come out and actually race on it. There's arrive and drive teams that if you can get enough drivers, friends together, the arrive and drive team will actually bring their cars across country to a race like this.
Right.
That if you wanted to race it, they would bring the cars.
Yeah. Yeah, there's certainly that's certainly true. There's oftentimes, if you watch in the Champ Car Garage on Facebook, if you watch on the forum, which is one of my favorite places to look for, there's a thread there for connecting drivers and teams. You will almost always find, especially for the bigger races, teams saying, hey, look, we have an extra car. We're trying to fill seats. If we can fill them, we'll go. We'll bring our extra car, or we're going to bring it. We're going to show up for this event. If we can find these, got to find 2 more drivers. So the opportunities are there, and these teams are ready to go if people are interested in doing it.
Yeah, we have the Arrive and Drive webpage on our website, and that will help connect you. I got a huge list of teams that offer Arrive and Drives, and give them a phone call and or an email, and they'll let you know the costs involved and all the good stuff, what they offer, and what races they'll be at. But like I said, every team I've talked to, if they don't list a race, if you call them up with 5 guys or 4 friends or 3 friends or whatever the minimum driver list is, and you guys are willing to pay their fees, then they'll take the cars wherever. So,
yeah. Yeah, that's absolutely right. You just need to be involved. Get out there on the forum and say, "Hey, I'm a guy who's interested in looking for a seat at such and such a place."
Yep.
For, next year, Laguna Seca or whatever it is you're looking to do. Get out there and get heard, and that way they can start thinking, "Oh, well, there's 2 or 3 guys. Let me see."
Yep.
If this
it's always
is a
good
possibility.
To let them know early too. If you let them know a year beforehand, they love that. If you say, a week beforehand, yeah, that might be a little harder to get done. But we got a car on the rollback. It's a BMW of some sort. Looks like an E36 on the rollback.
Yeah, Willwood's doing a
Oh,
driver
that's
change.
the Maserati. They kind of look like an E36 if you squint. 185, yep.
That's too bad.
Yeah, they've been racing the last few hours without the hood on the car, and historically, when they've done that, they've had overheating issues. So, unfortunately, their day has ended a little early. Hopefully, they can get that repaired. And all right, Paul, we're going to break here. I'm going to step out for a few. I've got to sort out my vehicle for the end of the race here.
All right. Sounds good. We're going to go ahead and break for commercial and be back in just a few, folks. Whoa. I was saying whoa because the Lone Star team just had a bit of a moment there. Having a little trouble with that corkscrew. Did not at all get down through that section of the track the way they wanted to. Hopefully the car's okay for them. All right, so stay with us. We're watching. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone, and it's WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, a thoughtful celebration of life, and it goes on and on and on. It's a really funny team name. We'll talk about that when we get back. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be right back.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea. Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it.
You see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Stress tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, and I'm Paul Veltum, and we're bringing the racing to you live. Yeah, I don't know. I'm looking at this, Kevin, to see what happened with the pylon here. Let me see if this is syncing up properly, but we may have an issue with the timing. It's showing lap 125. Yeah, that's not right. So let me just... Thanks for bringing that to my attention, Kevin. I appreciate it. I'll go in there and let me get this thing hopefully fixed for us so it's working right. No changes as far as I know, as far as the standing since we left for commercial. Just give me a second here, guys. Okay, looks like this is going to be corrected now. Get it running here. There we go. So yeah, I'm showing over on the website for Race Monitor 176 laps turned. That's what should be on the pylon for the leader. Yeah. Then we've got Wheels America in second, so we've still got Thoughtful Celebration. So the name of the team is A Thoughtful Celebration of the Life and Times of Orange Yeller. That's the entire name of the team. I don't know what Orange Yeller is, but they spelled it orange and then Y-E-L-L-E-R. It might be a yellow car. I don't know. But anyway, I seem to remember a name similar to this, and there was a story. Of course, there has to be a story behind it, right? I don't know that we're going to get that story, but they're leading this race. They're shown up about 2 laps over Wheels America Racing in second place. Then it's Lone Star Racers, Basil Weenie Racing in third. And if you didn't catch it, and if you're just joining us here after maybe you're checking up on what's going on, they were recently black flagged for passing under caution, so they had to spend some time in the pits in black flag, which is typically 3 minutes in Champ Car for your first offense. Thanks, Kevin. And what they chose to do, fortunately for them, what had happened to them is that when they were black flagged and pulled in, they were inside the 2-hour mark for the final 2 hours of the race. So at the conclusion of their penalty, they just pulled into their pit box, did their pit stop, and sent out their new driver with a full load of fuel. That should be the last time they would need to pit, unless they've got some kind of fuel-related issue or something where they're having to make an extra pit stop. That's probably going to be all they need. They should be good to go to the end. Then we've got 2 EC cars in there in 4th and 5th. So those get pulled out because in Champ Car, the exception classes are not eligible for podium. So the real standings would show in fourth place would be Petrolheads in the Mercedes, then Zoom Zoom Kaboom, Blown My Wad, Team Gussick Racing, Alchemy Autosport, Drive Skills, and Formula 33. Now, there's some more confusion there because I'm showing 2 10th places. See that? Where it shows Alchemy and Drive Skills, both in 10th place. And one of them has no lap times, Drive Skills. There's something that's not been right with that car for quite some time today. I think it showed waiting for data, but showing no timing on it. So I think they're having some problem in the translation that we're getting back. Remember, this is not coming right off the Champ Car computer. This is going through a third party. So there's been some kind of a syncing problem or something going on there. We're not getting the times there. So, yeah. And that's why it's important to remember this stuff's not official. But oftentimes it's correct. In fact, if you go back and you look at what we had during the show to the posted official standings that you'll find at Speedhive. Speedhive is the website where the official results are published. You'll find that they match up. And then what I do, one of my roles here at ChampCar, is I'm the data admin for the National Points Championships, all the other championships. So I'm going to take that data and add that into my database, and then we publish that to our website, and that will update all of the national standings on our website. And that will happen this coming week. So if you're in the running for that, that information will be published this coming week. And that stuff's official, which the race, the broadcast isn't. Yeah. Okay. But as I said, we're typically pretty accurate from the show to what's official. You got to go through impound, and the race has to be called official, and that takes usually about a half an hour from the end of the race until it's called official. So in Champ Car, and I know many of you already know this who have raced with us before, at the conclusion of the race, the top 5 cars will be brought in and separated from the rest of the field who can go back to the paddock and get ready to go home or whatever. Those 5 cars are your leaders, so they should comprise the lead car from each class, A, B, C, and D, and then there's the top 3, the podium finishers, plus maybe an extra car or 2, depending on how things worked out. Those 5 cars you're required to jack the car up in the air, take the tires off for inspection by Champ Car officials. Other members can walk around and look at the car. They may choose to file a protest. They're not allowed to get underneath the car, and they're not allowed to touch anything. You know, if they want some kind of inspection beneath the car, they have to go to a Champ Car official and request that. If there's no protest, or even if there is and things are worked out at some point, usually within 30 minutes, the race is called official, especially if there's no protests. That can drag things out a little bit. And then at that point, that finishing order is official. And the timing and scoring official that's at the track will publish that stuff up to the website, usually while they're still there. And then on the Speedhive. So if you're really curious about those final results, you can get that off of Speedhive. And you just go out there, do a search on the Speedhive.com website for Laguna Seca. Look for Champ Car, look for the date, and you'll be able to drill in. You'll see 2 listings of results for each day. One that says EC, one that says non-EC. You're going to want the one that says non-EC. That'll be the bulk of the field, and the other one is just the EC results. So we'll go back over to Lone Star. I don't have a camera in any of the other cars that are further up than 3rd place. Let's see, gap-wise, everybody's got a pretty good distance. Now, Zoom Zoom and Blow My Water, actually, they appear to be on the same lap as Petrolheads. They're almost stretched out a lap apart, almost like half a lap apart from each other, those three. So that's fourth, fifth, and sixth place. The other cars up front, Wheel America is showing about a lap up on, it's 39 seconds. Okay. So the gap from first to second place I'm showing is 39.277 seconds. Second place just turned a 159 lap. Wheels America turned a 148, a full 11 seconds quicker than second place. So if they want to maintain a decent gap, there's something must have happened there that slowed them down significantly. We're under green. I don't see anything on track. All right, Alchemy's come into the pits. This would probably be their last pit stop. Driver's getting out. Yeah, the zoom camera's offline. Let me try and bring it back on. One more time. I tried it a little bit earlier. Zoom, zoom, kaboom. No, it's down. We had a little trouble with that same camera yesterday, disconnecting towards the end of the race, so it looks like it's offline for the rest of the day. Okay, an hour and 13 minutes remain in the contest. Here's Alchemy. Their final pit stop. They're in 8th place right now. These guys been racing with us a long time. The Lone Star driver really clobbering that turn 8. And I'm concerned by the way that he's going over there. You can break your car. You can break, I've seen broken wheels right there. Here's Willwood Racing. And they often come out and do a lot of testing, but I mean, they're in 25th. So we would typically see them, they go out and turn, 10, 15 laps, come in, do something, go back out, do another 10 laps, come back in. I don't really see them doing that too much today or yesterday. They're doing more racing than a lot of changes and testing and all of that. They got the hood up on the Alchemy car as they're doing this pit stops. Probably normal. Again, when you take fuel, you got 5 minutes before you can leave the pits anyway.
Wait. That's Scott in the car now.
Oh, okay. You're talking about Zoom Zoom?
Yeah.
Cool.
He said, guys, do you hear me?
That was nicely negotiated there through 8.
Zoom Zoom went off and back on at turn 3. Yeah, there's a lot of dust over there.
Oh boy.
Yep.
It could be
back
slick.
on the track. There's a big building in the way. I can't see much over there. Hey, Scott's asking if you can hear him.
Oh.
Trista just came up here. He just went off and on at turn 3. She just asked if you ran.
Unfortunately, we don't have a camera in the car, so I'm not sure what he can do for us as far as like showing us anything.
Oh, we lost the camera?
That's right.
Well, get it back.
Get right on it.
Take it a bit. Just to tap your keyboard, man. Isn't that how you make things work? I made a mistake of putting my fan away, but I have this fan up here. Trista's up here, so I guess he's got it. So I can talk to him. Okay, cool, perfect.
Colorado Boulder going by the Willwood car.
Thank you.
CU Boulder team.
Bill Strong to Scott Mann. You out there, buddy?
I am.
So you made it through turn 3 okay?
Turn 3 is one of those turns that if you can take as much as you possibly can, and maybe a little tiny bit of agriculture, it goes a long way. So yes.
Yeah, that cloud of smoke went a long way, or a cloud of dust. We'll let him do his job out there. I don't like talking to them when they're
not off track. He's barely making it off track just now.
Here he is there he is coming down the hill at 9. Hitting 10. I think that's him.
Turn 6. My bad. Turn 6.
Oh, there he is.
What color is the car?
White with red.
Oh.
I think he's coming down 10 right now. Yeah, he's coming through 11 now. Somebody turned 6 drivers right. Do we see anything up there? So we have a car driver's right, turn 6. Just
must be just out of view.
Yeah.
We're not seeing him in our shot.
No, they said the car's running, but he's not choosing to continue.
And there's the Basil Weenie team going up the hill there. That's the Willwood car. He's stranded there. Something sounds like it's broken underneath in the drive line. Could be a broken axle or something. He's tried to pull it off as far as he could, but it's banging on the underside of the car.
He dipped his head to you. Yeah, Scott just gave the Flagtronics. Flagtronics worked as described. They gave him a yellow in that sector. It's kind of cool watching all this live. We can hear drivers talking about the stalled car there. Flaggers talking about him. All the procedures required to rescue a car stalled on track.
Yeah.
You can hear. And they're talking, that might be Caesar. All right, so safety just showed up.
There's safety right ahead of Lone Star as they're working their way around the track. This is the rollback.
Yeah, there's a bit of a delay there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in Champ Car, you're allowed to pass the safety vehicle.
Because if you don't, everybody behind you gets really kind of upset.
So here you can see the situation. There's the blocker that we heard about a moment ago. And there you can see in the picture-in-picture view as the safety vehicle's pulling around in front. Looks like he's thinking about hooking up a rope. And in Champ Car, you always stay in the car unless your life is threatened, like you're on fire. You stay in the car. It's the safest place for you.
Yep. Yep, you got all your gear on you. That's when it's best to put down your face shield. A lot of drivers may drive with their face shield in a kind of up position, but when you're stalled, put that face shield down. Make sure your belts are as tight as they can be.
Yeah, sometimes we'll see drivers, they'll pop their belts. That's a no-go. Now he's trying to stop that driver from pulling him. But
he's waving, don't do anything.
Yeah, he's waving, don't pull me, don't pull me. I think the car's broken.
But the rollback is right at the edge of the pavement, and it would be a bad day if someone went underneath the back of that rollback. If you end my F1 reference, Jules Bianchi. Yeah, no, I got you. That is unfortunate. We don't want that to happen. Is the Miata okay? Is the driver in the Miata okay? Yeah, he just rolled off. It just looked like he had a mechanical. Oh, okay, copy that.
Yeah, it looks like, you heard all the...
Yeah, we're listening to all the talk that's coming across from Scott's communications, and we've got race control, and
you'll see them come up over the hill. Did you hear that? Yeah, that right front wheel. Oh, I can't tell because everything looks crooked from the angle, the lens issues.
Right. Pretty close to the edge of the racetrack. It's kind of a dangerous situation, so it's good they've got something to block. These guys are going to put him on the rollback. Apparently he's got some driveline issues.
Full course yellow.
It's good. They're going to go ahead and get control of the field. What this does is allow them to slow the field down and get control, get everybody to stack up. Yeah, this is going to be good for Lone Star racers. They're shown a lap back from thoughtful creation. Wheels America has retaken the lead of the race. 57 seconds the gap from second to first. So I think this is the shakeout we were looking for those final pit stops to get done.
Jump on if you're not in commercial break, Bill.
Now we got 2 minutes. So what's the track feel like out there to you?
Better than yesterday. It's got a little bite today. Might be a little bit of our car, but it definitely feels better. No question about it. The visibility is a little bit better too because there's no inversion at all. So shadows are very defined as opposed to anything that would kind of play tricks on you. We'll see how that works later on in as twilight sets. Copy?
Roger. Paul, do you have any questions?
I was wondering if I could get a discount on the trailer.
Changes on our car that definitely help. But in the famous endurance race problem, in order to finish first, you must first finish. There is a chance we might have a right front wheel bearing going out. It's making a little bit of noise, and it's feeling like it's giving me a little pad pushback. Over.
Oh, boy.
Do you drive it differently knowing that?
That's a good question. I would have to say probably not. If we were in contention, we're obviously not doing as good as yesterday, and I haven't been updated by the team since the pit stop, but which is fine. I normally like to settle in, but I'd have to say if we were in contention, I probably wouldn't. I would just hope that it would survive, because it's not as if it's going to fail so catastrophically that it's going to send me off. And certainly if it got bad enough that I became a safety issue, it'd be a different situation.
Yeah.
So if I told you were in the lead, then that would be a different story. He might not have heard me.
Very, for doing this. So if it's a safety concern, then obviously I would not want to jeopardize any of my other fellow track mates, or myself for that matter. I got a pretty good life. I get to hang out with cool people like you.
Well, thanks, Scott.
He said you were cool, man.
And well, we'll let you get back. We need to go to commercial, but we'll come back and talk to you later. You be safe out there.
Zoom, zoom, kaboom out.
There we go.
All right, thanks, everybody. Stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We're under caution right now, but not for long. We're going to come back and get back to racing here shortly. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
You know, I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have like 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Yeah, welcome back, everyone, to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. The final hour of racing here at Laguna Seca for the year for Champ Car. And Bill just sent me a message to let me know they were notified in the tower that the car number 214 passed safety unsafely.
Well, this is the story they gave at Black Flag, that they were just following the instructions of Dana of catching the pace car. Unfortunately, some of the guys don't realize that when you're in the incident area, you really need to slow down and take a look at what's going on. That's not a racing area. So, that's, you have to give a little bit there. Then once you get out and then you can kind of safely move up a little bit, but don't go by it. Those high speeds around the safety guys.
And in case you don't know, number 214 is a Thoughtful Celebration car. That's the car in second place.
Yep.
So if they would be penalized, Black Flag, that would have a significant effect on the outcome of this race.
Well, they did. They got Black Flag.
They did get Black Flag. Okay. Well, it's one thing to be, say, hey, we don't appreciate you doing this, to Black Flagging them. So
they got Black Flag. They came in.
Wow. So they got Black Flagged, and have they come in already? Because they're still shown in second.
Yes.
Okay. Have they already gone back out?
Yeah.
Okay.
See where they come out here. So they're 2 laps behind now.
The Willward car is broke, and so they're pushing that dude, and it's probably going to do it for them for the day. But it didn't seem to help Lone Star out too much with catching and surpassing them for second place. Wheels America leads the race with a Thoughtful Celebration in second. Lone Star Racers, Basil Weenie Racing in third. In fourth, it's Petrolheads. Then Zoom Zoom Kaboom, Blown My Wad, Team Gussick, and Alchemy Autosport. Remember, we were talking yesterday about, you see these teams all the way up at the front, and you think everything's going swimmingly for them, and they cross the finish line, and they win the race, or they finish third or whatever, and you think, wow, it must be so great to have a car like that. It's just so reliable and amazing. And then when they get out of the car, like, oh man, the car's a wreck, it's a mess, it's going to take me 6 years to fix it. Because we heard from Scott. He said, yeah, we're doing really well. They're in 5th place overall, but they've got concerns about the transmission, they've got concerns about a wheel bearing, and that's one of the Achilles heels of the Miatas, the wheel bearings. So they may not even make it to the end of this race. That thing could fail, or they might make it and the thing is just in really rough shape at the end.
So a Thoughtful Celebration of Life, they did lose a lap, a little over a lap. So they were on the lead lap when they had to serve that Black Flag.
Gotcha. Yeah, they're shown. You're right. They just went down 2 laps as Wheels comes across the start-finish line, and they'll pick that back up. It'll show them 1 lap down when they cross the start-finish line.
So Scott's asking what the lap times of the Mercedes are, and they're trying to get in the top. They're trying to catch him. I think he's a lap back on the Mercedes.
Yeah, it looks like you're right. Unless sometimes the way Race Hero works and Race Monitor, they'll show you a lap back when you're actually on the same. There, he's 1 minute and 17 seconds back right now from Petrolheads.
Yep. So he's trying to get information, so he knows. All right, so I need to.
How much?
He's on the same lap, and he needs to just step it up and get X amount of time. So the Mercedes is doing 154s.
Whoa! Look how loose that wheel is for Lone Star. Look how loose that steering wheel is.
Did his steering wheel come off?
It is really loose. Like he was shaking it back and forth. Let me see if I can get that on replay. Look at that. Holy cow. Now he's working with that, the quick release, I believe. Yeah, it's a very dangerous situation if, and it could be just a failed bearing there in the steering column, but we don't know. believe I've got that in replay here. I don't know. Yeah, you can see it there in the replay, just how incredibly loose that was. And I don't think he's been able to improve this at all. And the driver's checking it as he's driving. You think it's the column mount, Kevin? Man, look how loose that is, though.
That's pretty wild. I mean, it. Ooh.
You can see it. I've got a replay that's running of that. The first time I noticed him checking it, you can see how much side to side play there is.
Inch, yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of movement there. He's coming into the pits.
Yeah, he's coming in. Yep. He's into the pits.
Now, maybe we can get some audio. But here we go for Lone Star Racers. This is going to help petrol heads. This is going to help Zoom Zoom Kaboom as well. Look at that. So Kevin, I think you called it, man. I'm hearing them talking about mount. Now they're looking at the quick release. It looks like they've got one of those the NRG quick release hubs. He's saying this is almost off. Like that hub is coming loose, so they might be in there with those.
So like the nut came loose on the adapter, maybe.
Yeah, like he needs to.
Another one? I think I might be able to get to it quicker.
So yeah, I think the way, they have some different designs, but that center section comes out, and then the main nut is behind it. That's holding it tight again into the splines. So what the driver's actually trying to take that hub apart and see if they can fix it, or if it's damaged to the point where they won't be able to go back out. So
yeah, if that bolt comes out, your splines aren't really meshed as it comes out a bit, so you can actually mess up the splines on the steering column itself.
Right.
So Scott just dropped down, did a 150 that last lap.
Yeah, he's definitely leaning into it here, trying to see if he can close up that gap.
While we were looking at the steering wheel issue there, we saw that or Scott was talking about to his team, and team basically said, hey, we're shooting for 5th place, and it's not, don't wreck the car. It's it's not a huge deal. So basically just try and keep that 6. Blowing my wad is how many seconds back? 6.5 seconds back. So
yeah,
just basically stay in front of those guys. And
yeah, it looks like he's definitely got the pace. As long as the Zoom Zoom car doesn't deteriorate, he's got the pace to stay ahead. He's just kind of got his eyes on the Petrolhead's car to see if there's anything he can do in the next 45 minutes to close that gap. A caution would help him for sure. He crosses the start-finish line, just turns in a 152. Petrolhead's a 154. He's a minute and 8 seconds back. So he's got about, he would need to got about 45 minutes left.
All right, Lone Star guys leaving pit lane now. Looks like they got that tightened up. Maybe he's doing something there. Oh, he took off his gloves. Oh, he dropped his gloves. He had his gloves off to help with the steering wheel thing, and
Yeah.
I think he dropped his gloves, and he's looking for him.
He's actually pushing his helmet down, trying to see.
Yeah.
To find his glove. He's only found one glove.
Yeah, a teammate comes up.
The glove. Can you see it?
So with the helmet, you can't. You sometimes can't see very well down, like you normally would without a helmet. The window's not big enough, and he actually couldn't see where the glove had dropped. He couldn't look down far enough. He's got his belts on and everything. But you're right, Bill. Looks like it still looks a little bit loose, but I think they've got it well enough that they feel it's safe enough they can go out.
Hi. Everything okay? Yeah, we had some screws loose. Oh, in your head or?
What did he say? I missed that.
Jackie says, "Everything okay?" He says, "Yeah, we had some screws loose," and she said, "In your head or what?" You gotta love Jackie, man. She's awesome. No, they're not part of the broadcast crew, Jackie.
So, Zoom just said that the driver blown my wad BMW. He says they're fast. The driver's good. He's giving me room, but he's fast.
All right.
Where is he? He's coming down the hill now. I can't tell. No, it's not him. That's our leader coming down the hill.
We all do. Yeah. So Lone Star comes out of the pits. It looks like they might have maintained third place. They still show down about 5 laps from the lead. Petrol heads back about 1, 2, 3.5, almost 4 minutes from Lone Star Racers. So making that quick repair and getting back out there looks like it salvaged them a podium position. So kudos to that team for effecting a quick repair and getting their driver back out. Willwood has parked their car. So is the Flying Hawaiians. And I believe also we have the Uncommon Friends and the Pontiac, the Bandits car. So unfortunately, we don't have a lot of in-car cameras, but we're almost done. That's the way it usually goes. We have attrition of race cars. We have, with that, some of our cameras go behind the wall too. And
oh, so Zoom's talking about the University of Utah driver that's behind him. He wanted
P21. I'm glad they got back out.
So that's the Utah guys, and said.
Different car. But I just was wondering.
Scott said they were doing pretty well there.
Good.
The driver was really good.
Good. This is a pretty complicated track, so that's some high praise coming from an instructor.
He just wanted to know who it was behind him. So, am I racing these guys or am I not? And, you don't want to put yourself in a position of making probably, moves that you really want to do at the end of the race to try and keep ahead of the guy that you're not really racing against. So,
right.
And I know that I'm not racing them for position.
Yeah, see?
So
See? That's exactly what we're
Copy
talking
that.
about.
I'm wondering if that's the other CU team. That's car 719.
It looks like 7 something. Yeah, it looks like 719.
It is
I
719.
don't need to race them. So it's fun playing with them, but I want to catch the Mercedes.
Copy that. They are P18.
Update on the Mercedes position, please. How many seconds?
The Alchemy Autosport on board with them right now. Alchemy sitting there in 8th place.
Should I tell Scott, man, we want some drama, man.
Pretend like you're mad.
Tap them in the bumper, something. I don't know. Let him tap you. That's why I can't be on the board.
Narrow-minded. It's surprising they let you carry a microphone, but I guess that's because they know you probably won't have it turned on.
It's the power of the press. The press for the deaf. Yeah, did you hear that? Scott just said that dicing with this guy is costing him a little bit of time. So sometimes it might be good just to let the guy go ahead of you, let him pull away, and then you just concentrate on your own race. You're too busy watching the mirror sometime. Where is this guy? Is he on me? Is he?
Yeah.
To the guy in, the guy in the CU car, he's probably thinking, this is the best racing ever, man. I'm having a blast.
Yeah, I tried that once. It backfired because letting him go was a mistake. He was holding me up once he got ahead of me, and I should have just maintained. I still regret that to this day. It cost me an important position. It wasn't for position. He was just in the way. And I should have just, because he slowed me down enough to allow the competition to catch me and pass me, and that was the mistake. So I have a different perspective. Stuff like that happened to me, and it's like, okay, I will not make that mistake again.
Sorry, they're a bit loud there. They're all one of their drivers sounds like he's going to be leaving here soon, so he's asking, the arrive and drive guys, and he's saying, "Hey, thanks God, I had an awesome weekend."
So
there's a dot down the front straight away.
The standings right now, working lap 198, so nearly 200 laps turned here today. It's the number 998 of Wheels America Racing. Yesterday's winner is now leading this race over a thoughtful celebration, followed by Lone Star Racers. That's Petrol Heads, Zoom Zoom Kaboom, Blown My Wad, Team Gussick Racing, Alchemy Autosport, Drive Skills, and Formula 33 in the Pontiac Firebird, who is also leading the D class. And the race started out today. Go back to my notes. We had Uncommon Friends leading early with the Hey Baby team, the Wheels America, the Lone Star team, and the Thoughtful team. All of them up there in the top four. They were all grouped together up there, and looks like they're still up there. I mean, a lot of these guys are still up there, with the exception of Uncommon Friends, who notified us that they had that A-arm failure.
So,
Flash and go. Is he going to have fuel?
The Scott's team is
going to have fuel, or you need fuel?
Scott's team has said, "Hey, it's going to take you 44 laps to catch him, but we only have 30 some odd minutes left, or 44 minutes to catch him, 30 some odd minutes left of the race."
Right.
He's wondering if the petrol heads will have enough fuel that maybe they'll have to pit.
Sure.
Sometimes if you can push.
God, I would put money on you handling traffic much more efficiently than him.
Yeah. It's kind of cool listening to the teams talk. How they.
Not much traffic left. We'll see.
If he can push the Mercedes to make a mistake, or maybe just use that much more fuel.
Right.
That could.
Yeah, we talked a little bit earlier about the crew chief was sending me signals about, hey, hit these targets and so forth. A lot of that has to do with what the other team's doing, and the other team began to see with the gaps that we had and what I was able to do that they couldn't. They dismounted their attack. They began to fall back. They began to pull back and relax. And with that, I was able to relax. So everybody's watching everybody, right? Yep. And so if you maintain, I think if they would have maintained the attack, they may have had a real shot at something what they didn't know was that I was a new driver to that racetrack, a new driver in that car. What I didn't know is that Miata driver that was 30 seconds behind had a lap record at that track. Was a very experienced NASA driver. I mean, this a very, very wide difference between us, but they decided, no, we're not going to be able to catch them. They might be sandbagging or whatever they thought.
Right.
And we won the race.
Yeah, that's funny because I think one of our best races was at Mid-Ohio. We had the race. We were in the lead of the race, and before we broke apart. But I talked to Robin Bank a bunch of years later. I mean, actually this year about it, and he remembered every aspect of that.
Wow.
And he was able to say, yeah, this is what I thought you were going to do, and I knew what I was going to do, and we kind of compared, and it's like, holy crap, this would have been good. It would have come down to the wire. And he was right, except for the fact that I was getting in the car last. At the time, I was an okay driver. I'm not the best, but he was putting in a world-class driver, a guy that's licensed.
Yeah.
And, it's like, yeah, he had to make up a lap, could he have? Yeah, probably. Well, I don't know. I had a faster car, but, he had a faster driver. So it was going to be tight. And he had it down perfect that when we came out of, I had to pit one extra time. I had to fuel one extra time. And because of that, we would have came out on the same lap. It would have been close, right on with he would have been about a lap behind me. And and it's that kind of stuff I could never do. I had people that did that for me, that figured out the strategy and stuff. I can't think like that. And Robin Bank is probably one of the best in our series at figuring that stuff out. It's pretty wild because he has, you'll watch him from pit lane and you could just see him calculating stuff in his head. He's writing stuff down, constantly changing as the race. 9-3. Oh. So 9-3 is not sounding good. Something's bouncing.
That's the Lone Star Racers. We're on board with them right now. Yeah, I can hear something banging in the car. He has power, but there's something rattling free, and he's really in a bad spot here. He's trying to stay wide. I hope he doesn't cut back across the track.
Nah, these guys are experienced enough. Yeah, you can see the car behind him. Remember, so he's through 4 now, and we're just coming. Our recording's coming up to 3. With the delay of YouTube for their video, it's
yes,
and it hangs them back a bit. So.
Yeah, in fact, I can take you to a little bit more current shot. Here's where they're actually at. And I can get some audio on it. So this is the Lone Star Racing.
One of the corners said it sounds like wheel bearings.
It just, there's so much pounding coming down off of 8, and that dip there going through 6, it's really hard on the cars.
The orange pumpkin. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, petrol. Wait. Zoom, zoom, boom is now up into 6, right? Orange pumpkin doesn't count, so that means they're in 5th.
So we're expecting these guys to pit here.
5 laps. How many laps does Lone Star have?
Okay, so they are indeed coming into the pits there with a wounded animal.
196 versus 192. how much time we have. We got 30 minutes left. They'll be able to make that time up. So if they can't get this car fixed, they're going to have to. Zoom will move up into 4th. But will they be able to catch petrol heads? 155 versus Zoom 151. And it looks like the Lone Stars went behind the wall.
Oh boy, what a shame for those guys. That's a shame. They certainly put up a valiant effort this weekend to get that win, and they were so close both days. And it looks like the car is finally broken.
Oh, yeah, you could hear that.
Fortunately, got the car back, but it looks like their day may be finished with, like you said, just 30 minutes remaining in the race. So we're going to take a quick commercial break here, folks. Our final commercial break for the event as they line up that Miata at the trailer, and we'll be right back. Stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We'll be right back.
You know, I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have like 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back everyone to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. Final 30 minutes, okay, less than 25 minutes of racing here at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna, Seca. And I'm Paul Veltum, along with Bill Strong. We've been calling the race for you this weekend, bringing you all the information that we have on what's been going on. Here's the unfortunate look from the Lone Star Racers Basil Weenie Racing Team. And it looks like they're refiring up that machine, probably getting ready to load it up onto the trailer as we go on board with Alchemy Autosport. But yeah, looking at the standings here, working lap 206 is Wheels America Racing, your leader, over A Thoughtful Celebration in second. Lone Star Racers still shown scored in third place, but Petrolheads looks like they're about to overtake them for third place. And then it's Zoom Zoom Kaboom, Blown My Wad, Team Gussick Racing, Alchemy Autosport, Drive Skills, Formula 33, another Drive Skills car, the number 40, Leftover Parts Racing, Willwood Mazda, Hey Baby, Que Pasa, CU Boulder Racing Team in the number 719, Unpaid Internship, Rattlecoon Racing, Uncommon Friends, CU Boulder Racing Team in the number 720, Dead Pedal Racing, the Gunslingers, the Flying Hawaiians, Bandits, Willwood Mazda, Alignment Racing, APT Racing, and let's see, that is all of the cars that took laps. Actually, the last couple didn't. So
Scott's asking me if he's going to. He's asking if he's going to collect the Mercedes. He's asking us on the show
if he's going to catch the Mercedes. So he's asking us to do math. He does not know us very well at all.
Oh, they're saying that was the splitter bouncing off the ground for that. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Yeah, he said there must have been more than just a splitter bouncing off the ground. Yep, and there they fall back. So.
Yeah, I wonder if he didn't hit something.
Yeah.
That caused that damage, and I wonder if I can.
We're discussing that, Scott. There's a lot of math involved.
Ask him if he has a crew chief.
P4, no. Mercedes is P3. Okay, so wait a second, repeat. Randy, what was that again? You are currently in P5 right now. Somebody came in.
EC doesn't count.
My gap to 4. 2 4 is good.
EC does not count, so you're actually in fourth.
All right. So then what's my gap to third? Looks like about 27 seconds or so, 25 seconds. What's the car? Still the petrol head Mercedes.
But the Mercedes is doing 156s. So, it's his birthday. He goes, let's go get him. It's my birthday, is what he said. So 156s, 154, 156, 153, 154. So he's been in the 154, 155 range. That lap was a 156 for petrol heads. Zoom Zoom is pretty much solid 151s, 152, 150, 150, 150, 151. So I don't know, man. It's going to be close. And how many minutes does he have left? 22 minutes-ish? That's not the official time because it says unofficial time left. And thoughtful celebration. Can they catch? Nope, they're a lap behind Wheels America.
Yeah, I've been reviewing the video, and I don't see that he went off or anything like that. He just suddenly developed noise and backed off power. So I would guess I was expecting them to drop really hard into 8 or hit one of those pills that we talked about in the corners. I didn't see that. So I'm not sure exactly what let go on the Basil Weenie Racing Team machine.
So yeah, it's. Did you lock up again?
No, everything looks to be okay here.
All right, my share keeps locking up.
Oh, okay. Now we're good on the stream. Everything looks great. About 19 minutes remain in the race, unofficially, of course.
I lost it there. There we go.
Yeah. That was our bridge that did that.
Yeah, that's twice it's happened to me in the last 5 minutes. I wonder if that had anything to do with yesterday. You got to be careful.
I don't know. Everything seems to be okay here today. And we've got, Zoom just at their FTD.
Yes.
A 149.9.
He came across and said, well, that was a pretty good lap.
Yeah, the gap looks like it's about 18 seconds to the EC car, which is about 12 seconds gap up to petrol heads. So you add that all up because the EC car doesn't count.
Somebody went off and on.
You get about 30 seconds gap there with only about 16, 17 minutes left in the race. It doesn't seem feasible. Sweet Spot turned in a 149, and Zoom Kaboom turned in a 149.
Yeah, 184 so Scott just did some agricultural stuff with the Miata. Off and on in 4. He said that was some good footage. He doesn't know we don't have a camera working in the car. Are you able to hear me?
I can hear you just fine, yeah.
Should I ask him, hey, pull over here on the front straightaway so I can get your camera fixed? No, that's the what just came into the pits is the EC BMW, the M4.
That'd be the Sweet Spot racing car, which is currently shown in 5th place overall. And it's actually a good thing for the Zoom car. That's one less car that he has to deal with trying to overtake.
Is there anybody between them? Because if let's just say we get a yellow or whatever, will that move him closer to petrol heads?
Oh yeah. There was about a 20-second gap between Zoom and petrol heads. Now they've gotten over the Blown My Wad team, and so they're moving down. Orange Pumpkin's moving down.
Yeah, so they're just putting in a can of fuel in the EC car. Yep, they put 5 gallons in and splash and dash. Though you can't really dash in this series. You can splash, but you have to wait.
Yeah.
Trying to look for the BMW. Where is he? I think that's him coming down the hill here. What's the number on that one? Petrol heads 203.
Let's get something organized here. Let's see.
Yep, 203 just went by.
Yep, they turned into 156 on that lap.
And Scott is right there. There's 0 cars between those 2 cars.
Just turned into 150. That's a full second, 6 seconds.
9.5 second gap.
So that helped him a lot.
Yeah. So he should be able to see the Mercedes as he comes through parts of the course.
Yeah, Frank's done some math. He said they should catch them, but passing.
Yes, that's the hard part.
That's a whole nother thing. But
and that guy may just be, he may be holding back to conserve fuel, but once Scott catches him, he may be able to just, sometimes towards the end of the race,
yeah, they may be in trouble too.
Oh, Scott's saying that he's just slowing down this lap because his tires got really greasy that last lap. So, but he said, I think I can see him. $14 minutes or so, 13 minutes ish. We are not the official timekeepers. That would be those guys down at the other end of the room. I pointed for you if you didn't know.
Thanks.
Those guys. So 203, 214 just went by start finish. And there's the Mercedes coming down, crosses the start finish line, and
154.
Zoom crosses it now. So he can see him. How much is it now?
He's cut another 4 seconds down,
Yep.
5 seconds the gap.
He got held up a little bit because of the tires.
He's got enough time. If he's going to be cutting 4 seconds a lap, he's now in a range where he could make the pass and pick up a podium position.
And that's huge. I mean, you come all the way from seventh place down to third at the end of the race. And that's what endurance racing is all about. So much of this stuff happens right at the end. So many things happen. These cars were never designed for this type of racing. So many cars that we've seen over the years that they last for 3/4 of the race and then just things start falling apart. Things stop working. Wires start rubbing through things. Exhaust systems start melting. It's just a lot of stuff happening. So the sweet spot is still on pit lane. They're just getting released right now. So they are heading back out. The EC class BMW M4. Very cool looking car.
So yesterday's winner looks like they're on track for a back-to-back win at here at Laguna Seca this weekend.
Okay, Scott has caught the Mercedes. He is on his bumper as they come down the straight. The Mercedes seems to have a little bit more torque compared to the Miata, but there is about a second maybe difference between those two. 0.8 seconds. So the Mercedes pulled on the straightaway going up the hill, was able to pull just a little bit on him. But it's a race now. I'm looking to see if I can see turn 4, see where they come out. Yep, he got him coming out of 2.
Yeah, the Petrolheads team, they actually ran a 1:49 on that last lap, but so did Zoom Zoom Kaboom. So they tried to get that lap time back down there to defend, but too late. You know, they'd lost so much in those last 3 laps and really allowed them to reel them in. So the pass has been made. Zoom Zoom will now be shown in 3rd place when they come across the start-finish line.
Tristan just said Scott was talking about how he just did a Lewis Hamilton pass, and he's a Lewis Hamilton fan. And Tristan, his girlfriend, said, "I'm a Scott Mann fan." Now they're talking all lovey-dovey stuff during a race, guys. Come on.
Yeah, he's a little too relaxed, in my opinion. He needs to be focusing on what he's doing.
You need to focus on the race, less on your girlfriend.
Quit yakking and start tracking.
There's priorities in life, man. Racing.
If you want to talk, park the car.
I feel a little ill now.
Yeah.
What do they call that in the military? What do you call it? Yeah, I don't know where I was going with that one. All right, Zoom Zoom's in 3rd. We got Wheels America. And get a room, man. Get a room. Let them know I was looking for a trash can, but we'll let them race.
Look at that track getting shadowed by the trees as the sun's coming down.
Hey, it gets dark here pretty quick.
As the sun really coming into the cockpit of the Alchemy Autosport machine now, as they are there in 8th place behind the Lone Star Racers car, which is rapidly falling down the standings as they have parked that car. They may be able to move into 7th.
Scott's asking how many laps am I behind or what's the gap between the next car? And he's like, Scott, that's 9 laps.
At this point, just keep the wheels turning, my friend.
Yeah.
You did your work today.
So that's what you do. I mean, 9 laps. Or you'd be like my team and say it's the car in front of you. Just keep going as fast as you can. And on that last lap, you make that dive to make the pass. And then as you're coming down the hill at Road Atlanta, they said, "Oh wait, that wasn't the car. You've already passed him." And you want to kill everybody because you just almost rolled the car into 10A, trying to get that passed.
Right. Andrew would always lie to me.
Yeah, yes.
No matter what I asked him, he'd lie. How much longer in the stint? 10 minutes. 15 minutes later, how much longer in the stint? About 10 minutes. Okay.
Yeah.
Never mind. Jerk.
Yeah, we got so tired of one of our drivers asking how much longer in the stint. We put a big clock over in the passenger footwell so he could look. And it worked. We called the Tommy clock.
Looking for a way by here.
Good race going on between 40 and 214. Well, I think 214 is right on our.
Never mind.
214 is in 2nd place, and the 40 car is way back down there. But they're having a pretty good drive back and forth there. 40 is back in 12th place. As a Zoom Zoom comes down the front straightaway, passing under the bridge, followed by the red Trans Am. I'm sorry. Zoom Zoom comes under the bridge, followed by the 998, our leader. Sorry, I had the wrong white Miata. So my game plan is once the I don't have my camera up here, but once we get the checkered flag, I'm going to head out, Paulie, and I have to collect my cameras. And then on the track, I'm going to try and collect as many cameras as I can from the race cars. And then I'm going to do interviews. I won't do them live tonight. And then I'll put all that together along with yesterday's interviews and put them up sometime early this week.
All right. Thanks, Bernie. Appreciate that.
Yep. And thanks, guys, for joining us here this weekend. This has been pretty awesome.
Working lap 217 out here at Laguna Seca. Thanks, Frank. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, guys. And for the you folks, members out there, please go to ChampCar.org, follow the links, and go vote for our board of directors. We have 3 seats open. I think we have 5 or 6 folks running. So take a look over in the forum to see what their platforms are and their CVs and that, and we will. I'm just listening to what it looks like. We might have about 2 to go, somewhere around there.
Thanks, Kevin. Appreciate your input this weekend. It was great hearing from you.
Remember, any info you want, you can always email info@champcar.org or bill.strong@champcar.org.
Or paul.veltum@champcar.org if you want to just bark at me.
And we'll see them, and we'll get back to you. You can also find us on Facebook and YouTube, Facebook, where else? Instagram. We even have a TikTok. Set up.
Yeah.
Just search for Champ Car on TikTok. I really haven't been promoting it because I'm still learning how to use it. Nothing funny. I don't do little jig, what dancing?
The dances and stuff. Yeah.
No, we don't do that. I'm not shirtless, which is always a good thing. But yep. And where else? Oh, Twitter. We're on Twitter as well, and Instagram. And ChampCar.Live. Just come visit us and. Hashtag Bernie for Champ Car Board of Directors 2022. Bernie, and also Ray Frank is on there as well. He's up, and Frank Reinelt is also up. Reinelt is also on there. All right, 1 finger, 1 to go, guys. 1 to go. You got cameras on the start tower there, Paulie?
Yeah, we got a working camera there. How about that?
All right, good. Just wanted to make sure. I forgot to ask you that earlier. Should have, shouldn't I?
No, we're good. I just said something.
Yep. You can see him right beside the Cooper sign, right underneath it. He's got his big finger up in the air. People are being released from pit lane, and I'm going to send this to you, Paul.
All right, so here we go, folks. Last lap. Wheels America Racing has had a banner weekend, no question about it. Final lap, working their way around this 2.2-mile, 11-corner road circuit on the Monterey Peninsula. And their position is being called to the starter as that car goes from corner to corner to corner to make sure that they won't be missed as they come across the start-finish line to take the checkered flag for the second time this weekend. A thoughtful celebration is lined up for second place, and Zoom Zoom Kaboom has come from behind to work their way up into third place in their Miata. Still giving that 1 to go for the teams that are coming by. Petrolheads has rolled into fourth place behind Zoom Zoom. Blown My Wad shown in fifth place right now unofficially.
Okay, leaders coming around 11.
The flag is in position. And there it is. The checkered flag is in the air. And it's for Wheels America Racing in their 2001 Mazda Miata. A thoughtful celebration of the life and times of Orange Yeller takes second place. And it's Zoom Zoom Kaboom coming in third. Behind them, it's Petrolheads in their Mercedes-Benz taking fourth place, with Blown My Wad in their BMW looking for fifth place. And it looks like with the lap counts, they're going to be okay for that based on their gaps. Yes, indeed. Blown My Wad crosses the start-finish line for fifth. Team Gussick Racing is going to come in sixth place. Alchemy Autosport crosses the start-finish line so that would be seventh place. Eighth is going to be Lone Star Racers based on their gaps. And ninth, Drive Skills, what I have is Formula 33 for 10th place. So Wheels America taking A class, C class being taken by Petrolheads, and D class being taken by the Formula 33 car. B class looks like it's going to be taken by Lone Star Racers. So congratulations to all the teams and all of the competitors who came out and enjoyed the race this weekend and competed with us in Champ Car. We will be back again on this beautiful road circuit in 2022. So if you couldn't make it out this year, we hope you'll join us next year as we return to the Monterey Peninsula. That's going to do it for us for Champ Car Live. I'm Paul Veltum for Bill Strong. Thanks so much for watching, everybody, and may the road rise to meet you. We'll see you next month. So long.
Bye.